Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. on this 26th day of September 2023. Thank you to those who have joined us in person and online. Madam Clerk, will you please announce those school board members in attendance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the Holland Road Annex School Board Room Auditorium is Chair Riggs, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Callen, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Manning, Ms. Martin, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Owens, and attending via Zoom is Mr. Culpepper.
Mr. Culpepper, could you please tell us where you are located and why you are not, or why you're doing virtual?
Hello, I'm in Philadelphia on personal business.
Thank you. And Vice Chair, Ms. Weems is in the hospital dealing with some medical issues, so we'll be thinking of her. Would everyone please join me in observing a moment of silence? Please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For number 7, student employees and public awards and recognitions, there are no student employee or public awards this evening. So we are moving down to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any other modifications to the agenda as presented? Ms. Manning?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm requesting to move item A2 from consent to action 15F, I believe it would be. Yes, I'm asking to move item A2 under the consent agenda to action 15F.
Why? Why is that?
Because I want to vote on it separately.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all that are in favor of moving on the consent agenda A2 to, would you say action? To action 15D, F, sorry. Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 4 ayes.
Okay, all those that are against moving it to action F, please raise your hand.
And Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we had 5 ayes and we have 5 nays, so it did not, the motion failed.
Okay, are there any other agenda items? All right, hearing none, I call for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Ms. Franklin, and seconded by Mrs. Anderson. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Nay?
Thank you. Madam Chair, so far we have 7 ayes.
All that are against the agenda as presented, please raise your hand.
And we have 4 nays. So the motion passed the agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're moving to the superintendent's report. This is the second monthly meeting and it's the recognitions as well. First and second monthly meetings are during this time. Dr. Robertson, we are looking forward to your report and recognitions tonight.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Here are a few items of interest for you and our families. As you know, this was the first year we started school before Labor Day. Most of the feedback received from parents, students, and staff has been positive. Families were happy to be back at school, and our educators said they are looking forward to additional staff days throughout this year. Mother Nature poured out her affection in the form of nearly 3 inches of rain on the first day of school, and most of it came during school dismissal hours. Kingston Elementary staff worked together and waded through the water to help guide buses and parents who were picking up students. Assistant Principal Sarah Allard said they were soaked to the bone but smiling all the way. At White Oaks Elementary, first grade Caden started off the school year on the right foot by giving his teacher, Miss Jackie Kopp, a bouquet of flowers. At Hermitage Elementary, Miss Abernathy ate lunch with her students in the cafeteria during the first week of school, getting to know her fourth grade students a little bit better while modeling positive mealtime behavior. Parkway Elementary is one of the schools I visited on the first day. I sat in a circle of kindergartners as we learned how to introduce ourselves to classmates, and I high-fived other students on their way into PE class. In addition to solemn observations of September 11th across our district and across the country, Pembroke Elementary School organized a Patriots Day event. Students and staff welcomed police, firefighters, and active military at the bus loop and then served up a Hot Cakes for Heroes pancake breakfast. Pembroke's fourth grade chorus sang for the guests, who also read stories to students in several classes. According to Principal Beth Bianchi, the focus was on honoring first responders. She was glad students met the amazing men and women who come to the aid of all who are hurt or in need. Our students truly soared during the STEM Lab Learning Day earlier this month at the NAS Oceana Air Show. Through this amazing partnership with the Navy, thousands of our fifth graders took part in hands-on learning activities related to science, technology, engineering, and math. About 32,000 students have participated in STEM Day since its inception in 2016, and the number of engaging booths has grown from 67 activity areas during our first year to 182 activity areas this year. Staff and high school students from our academies were also there with fun activities for the younger students. It ended with the amazing aerial acrobatics of the Blue Angels. This video sums it up nicely. A special thanks to the United States Navy, our community partners, parent volunteers, staff, and students who helped us fly high during this special day. Here's some great news from the Virginia Department of Education. 3 former Virginia Beach City Public School students will be recognized this year as Career Success Stars. They completed career and technical education programs at 3 different sites: the Advanced Technology Center, the Tech Center, and Prince Anne High School. Each of their success stories will be highlighted on VDOE's website. The department's Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education celebrates former CTA students in their 20s and 30s, recognizing them as the Commonwealth's brightest career success stars. Our former students being recognized are Molly Etheridge, who studied welding at our Technical and Career Education Center, went on to work at Lyons Shipyard in Norfolk, and now owns her own equipment repair business. Devonna Stimpson, who studied digital design at the Tech Center and currently is a self-employed influencer and mural artist with major players like Google, DirecTV, and Shoe Dazzle. And Magir Kormas, who studied accounting at Princess Anne High School before earning bachelor's and master's degrees at the University of Virginia and becoming an audit account manager at KPMG. We're thrilled these students have used what they've learned at Virginia Beach schools to be top professionals in their fields. Finally, here are some important dates I'd like to share with you and with the community. Students, staff, and community members are invited to hear and discuss how Virginia Beach City Public Schools is capturing our success as a vehicle to building future-ready learners. Please join us for a town hall event, Charting the Course, Building Pathways to 2030, at 6 p.m. Wednesday, October the 4th at Tallwood High School. Our school board meetings return to the school administration building on October 10th. We've enjoyed our time here at the Holland Road Annex, but we're also excited to return to our home at 2512 George Mason Drive now that renovations are complete. The Academy and Advanced Academic Program Night will be from 5 to 8 p.m. October the 12th at the Virginia Beach Convention Center. We've arranged for representatives from various academies and advanced academic programs to showcase their distinctive offerings, allowing students and staff to share valuable information. And America's Safe Schools Week is October 15th through 21. On Wednesday, October 18th, our schools will be showing extra appreciation to their resource officers, security officers, and security assistants for their important contributions to the safety of our students and staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Now, do you have administrative?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have one recognition tonight. I'd like to introduce you to Kamani Vaughn, and I'm pleased that you've accepted our recommendation to make her the new Director of Elementary Schools in the Department of School Leadership. Ms. Vaughn has been a principal with distinction, most recently at White Oaks Elementary School, but previously at Arrowhead Elementary School. She has a number of years as an assistant principal at Brookwood Elementary School and Pembroke Meadows Elementary School, and I had the pleasure of serving as her professor when she pursued her degree. And I told Kamani I knew after the first class that the sky's the limit for her. So, Kamani, I see you have some guests. And thank you very much. Madam Chair, that completes my recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. So now we're on number 10, approval of the meeting minutes. There are two sets of meeting minutes to approve tonight first. A, September 11th, 2023, special school board meeting. Are there any modifications to the September 11th, 2023 special school board meeting minutes as presented? Hearing none, I call for motion to approve the September 11th, 2023 minutes as presented. Mr. Callen, and seconded by Ms. Melnick. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I call for a vote to approve the September 11th, 2023 minutes as presented. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. The September 12th, 2023 regular school board meeting. Are there any modifications to the September 12th, 2023 regular school board meeting minutes as presented?
Madam Chair, I do have a correction. It is on page 7 of 12, under item D. It was bylaw 1-28, Governance Committee Matters, Complaint by a Citizen. The voting was correct. There were 10 ayes and 1 nay, but the last sentence says the motion passed. Right now it reads 10-0-0, so the correction is going to be, it should read 10-1-0. So that correction will be made.
Thank you. Any other modifications? Hearing none, I call for a vote to approve the September 12th, 2023 minutes as presented.
Madam Chair, you need to.
Oh, sorry, I meant a motion. Hearing none, I call for a motion to approve the September 12th, 2023. Mrs. Anderson, and do I have a second? Mrs. Martin? Okay. Is there any discussion on that? Okay. Hearing none, I call for a vote to approve the September 12th, 2023 minutes as presented. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. That brings us to our public comments, which they will last until 8 p.m. The school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K through 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and the school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. The purpose for the public comment section of the school board agenda is for the school board to offer an orderly forum to receive public comments during the school board meeting. Members of the public have the opportunity to provide comments during the meeting by signing up to speak from the podium. Other methods of public comment are not offered during the school board meeting. As a reminder to persons in attendance at tonight's meeting, school board meeting decorum guidelines prohibit disruption of the meeting through disruptive clapping, calling out by audience members, holding signs that interfere with audience members' ability to view the meeting, or otherwise taking action to communicate with the school board or disrupt the meeting. I would like to remind everyone attending tonight's meeting, this includes those on the stage at the dais and those in the audience and online, to please speak with respect and kindness. Speakers are responsible for being in the school board room, auditorium, or online when they are called to speak. Speakers will be called up 3 at a time. When an in-person speaker's name is called, the speaker should line up in the aisle to wait for their turn at the podium so as to efficiently have speakers address the school board. Speakers lined up for their turn at the podium may take a seat near the podium to wait for their turn to speak. If a speaker is not present when called to speak or is not online or unable to unmute when called to speak, the school board at its sole discretion may allow the speaker to speak at the end of the public comment session. The school board also invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. Madam Clerk, please introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the speakers, Dr. Smith will be helping bring the speakers down so they can continue to line up 3 at a time. So our first speakers will be A.J. Quadatero, Bethany Wilmoth, and Shaylee Harlatcher.
Good evening, school board members. My name is AJ Corderero. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a junior at Kellam High School. To say that I am crushed is an understatement. I'm sure I speak for all my transgender and non-binary siblings when I say that we are beyond disappointed in the VBCPS school board. The board that is supposed to keep us feeling safe and welcome in our schools. The board that, despite the outcry from hundreds of trans children, adopted harmful policies that will repress and endanger those same trans children. We have been fighting these policies for a year, and suddenly, in a single meeting with no public comment offered, a version of these policies was both modified and voted in. Despite our outcry, I have heard so many adults insist that these policies and policies like them are actually no threat to transgender youth. Because, of course, who would know the hardships of the trans experience better than cisgender adults with cisgender children? I've even heard people say that the hate, harassment, and discrimination that trans people experience simply does not exist. In response to these assumptions, I would like to read you some Instagram comments underneath a WTKR post of children, me included, at a rally before the school board meeting on June 12th. What are you fighting for? To look like a bunch of clowns? There's this sex cult indoctrinating our children. Screw them all. Groomers and pedos. Bring back bullying. They all look like what you'd expect. Good place to take a spit. Screwed up, brainwashed people. I hope all 8 of you never get found in the woods. They should be booked into an asylum. Sick people need help. Devil is rooted deep in these people. So disgusting and sinful. Garbage, mental illness. Trans lives don't matter. Real lives matter. And those aren't even remotely all of them. I got to read those comments in the car with my mom and brother under a video that I was in, that my friends were in, at a rally that we were happy to be at and that we were proud to be a part of. This is the kind of hateful rhetoric you reinforce when you adopt policies like these. Policies that show trans children that their identity is not their choice to make. Policies that endanger trans kids.
30
Policies
seconds.
that appropriate dead naming and misgendering and all the things that cisgender folks like yourselves can brush off as no big deal because you've never had to deal with that kind of humiliation before. Look at the faces of the children sat here tonight that have shed countless tears over the policies that you deceptively implemented. We are disappointed in you. You have failed to protect us. You have shown me just how much students like me matter to you. Not at all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bethany Wilmoth, Shaylee Harlatcher, and then Orion Davis.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Wilmoth, and I'm a queer sophomore at Salem High School. I want to share something with members of the board. I feel it's necessary to hear these comments before moving forward. In fact, I feel it's necessary for everybody in the audience to hear this. When you wonder why we're angry, when you wonder why we're still fighting, when you think that asking for some more respect is a little bit too much, I want you all to remember this. A couple of months ago, as my speaker before me mentioned, there was a post from WTKR3 on their official Instagram that showed my fellow speakers and me outside of the school board rally in June holding pride flags and promoting equality before a school board meeting. This occurred with permission from the board, of course, and we remained as professional as possible. But as it turns out, that doesn't matter. It's never counted, not to you and not to these commenters, whose comments I'll read to you right now. God doesn't like evil, and this is straight up evil. Lord help them. Bunch of future unemployed child predators. The devil has hijacked their calling in life. They need mental help. Good thing it ain't in my town or would have been long gone. Freak show. Sell them. Wow, 10 freaks in a parking lot. You all need Mr. Putin. They should all be booked into an asylum. Low-life freaks get back into the sewer you crawled out of. Time to start stuffing them back into the closet. Charming, right? There were over 300 comments on that post, some positive, an overwhelming amount negative. Those were just 13 of them. People also commented gifs of open gunfire and blowtorches pointing towards the camera, implying that we deserve to be harmed or that killing us was the only way to truly deal with us. I'm 15 years old. Feeling like I understand myself for the first time in years, knowing why I felt different and knowing that it's okay, and finding a group of people who accept and love me has kept me alive. It's made me feel happy, and I know there are so many people who didn't find that life. And I know, it's bizarre to be given such a blessing, and then at 15, see people say that they want to see you dead. It's even more bizarre to see so many of you aim for and try to get votes and affection from those same people at the cost of those who are just trying to feel safe. How soulless can you be? How miserable do you have to be to just crumble the second you're given any kind of backlash? How can you be so spineless that a couple of negative posts about you make you back down before a bunch of kids back down after receiving death threats? I have been holding back so much anger, fear, and sadness for months. We all have. And we're tired of kneeling below
30
you
seconds.
and quietly begging for the crumbs you're willing to give us just so that you can keep your seat at the table. I'm tired of trying to change your mind, and I'm tired of pretending that so many of you have enough empathy to think beyond what will get you the most votes, what will keep the weight off of your back. I want our words to keep you up at night. I want our faces burnt into your memory. I want history to look back on you and see nothing but spineless local politicians who lost all sense of humanity in the name of popularity. I need you all to realize the humanity, the reality of
is
this
time.
situation.
Our next speaker is Shaylee Harlatcher, Orion Davis, and then Bradley Fish.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shaylee Harlacher, and I'm a sophomore. I'm in my sophomore year at Kellam High School. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to speak about the apparent effects of the 2023 model policies and what they will do to trans students. We are not afraid of our students who are trans women. We are not afraid of our students who are trans men, and we are not afraid of our students who are non-binary. We are afraid of the people who are willing to call us brainwashed, satanic, contagious, and countless other insults, the ones who are so caught up in their own bigotry to show even the smallest amount of respect. Many students use school as a safe place to express themselves, as their home is not a safe place to do so. These policies demand that teachers and counselors out their students to their families and take away that for them. And I cannot express to you how dangerous that will be for countless transgender students. I can prove this through the story of somebody I consider close. She is one of the strongest, smartest, and most talented people I know. She expresses herself through her voice and actions at school. She's in several different clubs and has a great bond with many of her teachers and fellow students. If any of her teachers were to message her parents about her identity, it could spell out the end to her and so many others in similar situations. One or more occasions, she had self-harmed and even attempted suicide as a result to her family's treatment of her. Outing her would worsen her situation by so much more than any person could ever imagine. Although I am cisgender, I wish I could fix that for her so I wouldn't have to learn all of the painful things that she goes through that I would never be able to handle nor forget. The things that I do not face because I am cisgender. And so, I'm here, coming to speak week after week, hoping for a change because I am truly petrified of how everyone around me is being treated. I'm truly petrified that one day a friend of mine will have their identity outed to their parents and they'll be kicked out, abused, or worse. It's already started to be implemented in schools, and students are already start to fear who they're being open around in class. Passing these policies tells us you stand with those who believe that we are brainwashed, demonic, and that the lives of transgender individuals who already face discrimination and prejudice doesn't matter. It is the responsibility of the board to make the right decision in challenging these misguided beliefs and work towards a more inclusive school system where everyone is valued and respected. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Orion Davis, Bradley Fish, and then Fabrizio Solis.
Good evening, board members. My name is Orion Davis, my pronouns are he, him, and I am a senior at Salem High School. I wish I could fully explain to you how scared I am right now. I wish you could understand how it feels to be in a room full of adults in front of people with power over you that hate you, want to eradicate you, or call you a social contagion, a fascist, and a predator for asking for basic decency. There is nothing quite like the knowledge that strangers, most more than twice your age, are openly able to admit online that they want you dead. I don't want prayers. I don't want to be told you don't hate me. I don't want to be told this is being done out of love. We don't want your cis kids to be trans. We want your trans kids to survive. I want my friends to survive. I want to be treated as equally as all of my cisgender peers. I am incredibly fortunate to be in the position that I'm in and having the support system that I do. My parents are accepting. I've been on testosterone for over 4 months and I just got my name legally changed, but that wasn't always the case for me. In early middle school, I never thought I would come out. I planned to kill myself if my parents ever found out I was trans. Having a safe space at school with friends and teachers I could talk to, people who respected me and addressed me in a way that I was comfortable with, saved my life. If Youngkin's policies had been in place and I was outed before I was ready and knew I was safe, I know that I would have killed myself. I would have been dead at 12 or 13. My mental health has been directly positively impacted by coming to terms with my gender and having people in my life that accept me. It feels like such cruel mockery to be told that school is a safe space where differences are valued, we are open to change, and students are put first, while the safety of students is being put at risk for political gain or in the name of Christianity, which should have no governance in our laws or in public schools. You claim to be looking out for kids, but if the lives of my friends are worth sacrificing for a few petty votes, I don't know if there's any hope left for you. Our lives are not political. We are teenagers, we are students, we are family members, we are friends, we are human, and we aren't going anywhere. We are sick of being held to an unachievable standard, begging for the respect that you refuse to give us. I hope you finally listen to the people most affected by this. I hope you feel the overwhelming fear and the pain that we feel. I hope you realize the gravity of your choices. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bradley Fish, Fabrizio Solis, and then Kiera Butters.
Good evening. It seems that the fighting for me and my friends has fallen on deaf ears. the fighting that began exactly a year ago and has persisted, even if the faces have changed, with a vigorous ferocity. We thought we finally made progress when Owen's resolution passed, but here's the thing about right and wrong. When you do a good deed in the past, that doesn't make up for a negative deed in the present. Policy 5-31 passed, and an effort is now being made to implement what essentially amounts to the main part of Youngkin's model policies that we were very opposed to. I hope you understand the damage you could do. I hope you see how this is not something that can be erased with the writing of a new policy. When students are given the choice that nobody should have to make, to choose between outing themselves to their parents by the hand of this board or to retreating back into their dead names, I hope you know that the damage done will be very quickly apparent. Perhaps not to you, who write the policies of schools that you haven't been students in for years, if ever, but it will be clear for all the students who now have to make a difficult choice, a choice that you did not need to force them to make. The key point of this is if these policies make it to implementation, there is no time to undo the damage, but that window is closing. The governor can rage against the districts that refuse his policies, but he cannot force them onto us. You, however, can, and you will, unless, of course, you give up this choice and decide to stand up for what's right. I look to those who passed this policy and know that a mistake has been made. Chairwoman Riggs, I hope you know that your acceptance of this policy will not be forgotten. Ms. Franklin, likewise. If you had agreed with Ms. Owens, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Martin, then so much could and still can be avoided. To those among the board I have not named yet, even you can make this choice. Anyone can do what's right, no matter how things have been before. And let me be very clear. What has passed through this board is wrong. And if you do not think there will be pushback, then I would like to direct you to the number of school walkouts being planned, and which will be executed on this Friday. Sure, these rallies will be held far away from where this board operates, but that does not mean that they will not have an effect. Word will spread much quicker now, and new groups opposing 5-31 will step into the fray as well. When people are educated on what you are doing here, then you can all expect a few more meetings that stretch into the next day. We will make sure of it. So why not be a bit selfish and get home earlier? No one likes being here, least of all you. We're
30
all tired.
seconds.
We're all tired and we're all cranky. But us students are also younger. And if there's one thing we know how to do, it's how to stay up late.
Our next speaker is Fabrice Solis, Kiera Butters, and then Zero Childress.
Hello, members of the school board. Normally, I try to say good evening when I come to this podium, but this is not a good evening. It's incredibly disappointing to see how this board passed these policies. You've had to have heard the dozens of students who come here every 2 weeks. You even passed a resolution for the sole purpose of affirming them this past June. The only reason you would pass policies that mirror the 2023 model policies is if you place falling in line with the VDOE in higher importance than the well-being of the students in your district. These policies will endanger transgender students, and that is a fact you cannot ignore. It's my understanding that these policies were passed to protect parents' rights, but all these policies do is compromise students' agency in a way that is hardly appropriate for the school to do. Students can and will go by what they want to go by when they're with their friends or classmates, regardless of if these policies ever go into effect. All the policies will do is just ensure that they can't be comfortable around their teachers. To tell students who are old enough to work jobs and pay income taxes that they can only be who they are as long as their parents approve is demeaning and frustrating. Transgender students are deserving of the school board's respect, and this school board has failed to respect them. These policies need to consider the needs of the students first because they affect the students directly. This board had chosen to respect the parent to the student's detriment. I'm not trying to minimize the role of a parent in a student's life, but no matter how much the policies say that they respect and value trans students and their gender identities, they still unnecessarily compromise their safety and well-being. Every single student deserves respect, and it's frustrating to see the board fail to provide a safe space for transgender students, despite relentless criticism and protests levied against policies of this nature since Governor Youngkin first announced the proposed 2022 model policies a year ago. I'm worried about my transgender friends going forward into the future. I've seen them be dead named in public before, and I've seen just how humiliating that could be, how much that could affect a person. When these policies are implemented, trust that so much more of that is going to be happening. Even if it's just once, dead naming a student can still put them in harm's way. Every single person deserves the respect of being addressed the way they want to, and it's not the duty of the school or even the parents to decide the validity of it. They aren't the ones who are referred to by that name. It is unacceptable to systematically mandate that students are to be disrespected and humiliated unless a parent says it's okay for them to be who they are. Please take our words into consideration and adjust Policy 531. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Kiara Butters, Zero Childress, and then Miles Delant.
Throughout my life, I have had struggles coming to terms with being LGBTQ. Ever since I was a little girl, society has forced constructs on how I am to look, dress, act, behave, and love. At the time, I found these ideologies suffocating, restricting every interaction I had with others. I was conditioned to prioritize how I was perceived over how I felt. I'm a cisgendered woman. However, the violence you are enacting affects us all. It affects the young girls like me whose masculine traits are seen as something to report on in fear rather than something we should embrace. It affects the young men who are in fear of being themselves because people like you are too afraid to protect them. And it especially affects those who don't apply themselves to the same outdated structure of gender that was forced upon a society hundreds of years ago. So don't sit up here and pretend that you are here for the students. I originally wrote in my speech that we will continue to come here and speak up until you finally listen. However, I am tired of pretending that you aren't fully aware of the harm you are doing so allow me to restate this. We will not stop until you do your job and protect us. Because of the hatred and the bigotry and the negative stereotypes that have for decades been thrown in my community, I was never proud to identify as LGBTQ. However, no amount of fear or hatred or bigotry has stopped me from speaking how I speak, dressing how I dress, loving who I love, and being who I am. And I can say with confidence that whilst being a part of this group of students speaking here and watching my peers come together to write some of the most eloquent and beautiful speeches I've ever read, I have never been more proud to be a part of this community. We are young and we are passionate. We're driven and intelligent, and that is something that none of you can say. I refuse to let you take away any more of our youth, and I will not stop until all of our voices are heard. Be thankful for our time.
Our next speaker is Zero Childress, Miles Dillahunt, and then Cam Fuchs.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zero Childress, and I am a junior at Kellam High School. I want to start by saying that I'm here to speak not just as a student, but as a human being who's been profoundly affected by these policies. Imagine this: your name, the very essence of your identity, the name you've chosen for yourself, is suddenly subject to a bureaucratic process. A list of names in parent view cross-referenced with what we ask to be called, and if they don't match, if your parents haven't yet made the change, you meet with the counselor and the prospect of parental consent hangs over your head. This goes for pronouns too. This is an intrusion into our lives. One of my teachers was informed of the possibility of these new policies, but she misunderstood, thinking they had already been put into effect. She emailed my mother asking if I could go by my preferred name without consulting me beforehand. Luckily, my parents already know that I go by Zero and don't mind, but what if my parents weren't as accepting as they are? What if I had been forced to revert to a name that doesn't fit who I feel like I am? Think about the countless transgender students who might be outed by this situation, who could face rejection or worse if their families don't support them. This isn't a hypothetical, it will happen. This isn't just a policy, it's a potential life-altering moment for students like me. We're not here to be passive. We're here to be unapologetically emotional because this issue cuts deep into the core of our identities. These policies attempt to erase us, to diminish our existence, and to strip away our identities. This marks my fourth speech on this topic, and each time I pour my heart into it, despite not being as experienced as some of my fellow advocates. The emotional toll is overwhelming, but it pales in comparison to the prospect of losing who we are. Members of the school board, I want you to feel the weight of our pain and frustration. You have the power to change the course of our lives with your decisions. Remember the faces behind these policies. We will not back down, we will not be silenced, and we will not forget this moment. Before I conclude, I want to draw your attention to something you may have noticed tonight. If you look around the room, you'll see that we, the students, are wearing black attire. This isn't just a fashion choice, it's a symbol.
30
wear
seconds.
black to mourn the ongoing deaths of our identities, casualties of policies such as these. This is a reminder that these policies don't just exist on paper. They have real, deeply personal consequences for each of us. The weight of our collective grief should not be taken lightly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miles Dillahunt, Cam Fuchs, and Ava Jackson.
Hello, my name is Miles. I am 16 years old, and today I am speaking on this board's proposed policies regarding the treatment of transgender students. I want you all to look at me and to hear me when I speak. I feel disappointed. Last time I spoke, I provided the suicide rates and statistics on violence against trans youth. My peers have been attending and speaking for months, providing more statistics, proving these policies would be detrimental, and evidently, it fell on deaf ears. That fills me with despair. The school board should protect our students and faculty, and the majority of you have failed us. The fact that we told you numerous times what will happen if these policies are implemented, that students could be killed or harmed by unsupportive families, and you still chose to vote the way that you did is appalling. The fact that these policies are being enacted when students can get hurt as a result is disgusting. The fact that you let religion, bigotry, and politics lead to the harm of our students is disgraceful. The fact that most teachers and faculty in our schools aren't consulted in policies that they will have to enforce is ridiculous. You are to represent the teachers, faculty, students, and staff thinking about what's best for us and what schools need to operate smoothly. This was not executed here. Does it not make you sad that these policies will inevitably hurt students? Does it not make you embarrassed that you are actively hurting your students and faculty when it's your job to ensure that this won't happen? Parents should be involved in their children's lives. No one is arguing against that. But that only stops in the parking lot if parents choose to stop it in the parking lot. It should not be the school's responsibility to out students to their families. Nicknames shouldn't even be the priority when violence in schools is rapidly increasing. Why would you vote to add more of a workload to teachers that are already overworked, to schools that are already understaffed? There is a nationwide teacher shortage. We feel it when we enter the building. Student participation has drastically decreased over the years, and you adopt a policy that will make it worse, that will make students participate less. Depression is at an all-time high in teens. So is the suicide rate. It's going up.
30 seconds.
The audience can attest to that. And what's most frustrating is that we can all see how devastating this is, but you're still acting like there's nothing wrong with these policies. It is not too late to do the right thing. The very least you could do is make sure you're not outing students and creating a situation where they could be harmed. Hear me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cam Fuchs, Ava Jackson, and Elijah Stoltz.
Good afternoon. My name is Cam Fuchs, and I'm a freshman at Kellam High School. Since we were in kindergarten, it's been drilled into our heads to embrace each other's differences, whether that be skin color, race, religion, gender identity, or sex. Something you also preach to us in school is that school is a safe place for everyone, and I'm calling those out for being pure nonsense, because if school is a safe place, why can't my brother come to school and be called his preferred name and his preferred pronouns? If you want us to embrace each other's differences, why do you want to isolate those kids who are different? Why do you want to take away that one safe place they might have where they can be called the name they want to be called and use the pronouns they want to use, where they can identify as the person they want to be? You tell us that everyone's different and we shouldn't treat each other with disrespect because they are. You tell us, you turn our backs on us and get mad at us when we are different. You say things like, you're a girl and you'll always be one, so stop acting like you're not. You're a boy, what are you doing? You aren't a girl, stop dressing like one. You're shaming those kids for just being themselves. Do you know what these policies encourage at their schools? Do you? Because I do. I've experienced it firsthand. I know that these policies make people think that it's okay to treat people with disrespect because they're different, that it's okay to look down upon your peers because they identify with the gender that they weren't born as. You can deny this and say it's not happening, but that won't change the fact that it is happening. I mean, I've been called several different slurs. I've been harassed just for being me. What makes it worse is that I know countless other kids who have had those same experiences. It's exhausting knowing that no matter what we say or do, no matter how clear we are that we don't want these policies in our schools, that they will only severe to hurt our fellow students. They're put into place with little attention. These policies that require students to be outed to their parents, that have spoken out against by dozens of students at these meetings, and yet our biggest and most noteworthy criticism of them has gone completely unacknowledged, which is wrong for so many reasons. Once again, by putting these policies into place, you will be outing kids to their parents and making school another place where they aren't welcomed. Thank you for hearing us out and addressing this with an open mind.
Our next speaker is Ava Jackson, Elijah Stoltz, and then Haley Dorr. Ava Jackson? Okay. Elijah Stoltz?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elijah Stoltz. I'm a junior at Kellum and a member of the LGBTQ community. I want to start off this speech with a little perspective. Have you ever told a friend a secret, just to have them turn around and tell other people? It's a pretty universal experience, and might I say, not a fun one. Do you remember that sense of betrayal and bitterness towards that friend? Well, that is how me and countless other VBCPS students felt earlier this month when the new rules were put into effect. I personally have been struggling with my identity since I was 12 and didn't find a proper title for how I felt until a couple months ago. It was a rough period of my life, and my academics reflected it, constantly fluctuating between failing and barely passing classes. Flash forward to today, where I'm taking 7 APs and haven't dropped below an A. This change was only possible because I had found an environment where I could truly be myself, an environment built off of trust and security. I use the word had because I no longer see that environment. No, all I see is a system that would rather appease a few hateful tax players than fulfill the purpose of its existence in the first place. Because let me remind you, in case you've forgotten, but schools exist to serve 2 primary functions: to educate the next generation and to help prepare students for life after school. And I must be blind because I fail to see how outing students helps accomplish either of these 2 goals. The way I see it, the only thing it does is put students in potential danger and lead to student distrust of school. Because how am I expected to trust the school with anything if they can't even be trusted to know my pronouns or a preferred name? Under your core values, you claim to put students first. Well, tell me, what about these new rules is putting students first? Can any of you look me in the eye and honestly tell me that you were putting students first when you allowed these rules to be put into effect? I'm asking that tonight. You put students first, like you claim to do, and listen to what we have to say. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Haley Dorr, Red O'Brien, and Mick DeWitt.
Hi, my name is Haley Dorr, and I'm a sophomore at Kellum High School. I was born with a birth defect that affects my face and how I look, how I talk, and sometimes how I sound. From the end of elementary school through the entirety of middle school, I was made fun of relentlessly because of something I can't control. And I bet everyone in this room has experienced hate some point in their life. And speaking from experience, I know what it feels like to feel self-doubt and confusion, and it does not feel good. And you're probably wondering what this has to do with the model policies. And all the things I talked about, self-hate, bullying, confusion, and ridicule, are all things trans students get the joy of experiencing just because they're different. But why do we hate? I mean, just today I was called a slur because I was looking at someone weird. Hate is something we get to know very well as a child, whether it's from your parents fighting, violent TV shows, or even just talking to other children. We're conditioned at a very young age to look at people that are different from us, whether it's to hate them and call them weird, or to look at them and accept them and embrace their differences. Now, I hope that you've experienced even just the tiniest bit of empathy listening to everyone who's spoken so far. You don't need to be trans to understand why they would want to keep their identity private, or why they would be scared to come out due to a very real fear of abuse and judgment from their family. I've only spoken at a few meetings because I've never had much confidence in my speech writing abilities, but I've had my peers speak at these meetings for months on end, begging the board to reject policies that we know will only bring harm to transgender students. Despite that, this board seems determined to move forward with the outing of students to their families. Self-hate, bullying, confusion, ridicule, everything I mentioned earlier, those won't go away. Those are problems the trans community that they face every day, and these policies assure them that they don't matter, that what they are is irrelevant. We always try to present ourselves professionally, even though it's terrifying to come up here and speak to so many people in hopes that what we have to say will help to influence the decisions that you make. If you continue as you have, you will show us that you haven't been listening, and we won't forget
30
that.
seconds.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Red O'Brien, Mick DeWitt, and Hannah Tazak.
Do you remember being a kid? A teenager like me? Do you remember when you finally started discovering who you are, making real friends for the first time, deciding what you want for the first time, realizing you can choose how to live your life for the first time? My name is Red O'Brien, and I'm a junior at Kellam High School. Like any other high schooler, I worry about homework and grades. I'm applying for a job right now. I'm enjoying the freedom of driving. I got my license just last month. My favorite part of the day is getting home because my cat runs to greet me at the door. The point is, I'm a high schooler. I and all the other kids here with me today are just that. We're kids. Aren't we meant to be new to the world? Aren't we meant to be figuring things out? Aren't our families and our teachers and other mature figures in our lives meant to love who we are, even if that changes every day? But even though we live in the same world, I can't be like you. Why? Because I'm different? Because I'm transgender, non-binary, queer? I cannot live. I cannot have a childhood like you could. I'm no longer a real living person. All I am is a buzzword, a political stance, a power play to be used in politics. I don't want to make a statement just by walking into a room. I don't want to be a part of anyone's political agenda. I just want to be a kid. But this isn't just about me. It's not just about the thousands like me who are directly affected by these model policies. This is also about those who are indirectly affected, those who may not feel the impact but will suffer for it nevertheless. Cisgender students in schools will be taught to see their transgender students as lesser. They will see trans students jumping through hoops just to get their name used in class and think that trans suffering is justified. They will think that harassing, bullying, and assaulting trans students, fellow children, is justified. The condoning of this behavior will not stop at transgender students. If we, as Americans, allow for actions like these to fester, then we are endangering all children. Some parents do not consider themselves affected by these model policies. But even if you do not have a transgender student at home, you will feel the impact. Your children, including your cisgender children, will be harmed by this decision. All I ask is that you let us be kids, all of us. That you let me
30
live.
seconds.
Let me live like I'm a person. Let me live like I'm any other teenager, because that's what I am, just a teenager. Don't make me a statistic on your roster. And when your hatred keeps me from happiness, don't make me a guiltiness on your conscience. Let me live. Let me be more than an accessory to your life. Let me make my choices. Let me make my mistakes. Let me pick myself up when I fall down. Let me be a kid. Let me live. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Mick DeWitt, Hannah Tazak, and then Chloe Shareblis.
Hello, members of the school board. My name is Mick DeWitt, and I'm a junior at Kellam High School. In past meetings, we have come up and told this board the harm that these policies can bring, but it doesn't seem to really be clear to you, so let me highlight some of that for you. You talk about how your school has a no bullying policy and how you're a loving community, but what about the 87% of LGBT students that have reported harassment by students and teachers? I've heard people say that school is like someone's second home, but what about the 60% of students that have to stay at their home in fear of harm from other students, or the 74% of trans students that have experienced sexual assault because of what they identify as? We talk about how parents would want to know everything pertaining to their child, but why? So they can contribute to the 34% of LGBT youth that suffer abuse from parents, or the 30% that are forced into homelessness, so that we can add to the 45% of transgender students that have considered or attempted suicide, including myself. that being said, I ask for a second that you think about that fact that these kids are already 4 times more likely to commit suicide and how these statistics will rise exponentially if these policies are adopted. Students that are already vulnerable and struggling are only going to get targeted further by these policies. Think about what's more important, the lives of our students or them asking their parents for permission to go by a different name. The death that will be caused by you or the fact that someone wants to go by Jane instead of Jonathan or Cade instead of Caitlin. Should we teach the youth that no one can be trusted, or should we let schools stay the safe space it was originally meant to be? It's not the school's place to out students to their parents, especially if it is with no concern with how it might affect them or violate their privacy. We aren't asking to indoctrinate your kids or to force anything onto them. All we ask is that even for a second, you consider the fact that we are still living, breathing people. We are more than children of our parents, and if you pass these policies, that will change for a lot of us. What we choose to be might be against your beliefs, but we are still people that deserve to have basic respect, privacy, and a chance to live. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hannah Tazak, Chloe Sharebles, and then Lucas Tyree Herman.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Tazak, and I'm a senior in the IB program at Princess Anne High School. Before we let the adults who do not even step foot into schools degrade us with disgusting insults and state that we are not taxpayers and thus do not deserve an opinion, like they forget that many high schoolers, like me, do have jobs and pay taxes. Additionally, I know where I want to go to college. I know where I want to get my bachelor's degree. I know where I want to get my master's degree. I know what I want to do with my life, which is more than some adults that live in this state. But I would like to show the perspective that truly matters, the students that you have sworn to protect by entering office. We have been begging you to not let transphobic policies into our schools for months, and for good reason. It's not because we have too much time on our hands or because we are rebellious teenagers seeking attendance, like some choose to believe. We want to protect our peers. I have been asked numerous times, why do you keep fighting against policies that will not affect you? Even if I am a cisgender female, these policies will affect me. What kind of person am I to not care about discriminatory actions geared directly towards my friends? I may be an extremely empathetic individual, but I believe it is basic human decency to not target students that are already struggling. We are waiting for the day where you will stand up for basic human rights and respect for students that are not able to express their opinions through voting. I stand here and argue for an effort to make my community better, to help those around me to be more accepted and welcome anywhere. The first place where individuals should feel accepted is school. Some students in schools already aggressively act towards transgender individuals. At Kellam, as you all know, a poster in the support of the LGBTQ+ community was torn in half right down the middle. Think about the violence you may instill if you show students that discrimination is okay. Students in my advisory class were tasked to come up with a 3-word mantra that would inspire the rest of the school year. Most people in the class started chanting, "Bring bullying back," laughing and yelling, "Bring bullying back." Even if it's just a joke, what message will they take from your enablation? Think about the violence you are allowing to come back into our schools. These policies are a deep betrayal of students this board promised to protect and will enable violence and bullying within our schools. I hope that re-election and pleasing your voters is worth it all.
30 seconds. Our next speaker is Chloe Sharebles, Lucas Tyree Herman, and Rose Duchette.
Hello, my name is Chloe Schreibus, and I'll be reading a testimony by a fellow student. Before I went by Robin, I used 2 different names, which I will not be disclosing for safety purposes. The first name was my dead name, which I used for 12 years, and the second one was used for a couple of months before I finally settled on Robin. My family, friends, and teachers have been calling me Robin for 3 years now. Changing my name was an important part of discovering my identity for me. It helped me explore my relationship with gender, and I feel that if I didn't have that opportunity, I'm not sure that I would still be alive today. My parents are divorced, and I believe this raises an important question. If schools have to tell parents when children have changed their name and pronouns, which parent do they call? I have never had a teacher that fully understood my relationship with my parents, and only a few have tried. If my 8th grade math teacher, who knew absolutely nothing about me, had reported my name change, what would have happened? Thankfully, very little would have happened in my case, but for many of my friends, this would have resulted in abuse, disowning, or suicide. In 7th grade, I changed my name a second time. I told my teachers and friends first because I was scared to tell my parents. I was scared of what they would say. Would this just reaffirm their suspicions that my gender identity is just a phase? Would they go back to calling me by my dead name? I knew that my teachers and friends would support me, so I asked them to call me Robin. I would have eventually told my parents once I was sure that this was the name I wanted, but I didn't get the chance. I'm not completely sure how, but my dad and stepmom found out that I had changed my name again, and they were enraged. They began calling me by my dead name again, and only stopped because my siblings called me Robin. When my dad and stepmom found out about my name change, they said a lot of hurtful things to me. I was crying on the floor of the hallway when my younger brother came up to me. He was only 9 at the time. He said, "What do you want to be called?" That single sentence meant the world to me. I felt so seen in that moment, and I still think about it when it feels like none of it matters. If a 9-year-old can show that kindness, then I hope that school faculty members can do the same. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Lucas Tyree Herman, Rose Duchette, and Blake Holiday Underwood.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Lucas Tyree Herman, and I am a junior attending Kellam High School. Last meeting, I had opened up about my personal life involving my trans sister, Rachel. She is one of the biggest role models for me and is the whole reason I am not only in the place I am, but the reason I am fighting for what I believe in. That's why I'm here again to speak to you about the new policies you have put in place. I have several family members who are part of the LGBTQ community and who have gone through our own adversity, and we can all advocate that these policies will not do any good to implement. My eldest sister is a Title I special education teacher. She works tirelessly day in and day out to ensure that the kids she knows don't have a safe home can at least have a safe home at school. My sister has openly spoken about the worry with this policy and how it would affect the kids that don't have safe homes, like the kids she teaches. My sister worries that now, by forcibly outing students, we put them in harm's way and we can harm kids indirectly. This policy fosters an environment of fear, where kids are afraid to be open about who they are, even if most homes are accepting and reassuring. This doesn't change that these policies in and of themselves create a school environment where students can't trust their teachers. I've been learning in AP Environmental Science that just by saying that someone would have done it does not clear up any of the problems or excuse any of the problems that you create. I learned this with the Lorax, who seems to be teaching a lot better than any of you do. No matter what you say, all you're going to do is end up with scared kids and a non-beneficial policy. I worry for the school system and what this policy will lead to, and what other policies that will be passed that could affect other groups, like students with autism or mental disorders. I want to see the best for the school system, and I think outing students whose existence was never problematic isn't going to help us make progress, but only help us regress to a lower point. I hope you can look more into the issues with this policies and the kids it affects, and not just the words on a piece of paper, although the policy claims that the way the trans students to be invited and respected and accepted into our public schools, because that doesn't happen, and we all know that doesn't happen. We are people that have lives and feelings. We are not just some number on a piece of paper that you can look down at your desk for. We have feelings. We are people. I hope that you can look at these policies and you can look to refer them or change them or do anything with them to make it a more supportive and inclusive environment. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Rose Duchette, Blake Holiday Underwood, and Kylene Bond.
My name is Rose Duchette, and if it's the name that you are legally required to go by, then I expect it to be pronounced correctly. I am a senior at Floyd E. Kellam High School. Every 45 seconds, a queer youth in the United States tries to kill themselves. Why? Because we are abused. We are bullied, we are mocked, we are spat at, and we are called words that should never be said to another person. We are beaten and we are killed. Every day, we wake up to the next article or newsflash or social media video of horrible, graphic, uncensored violence being laughed at online. In this room, by adults with my best interests in mind, I have been openly degraded for over a year. It has been too long, and I am too tired. I am tired of being here begging for just an inch in a direction other than unfettered hatred and violence. I am tired of having to be respectable and well-groomed and perfect and logical to command even a millimeter of the space I am allotted. There is no logic to suicide. If it was logical, then it would not be happening. Do you want facts? The facts are that 86% of transgender youth are suicidal and 56% have tried to kill themselves. There is no available statistic for the number that successfully kill themselves. It is untrackable because dead people can't fill out a survey every 45 seconds. I am sick of having to write like a lawyer every 2 weeks to keep my friends from being put out on the streets or killed. I am exhausted. I have college applications. I have 3 club officer positions. I'm in an honor society and student director choir. I have to memorize 12 different pieces of media by November 1st so that I can escape to college in a state that isn't actively trying to kill me, where my status as a life that is deserving has never been in question. Every 45 seconds. You are complicit in the frightened, lonely deaths of students under your care. You sit in a position of privilege and power over us and make an active choice to take the knife and cut further. You hold it in your hands, and instead of dropping it to the ground and taking an imperiled student's arm and telling them that they are safe and they are heard and they are cared for, you hand it back to them and say, your death means nothing to me. You are a statistic that I will ignore. Your best friend is a statistic that I will ignore. The girl in your math class with the color-coded notes is a statistic that I will ignore. The boy who eats lunch at the table next to yours and trades chips for your candy bar is a statistic that I will ignore. Every 45 seconds, people are dying because they are being beaten by their parents and turned out on the street. They are horrifically abused by the people who brought them into this world and promised to love them and to provide for them, because the foundation of society is hatred and cruelty for what one does not understand. 73% of transgender people are psychologically abused at home. 40% are physically abused. 19% are sexually abused. You don't get to pretend that it doesn't overwhelmingly happen just because it is inconvenient for a pretended narrative of parents' rights. Every 45 seconds. You are complicit. You do not get to look the other way when you have promised to protect and value the students under your jurisdiction. I don't care how much or how little you actually care about us. It is your responsibility as a person in control of a mandatory aspect of our lives to protect.
And that is time.
If you cannot do so, then
And that is time.
you sit
Our next speaker is Blake Holiday Underwood, Kylene Bond, and Jay Cook. Blake Underwood, Kylene Bond.
Good evening. My name is Kylene Bond, and I am a senior at Kellam High School. And unfortunately, I am back again for who knows how many times at this point. It's honestly a disgrace that in the 21st century, when we should be striving for inclusivity, equality, and acceptance, we're failing our transgender students in such a profound manner. My peers and I were shocked to hear the changes on Policy 5-31. Many of us cried and were filled with anger and grief. There was no chance for us to even have a public comment, no chance for us to even try and be heard by you. What the board has to realize, though, is that we're not just some kids. We're real individuals capable of upholding ourselves. We can feed ourselves and clothe ourselves. We can even pay taxes. We are more than capable of knowing how we choose to identify and being able to stand up for that belief. Our educational institutions are meant to be a place of learning, growth, and inclusivity. Unfortunately, not all students will get to experience this inclusivity, particularly transgender children, who will be forced to face unique challenges set by you. It is your responsibility to ensure that every child, regardless of their gendered identity, feels safe, supported, and valued in our schools. Transgender students should not have to battle their own schools for the rights to exist and thrive. They should not have the fear of the hostile environments that often greet them when they walk through those doors. And yet, every day, countless transgender students face discrimination, harassment, and exclusion that sends a chilling message that they don't belong here. It is awful that we are forcing teachers to be put into a place to purposefully misgender a student, to call them by a name or a pronoun that does not reflect their true identity. This not only creates a hostile environment, but also perpetuates the harmful stereotype that being transgender is something to be ashamed of or ridiculed for. The mental and emotional toll this transphobia takes on our transgender youth is incalculable. It leads to anxiety, depression, and even suicidal thoughts, all which are entirely preventable if we as a society were to stand up and demand change. It's an indictment of our school systems that so many transgender students suffer in silence, feeling isolated and rejected. It's not too late to make a change. We're all here, and we're waiting for you guys to make a change in our lives. We're pulling together the time, even though we are beyond stressed.
30 seconds.
So many of us are filling out college applications. So many of us here are part of so many clubs. And yet we are here giving you our time. And we are just asking for you to give the same respect, to at least value the time we give you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Cook.
Kathleen Brown, David Culpepper, Michael Callan, Carolyn Weems, Jennifer Franklin, Trinace Riggs. I suppose from some of you this wasn't entirely unexpected, but really, myself and 13 other students walked into this auditorium 2 weeks ago under the impression that policies 5-7 and 531 were on information. 2 days later, we found out that they were not only discussed, but altered and voted on. A vote completely devoid of any opportunity for public comment, a vote on something that we have been speaking out against for a year. A year, and what do we get? Nothing. Not even a final chance to change our mind. A vote that's pushed everything forward. You might be asking yourselves, well, all is about to be done, so why are you still here? I'll answer that for you now. We are here because we will not let anyone rob us of our voice. Because we will not sit still in the face of a civil threat. We will stand. We will rally. We will protest. We will cry freedom in the streets until it is ours. We've been courteous. We've been polite and professional to get you to listen to us the same way you listen to the adults in this room and in this city. We've played nice, and we're done. We've told you over and over that this will only do harm to kids. Kids will die, kids will suffer, but know that kids will also rise to the occasion. And in the end, you will be the ones that take the blame for the pain you've set to cause. We have a voice. We have autonomy. We have power, and we will not let that be snatched out from under our chairs. One of the adult speakers at last meeting said that the world may not remember him, but you will. You'll remember us too. Because we won't let it slip your mind for even a second. When you think of this school board, this room, this city, you'll think of the kids who sat in shock and in tears in their rooms 2 weeks ago when they heard what you've done. How you looked at them and listened for a year and only took a sliver of it to heart. 7 months ago, on February 14th, I stood here for the very first time and asked you what kind of world you wanted to build. I see now. In this game, you've dropped the match.
30 seconds.
You've set the field on fire. So let's burn.
That was our last student speaker. Our next speakers will be Matthew Cody Connor, Faustinio Cavoga, and Marie Dottino.
Well, it's been quite the theater. The school board playing the part of Pontius Pilate, pandering to the Pharisees, thinking you can wash your hands of the responsibility for the tragedy that follows. And now tonight you'll vote on regulations that are consistent with Governor Youngkin's discriminatory model school policies. But the damage was already done at the last school board meeting when you voted to amend a policy now requiring written parental consent to acknowledge the existence of a trans student in your schools. You eliminated schools as a safe space for those kids. You made them an environment of mistrust and discrimination, of forced outing and forced hiding. That's the message you sent them. Hide, because you're not safe here. Hide, because we will not protect you. Hide, because if we see you, we will expose you to the gauntlet of abuse and homelessness we know awaits you. And whether or not you survive is not our concern. I had to tell my child that while she has loving parents that will support her and do everything they can to mitigate the impact this has on her, that it'll still result in her being treated differently in schools. You know what she said? She said, "Dad, it doesn't bother me that much when somebody misgenders me. But it makes me feel sad inside to think that so many people seem to not want me to exist." You know, when I heard that, it made me hope. It made me hope that the hell some of you believe in is real, and that you did get to go there for making my child and these other kids feel like that, for the irreparable harm that you were going to cause them. And we're not going anywhere, because it's not just about you and changing your minds. It's about letting my kids know that somebody is never going to give up on them. It's about letting all these other kids know that somebody is never going to give up on them, that no matter what you do, somebody believes in them.
30 seconds. Our next speaker is Faustina Cavoga, Maria Dottino, and Mara Engelbert.
Good evening. I'm Faustino, a freshman at Regent University. I'm speaking in strong support of the 2023 model policies. I would like to begin by thanking the school board for being true to their word and resolving to create regulations in compliance with the 2023 model policies. The regulations proposed yesterday and up for a vote today will put a stop to the grooming of children into the LGBTQ without parental consent. I would like to encourage the school board to accept the VBCPS recommendation of regulations in Section D as is. I say this because the Supreme Court of the United States and the Supreme Court of Virginia have consistently upheld the rights of the religious liberty of evangelical Christians, specifically the religious freedom not to affirm LGBT identity. For proof, I refer you to Graf v. DeJoy, the 2023 Christian web designer case, and the 2021 Virginia religious gym teacher case. That being said, if any school board members wish to further protect religious liberty in Section D6 of the recommended regulations, I welcome that. I would like to end there. However, the VBCPS recommended regulations have a major flaw because they don't protect women's sports or women's privacy. I applaud the administration for their hard work on these policies. However, there will be many speakers tonight in support of the model policies, and what we've all been asking for, in addition to protecting parents' rights, is also protecting women's rights. And I think that that is key. So how this can be fixed is by striking the words "or gender identity" as noted in the students' official records from sections G2 and G6, and by striking the words "designated in the student's official record" from section H. 3 simple amendments. In other words, instead of forcing girls to stand in line for single-use bathrooms while men are allowed in women's bathrooms, allow girls to be safe in their public bathrooms, locker rooms, and sleeping areas, and allow trans men to use single-use facilities. This is common sense and just so much more workable. When you promised that we would do the 2023 model policies, this was a part of it. I just want to say quickly that
30 seconds.
the school board made promises, and I will just be quoting those. On August 22nd, 2023, quote, "I really would like to find a way for us to implement the 2023 model policies. I think it is important that we look at all aspects of trying to be in compliance, and I really took into account the comments that were made by the speakers tonight, and I appreciate them coming forward." So I could read more, but I'm out of time. But you promised us that you would do the 2023 model policies, and I trust
And that is time. Our next speaker is Marie Dottino, Mara Engelbert, and Noah Moreland.
Good evening, school board. My name is Marie Dottino.
Excuse me, can you please put this microphone close to your, so we can hear you? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marie Dottino. Excuse me. I'm not a very important person or known. However, I am a great-grandparent of 4 children attending school in Virginia. I would like to state my case for the interest and care of what is happening in the school and to our children. My children are out of school and having children of their own. Although it is true that I personally don't have my own children in school, let it be known that grandparents and great-grandparents are usually more intense in caring of their grandchildren. We're making our stand to the School Board of Virginia Beach that we will not be discounted when it comes to our children, which includes our grandchildren. Standing up for our children, our family, our rights, and our country is the American way, and we will not be blinded by any groups. For the record, I'm sure if given the opportunity to have a say, Governor Youngkin's policies would prevail for all of us. The proposals were well put together and thankfully were accepted for addition. Finally, I believe all children deserve integrity and respect. They also deserve the routine and discipline that comes with working toward an academic future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mara Engelbert, Noah Moreland, and then Darrell Clark.
Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 say, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. Think about him in all your ways and he will guide you down the path that is right." I stand here in a room filled with people who put their identity in the unsteady foundation that is the world. A world that is corrupted by pornography, lust, sex, and sin, all rooted in the ideology and the lie that says, do what feels good to you in the moment and do not worry about the life-changing consequences later on in life. As parents and adults, children look to us to set boundaries, rules, and limits based on experience and wisdom. It took me many years to realize that the older I get, the smarter my parents become. Because that is because they raised me with tough love and the knowledge that I was not ready to make life-changing decisions on my own as a teenager in high school. So why is it here at a school board meeting of all places that so many are willing to tear their children's last moments of freedom and innocence by telling them that this gender will complete you, or this drug will take away the pain of isolation because social media says that they do not belong? Why is it that adults can target children on social media, but when a parent steps in to defend their child, it becomes a talking point of hate and discrimination? Many in this room will not agree with what I just said. In fact, I'm sure many stopped listening the second I said Proverbs. I hope that the people who did stop and listen realize that this school is not a place to have this conversation. Students should not be making these life-altering, irreversible decisions. Parents should have the say and the voice in the matters to guide their children away from relying on their own understanding, the understanding that is twisted by social media and self-gratification. So school board, when it comes down to it, because it hasn't come down to the vote yet, I pray and I believe that you will be brave enough to work with the parents and stand for truth. Vote to protect these students and their innocence from the world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noah Moreland, Darrell Clark, and David Cutchins.
Ask any one of the dozens of people who speak here today, and I can guarantee you they'll tell you, yes, there is a difference between right and wrong, but also many might tell you that they get their sense of morality from the world, their friends, or their family, that morality is not defined by religion, and thus has no place here among these discussions. What they're talking about is cultural and moral relativism, an increasingly prevalent thought process that tries to say that which is right and wrong is whatever the culture or person practices as such. But all of our political ideas rest on ideas of applied morality, and applied morality rests on the basis of epistemology, which is how we can know anything at all. And epistemology rests on the basis of anthropology, which is the question of what is human nature, what is human to know even anything. And anthropology rests on the basis of ontology, which asks the question, what does it mean to be? And ontology rests on the basis of theology, which is what is the fundament of reality? What is the nature of God and religion? The very foundation of morality originates from a study of religion. Religion exists even in your own arguments against it. According to Thomas Aquinas, a theologian of the 13th century, human beings have an innate habit whereby they reason according to what he calls first principles. First principles are fundamental to all inquiry. These principles are indemonstrable in the sense that we do not acquire them from some prior demonstration. They are not facts at which we arrive by means of argument or reasoning. They are the principles from which all reasoning proceeds. And while we do not derive from them some prior set of facts, a moment's reflection would show that they nevertheless provide the conditions for intelligible inquiry. In short, human reasoning does not establish the truth of first principle, it depends on them. Human actions are governed by a general precept that is foundational to and necessary for all practical reasoning. Good is to be done and evil is to be avoided. The principle is not something we can ignore or defy, nor is it given to us by our fellow humans. It's embedded in us from the moment we are created in our mother's womb by someone far above us in authority. One of these principles I think we can all agree on is that children, some of our most vulnerable members of society, must be protected from dangers they cannot yet understand and also do not have the experience to comprehend the far-reaching consequences of. It is not something we need to be told, it is a first principle, and our reasoning on the decisions made here today depends on this fact. Cultural relativism is wrong because no culture, not ours, not those past, nor those to come, has ever held that everything people do is accepted or tolerated, to allow everything
30
would devolve
seconds.
society at the seams. And convincing children they are not who they are and allowing them to cause irreparable damage to their bodies without even stopping and saying, you know what, maybe this isn't a good idea, is in contradiction with those first principles. Youngkin's model policies follow this moral first principle, and to be honest, the changes you are voting on tonight don't go as far as they need to. Perhaps it's time we start listening to that moral consciousness of ours. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darrell Clark, David Cutchins, and Rachel Joyner.
My name is Darrell Clark. I'm a cisgender black male. I'm not a student, I'm not a parent, but I support these kids because they are community members. They're not just students, and I reckon y'all forgot about that. Now, given these policies define trans students as an eligible student with parental permission and legal documentation, an entire process that forcibly outs that student to their parents in order to be seen for who they are, makes it discriminatory, being that it violates safety, security, and privacy, and is a human rights violation. A trans student is a student that is transgender. It's that simple. Let them live unbothered. Non-binary students who use they, them pronouns, let them all live unbothered. How are they harming y'all's lives so badly that y'all are willing to make their lives so hellish to the point that y'all are actively seeking to violate their human rights? Yes, they have those. Parents don't got the right nor the power to decide whether or not their child is trans, non-binary, or queer in any way because they were born that way, just as the good Lord intended in his image, and no amount of your forced so-called Christian values reeking of rotten American fascism will ever rid them of it. These kids' lives are in danger. Their friends' lives are in danger, especially the black and brown ones. And y'all would rather be swayed by historically fascist lies and propaganda under the guise of good American conservative values and Christianity than protect these kids, and that is vile. Reject these model policies or amend them to properly provide the protections they've been demanding. Now, board members endorsed by Students First of Virginia and your Family Policy Alliance, little lobbyist friends, and their little crony affiliates under the Focus on the Family umbrella, there's some weird breaching of church and state going on there, especially with the FPA's little school board academy, but we'll sort that out some other time. Now, in early May of 1933, a health clinic in Germany called the Institute of Sexology, that was a safe space for the LGBTQ community, was raided by Nazis. And all the books, diagrams for procedures for transgender people, and queer literature were removed and burned, considered intellectual garbage of the past. Y'all have already done part of that in 2023. This is happening all over the country. The governor and those who support these model policies want to eradicate these kids from society, and approving of these policies will aid in that. But we will not let that happen. Whatever it takes, we will stop you.
Our next speaker is David Cutchins, Rachel Joyner, and then Brenda Pence.
Good evening again, board members. I am David Cutchins. Over these past 2 weeks, I've been reading your proposed revisions to policies and regulations related to transgender students and have listened to your workshop debates around them. As I have done so, I have found that I couldn't help but hear an echo of these words of Sir Walter Scott. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. In your apparent effort to find a compromise path between complying with the 2023 model policies and appeasing your gender ideology constituency, you have spun a web of confusing and likely ineffective directions that do neither. I intended to cite some specific examples of how inconsistent and contrary to the model policies your proposals are, But then I found that the lawsuit which has been filed against you in this regard does a remarkably thorough job of documenting these issues, so I won't belabor my comments with those well-documented discrepancies. You are repeating the ages-old mistake of failing to see that there is no successful compromise between truth and lies, light and darkness, heroes and villains. You've spent hours and hours debating the use of words like may versus will and reasonable. Never mind defining what the words parent and child mean. In the meantime, your current expense structure is unsustainable. We'll hear a report later tonight on your finances. Your results, as represented by your SL test scores, continue to be subpar at best, and your enrollment continues to decline. Where is the leadership in Virginia Beach Public Schools? During yesterday's workshop review of these recommendations, Mrs. Anderson cited the concept of the will of the board as a call for all board members to unite around what had already, in her view, been predetermined. Like some ruling pharaoh, her view seems to be one of, so it is written, so it shall be done. But tonight, I'm invoking the spirit of the shame of the board. If you pass this list of flawed and compromised rules, you do so to the shame of the entire board. The Virginia Beach community is waiting to find out who you decide to be tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Joyner, Brenda Pence, and then Richard Pickens.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rachel Joyner. I'm 23 years old. My pronouns are she, her, and I graduated class of 2018 from Granby High School in Norfolk, Virginia. I stand before you once again to express my utmost disappointment in your decision regarding Youngkin's 2023 model policies. At the last school board meeting, I had presented the fear that I experienced as a transgender student, which was remedied by the love and support I had received at school from my teachers and peers. Tonight, I'd like to address the most important kind of fear in this battle, the fear held by those in support of the 2023 model policies that will strip away the rights of our youth. And I hope that my words tonight may remedy these fears. A recurring argument I have come to recognize is the fear that all transgender kids will be given hormones and or puberty blockers that are unsafe and harmful to children, and I assure that this statement is simply not true. Statistics from the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey show that the percentage of transgender people who have received puberty blockers between the ages of 9 and 16 is less than 1%, 0.3% to be precise. In addition, only 16.9% of survey respondents reported that they had ever wanted pubertal suppression. During my time in high school, I would have been considered part of the 83.1% of transgender people that did not wish for pubertal suppression, as this was not required for me to receive basic respect and validation from my peers. Another fear that continues to resurface is of a notion that the existence of transgender people is some kind of trend or fad. When we look back in our history, we do not consider it a trend that many stood together to demand women have the unalienable right to vote 100 years ago. We do not consider it a trend that many stood together to demand the removal of laws and statutes that discriminated against people of color during the civil rights movement that occurred 60 to 70 years ago. When faced with any form of discrimination, it is our unalienable right as people to fight back for equality for everyone, especially for a group of people who have seen very little positive representation until recent years. It does not take much consideration to realize that with more positivity and acceptance, people will feel more comfortable to live freely, be more open in society, and finally live the fullest lives that they deserve. It is not a trend that more and more transgender people like myself are becoming more visible, but simply the result of being given the proper love and respect that we deserve. Fear can be weaponized against others, even behind a facade of love. If you claim to love someone but believe they must conform to your image, that is not love. Fear causes others to not recognize positive change and leads to negative action, and it is important to recognize when such action is occurring.
30 seconds.
Transgender people deserve unalienable rights and protections just like any other persons in any and every place, including our schools. I urge all of you to reconsider your decision for the safety of all of the students of Virginia Beach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Pence, Richard Pickens, and Abby Sastar. Brenda Pence, Richard Pickens,
Good evening. They say that elections have consequences. That's what you always hear from the opposing side when they have a win. But it seems that when what I consider to be my side wins, we're told, well, elections have consequences, but not this time. And I really do believe they do have consequences. In fact, I just printed off the lawsuit that I knew was coming towards the school board. I'm sad for that, but I'm glad for it too. Because it appears that the only way to get the attention of some is to either vote you off, and that'll be determined next year. And I really do believe the liberal bent is being diminished drip by drip, drop by drop, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to watch the voices of a lot of people being taken out of play and seeing a conservative voice return and common sense. But I hear a lot tonight. I mean, I've been listening, and I hear this every time I come. And I just want to say to the people that are here on the side, not my side, I've been coming to the school board for several years and had dropped out to advocate for a time to bring other people here and have returned over the last bit of time. And I feel very passionate and very strong that the pornography, and it is nothing but sheer pornography, has no good intent for the young people of any society, should be removed. And I listened to the vitriol of the gentleman, a few before me. I've talked to them before and invited them to lunch and been sorely rebuked for just the opportunity to offer just to get together and talk. And I say to you that, yes, there is a God, and he does love people, but if you are involving yourself in practices that we're talking here, that is not the image of God. That is a distortion of the image of God. And 2 weeks ago, I heard a gentleman get up here and who was in a dress claiming to be a woman, and then he claimed that God was a woman. And I love God, and God is certainly not offended by the things that people say, but I just have to tell you that God has never expressed himself in any female terms as far as a woman in the Word of God. And he sent his son, not his daughter, and that doesn't diminish women at all. It's just a fact, a truth. And I think that's what we're struggling with. We're struggling to find ways to be respectful, to be loving, to be kind, and yet not be forced.
30 seconds.
Not be forced to lie, which would be a lie to me. If a man walks up and says, I'm a woman, I cannot identify with him that he's a woman, because I feel like that is a way of thinking that is distorted and is harmful, and that person needs my love, my respect, and my help. And so I just say I encourage you to adopt the full policies of Governor Youngkin, not this watered-down version. And if you do that, this lawsuit will be taken care of in a moment's time. I'm sure that it will go away. And so we pray for you. We wish you the best, but we need to make some
And that
changes.
is time. Our next speaker is Abby Sistar, Charles Miller, and Melanie Skagg.
Hello, my name is Abby Sistarsik, and I'm a 17-year-old senior. And today I would like to read a few things before I start. Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. Psalms 139:13-14. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well. Romans 5:8. But God demonstrates his own love for us in this. While we were still sinners, Christ died for us. To the kids my age and of my generation, you are not a mistake. You are not born the wrong gender. If you were born a boy, you are a boy. If you are born a girl, you are a girl. There is no gray area or room for confusion. God did not make a mistake when he intricately knit you together in your mother's womb. He knew you before you were even born. He knows how many hairs are on your head. He loves you more than you can even imagine. It makes me sad when I see people my age and of my generation saying they hate who they are and that they feel like they have to change who they are to feel like themselves. But there is a God who is alive, and he loves you more than you could even imagine. And to the school board, teachers, and staff, it is your job to protect these kids and not to lie to them, telling them they can genetically change who they are. It is sad that you can look a kid in the eyes and tell them that who they are isn't good enough. Stop just agreeing with these kids and trying to comfort them. They need to be told the truth, because if we don't do it, then who will? They are beautifully and wonderfully made. They do not need to change their gender or pronouns to fit in or feel like themselves.
Our next speaker is Charles Miller, Melanie Skagg, and Amy Solares. Charles Miller, Melanie Skaggs,
Good evening. My name is Melanie Skaggs. I'm a registered nurse, parent, taxpayer, and Moms for Liberty Virginia Beach chapter chair. And thankfully, I am a Christian citizen who was raised with the fundamental discernment between right and wrong, which seems to be lacking here. I'm here to shed some light on the general consensus and opinion your constituents have on your performance as our acting school board with regard to your failure to pass Governor Youngkin's model policies and your general conduct as an elected professional school board. First of all, these policies, as written by Governor Youngkin, should be implemented as such without changes or amendments. It is the law, and as of this moment, you all are breaking the law. The failure of the board to pass these policies into action, be it by abstention or a nay vote, is unacceptable. The closed-door meeting yesterday to review new policies rewritten by the superintendent is also unacceptable. It is shady at best. The conduct of this school board is a mockery, from calling a public speaker a derogatory name without consequence or even an apology, to ignoring the voices of your constituents by abstaining from a vote that would have ended this law-breaking nonsense back on August 22nd. I don't know how you can sit there expecting us to respect you when you certainly do not respect us. Let me be clear with you all about just how disgruntled we, the people and parents you misrepresent, are. I have a petition with over 500 signatures on it and counting, calling for Jennifer Franklin's resignation. And although her abstention from voting got us where we are, I am not singling her out. We are disgusted with the lack of decorum, the lack of respect for the law, and the lack of representation of your constituents that the majority of this school board has exhibited. We have had enough, and it is time for a new guard here. The Virginia State Code 1-240.1 states that a parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of their child.
30 seconds.
These are our children, and we will not sacrifice them. We do not and will not co-parent with the government.
Our next speaker is Amy Solares, Dolores Pfeffites, and Amy Mack. Amy Solares, Dolores Pfeffites,
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank all of you for serving on the board and for your dedication and service to our students and our city. I understand the challenges in making decisions when weighing opposing views and important matters, so thank you all very much. I'd like to share my thoughts regarding the last couple of school board meetings. At a minimum of at least 20 times, I listened to both students and parents mention suicide as one of the reasons not to enact the current governor's policy. Reason being parents or classmates aren't agreeing or accepting of their choices and decisions. This is not a reason to end your life. Mental health. This is a mental health crisis, which is far more urgent matter than if your parents don't agree with you. Personally, I still don't agree with my adult children on a lot of decisions. This is called life. Let's instead instill in our kids to simply love themselves enough that others' opinions don't matter. If we don't do this, this world is going to be very, very difficult for them, unmanageable for them, if they don't understand that fundamental principle of life. Administrators, teachers, and public officials do not have the authority to override parents who ultimately have the best interest of their children. We know, we live, we breathe our family dynamics every day. So I am here in support of teaching our students by example that we must abide by the law, regardless of personal opinion. The law is the law. There are legal ways to change the laws and advocate for your beliefs. That's one of the great things about this country. I believe many in our community are concerned regarding the examples that this school board is setting for our students and our community by not following the law and the optics of it. So because of this policy, currently the school board has one suit filed against them, I believe another on the way, one member with 2 negative petitions with about 1,000 signatures for deceiving their constituents. Another board member is now under investigation for unethical behavior and code of ethics violation for
30
not having the
seconds.
integrity to admit to referring to a public speaker in a derogatory way. And I'm surprised that Chair Riggs is not doing more to have this person come out. Someone called on this board, someone like myself, an asshole. If I was to call any one of you that, I would be escorted out, not allowed back in here, and probably put on a terrorist list. So in
And that is
closing,
time. Our next speaker is Amy Mack.
thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Amy Mack, Natalie Gonzalez, and Valerina Davis. Amy Mack, Natalie Gonzalez,
Good morning. I was instructed to contact you to ask if your child is allowed to be called by a different name. She has requested that in my pre-calculus class. Thank you in advance for your response. This is an email sent by a Virginia Beach City Public Schools teacher to a student's mother 5 days ago with the names redacted. This student was given no notice that their teacher would be emailing home, nor were they given a chance to withdraw their request. If this student had unaccepting or, God forbid, abusive parents, could you imagine what could have happened as a result of this email? I thought teachers weren't supposed to be the ones contacting parents regarding name changes. I thought that this board hadn't made any decisions regarding the treatment of transgender students and instead wanted time to discuss them further. I thought we had been misinformed and that this board did not amend a policy and pass it in the same night with no public comment. I guess I was wrong. It is infuriating that after all this time, we still aren't being listened to. It is disappointing to see that what we've been saying for the past year didn't actually do anything, and it is appalling to know that this sort of procedure managed to sneak its way into our schools and through our board with an obscure vote that nobody was given the chance to comment on or object to until it was too late, as if we wouldn't notice. Through your actions, you have shown that everyone who has ever told me that civic engagement is pointless and everyone who ever thought that speaking here week after week would accomplish nothing was right. Maybe you still haven't worked out all the details regarding these policies, but that doesn't change the fact that this email was still sent to a student's parents. That doesn't change the fact that this says that the board is comfortable with the possibility that maybe this student's parents wouldn't have taken this email kindly. This board is comfortable with the abuse, mistreatment, and homelessness in kids, and this board is comfortable with the suicide of trans students. That's what this says about you. Perhaps that email was an earnest mistake, but it wouldn't have happened if this board had done its due diligence in affirming that outing students is wrong and dangerous and should never happen in our schools instead of encouraging it through these policies. It wouldn't have happened if this board hadn't spent all of its time going back and forth on something that has a very clear answer for the sake of catering to an outdated voter base. This email could have killed someone, and we are lucky that it didn't. I hope that that risk is worth re-election. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Valerina Davis, Carlos Taylor, and Kimberly Dawn DeWitt.
I'm so glad we have so many people here who know the mind of God. Good evening. I'm here to metaphorically bang my head against a wall again. My name is Valeria, not Valeria or Valeria, and certainly not Valerie. Starting in elementary school, I told people, including teachers, to call me Val because I didn't want the hassle of having to explain the pronunciation. My parents gave me that name, and I asked teachers and friends to use the name Val. I wonder, would my parents have to approve that if I were in school now? Somehow I doubt it because I'm not transgender. But it would be discriminatory to single out transgender kids, right? So all nicknames should be shuttled through the admins at school now, right? because, God forbid, a James wants to be called Jim. No. It seems that those advocating for parental rights want parents to be notified in order to quash and eradicate the potential transness from children and to perhaps take them to church. Speaking of church, I was going to discuss how many proponents of Governor Youngkin's policies use the Bible and specifically Christianity to admonish these children under the guise of protecting love and guidance. Then I realized religion has no place in this debate. If schools begin basing decisions on religion, what religion should it be? And how dare these proponents assume they know anything about these children's faith and religion? You'll open a whole can of worms if you bring religion into this debate. We don't live in a theocracy. My child doesn't need your religion, just your respect. The model policy ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect of all students and parents. Not true. Not me, not my students. Not the students who have dedicated a year to convince you to do what is right. As for fear-mongering and the suggestion that trans women will endanger cis girls in restrooms and locker rooms, this is based on isolated incidents that were mishandled in Loudoun County, and I'm sick of using that as an excuse. If we use that standard as a hallmark of who trans people are, perhaps we should ban men completely from schools because you know what? I heard that some men rape women. Just saying. People of all stripes do bad things, and bad school boards make bad decisions like the ones made recently here by some of you. And one more thing. I do not need to hear one more person discuss phalloplasty or genitals or what you think trans medical care is. It takes a court order to get a name change. It takes a doctor's recommendation to get on hormones. And do you think a minor,
30 seconds.
walks into a clinic and walks out with a penis? No. Amazing how not one of these children ever spoke about medical care or their privates in the past year, but some of you cannot stop. It's time to stop. Your twisted focus on children's genitals has nothing to do with schools to be a safe haven for students and a simple name request.
Our next speaker is Carlos Taylor, then Kimberly Dawn DeWitt.
The righteous person hates anything false, but the wicked person acts in shameful disgrace. Righteousness guards the one who lives with integrity, but wickedness overthrows the sinner. The light of the righteous rejoices, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out. He that walks with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Evil pursues sinners, but the righteous good shall be repaid. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. Fools make a mock at sin, but among the righteous there is favor. The house of the wicked shall be overthrown, but the tabernacle of the upright shall flourish. There is a way that seems right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. A wise man fears and departs from evil, but the fool rages and is confident. The tongue of the wise treats knowledge correctly, but the mouth of the fool spouts out folly. The Lord abhors the ways of the wicked, but he loves those who pursue righteousness.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Dawn DeWitt.
Good evening, members of the school board, students, parents. My name is Kimberly DeWitt, she, her. I'm the proud parent of Kellum Jr., a preschool teacher, and a volunteer within the school system. My son was up here speaking again this evening. As I was listening to him practice this week, I was listening to him practice his speech, and as I read the news articles regarding Youngkin's model policies, all I keep thinking is, why, after a year, it's been over a year, are we still so focused on children's genitals and students' genitals? Because really, yeah, I just said it, as someone else just did, and I was like, all right, but it's true. That's what you're referring to. When you talk about trans children, if you didn't know that child was trans, how would you know if they're a boy or a girl? Are we checking their britches? I'm just curious. You're not asking if a student wants to be called Bob or Sue or Princess Consuela Banana Hammock, but whether the person's genitals match up with their gendered name. That's what this is really about. I feel like we aren't seeing the actual students, these students who are smart, driven, and ready to fight for each other. You've heard them tonight. They are fired up, and I could not be prouder. I'm ready to fight right alongside them. Many of these students who have been here week after week for over a year are my kids, what I call my kids. I have volunteered with them, they're family members, they've worked in the schools with me, and I can't believe how proud I am of how dedicated and accepting they are. I've never known a group more accepting of others. And guess what? Never worried about what's in their pants. Not a single one of them have I had that conversation and thought, what's in their britches? Nope, doesn't cross my mind, regardless of what they say their name is. Amazing, isn't it? Do you know what has crossed my mind, though? It is unfortunate that some of these students, these humans, don't have a safe space to be themselves, to talk to a parent or a loved one about how they feel inside or how they feel different. I have been that safe person for many people. I want each student and each child to know how much they're loved, that they are safe, that they are smart. I've seen students who struggle, who have tried to take their lives. And no, it isn't because I agree with mom and dad. No, it's because they don't feel loved and they don't feel safe. And they're being told, like those comments before, that they're not worth living and that they should kill themselves. What do you think is going to happen if teachers and administration start outing students to their parents and situations that aren't accepting? I can assure you the suicide and self-harm rate will increase. By not allowing these students their personal autonomy, you are only telling them that they are not important, but that their thoughts hold no value. I urge you, the board, to make the right choice and not adopt these policies. Thank you.
Okay, we're at the end of the speaker's time, and we're moving on to information. Information is number 12 on the agenda, and we were starting with the superintendent search update. The search calendar was discussed by the search firm HYA during the September 11th, 2023 special school board meeting. The school board chair or designees, the school board clerk, and the school board attorney will work with HYA to implement the superintendent search process. The online survey is open and will remain open through October. HYA will be conducting public input sessions on October 3rd and 4th. So please review the schedule for opportunities to participate in both the survey and public input sessions. If you'll look at, you have your sheet, school board members. There's under activity, you've got the advertising, and that starts out with September until filled. So it will be advertised, and it started in September, and it will stay advertised until the actual superintendent is voted on, okay? The application deadline is open now, and it will stay open until the position is filled. Leadership profile interviews, focus groups. That is what I just read about, October 3rd and 4th, which is next week. A virtual forum will also be scheduled. So they will be in person, they can be in person or virtually, okay? The online survey dates are from September 25th. They were put out yesterday, and it will go through October the 6th of 2023. So please look on our website to the public for you to fill in those surveys if you want to give your input for the superintendent search. Leadership profile report. will be presented to the board on November 14th, 2023, early during our regular school board meeting agenda. So that will be when the company HYA, Hazard Young Atia Associates, will be presenting the information that they've received through the surveys and the interviews. And it will be done early during the agenda. There'll be a seminar on interviewing questions, determination, and the slate of candidates presented to the board on December 12th, 2023 at 2:00 p.m. The board interviews with semi-finalists round 1 on January 5th and January 6th, 2024, Friday evening and Saturday during the day. The board will meet to identify finalists on January 6, 2024, after the last interview. The board's second round of interviews with finalists, there'll be 3, will be on January the 8th, 10th, and 11th, 2024. The board will meet to identify preferred candidates or candidate, initiate background check on finalists, and contract negotiations on January the 11th, 2024, after our last interview. Announcement of the appointment is undetermined at this point, and the superintendent assumes responsibilities will be announced. Any questions?
Ms. Wiggs, if I can also mention that there will be opportunity October 3rd and 4th for the community to come in and speak with the consultants. I think some of them start about 4 o'clock. There are several sessions both on October 3rd and October 4th. The different community members will be invited. Some community members will be receiving invitations to do one-on-one meetings with the consultants, and they should see those emails arriving. They can call either the clerk's office or my office. We'll be scheduling those interviews with the consultants on all day October 3rd and October 4th. There's many opportunities for the public to be providing information to the school board in addition to the survey.
Thank you, Ms. Linetti. Any questions? Ms. Manning?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received a tentative calendar for discipline hearings today, and I was glancing at it, and I believe that they were looking at scheduling hearings on that week of January 8th. That week, if perhaps someone could notify Ms. Phelps and Ms. Turnbull that.
Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Manning. I will call Ms. Phelps and Ms. Turnbull about that tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
So I will give her those dates so they can rearrange that. Yeah, and I'll work with Dr. Saltner. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, so our next information item is B, letter B, interim financial statements for June, unaudited July and August 2023. Welcome, Mr. Daniel Hopkins, our Director of Business Services.
Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chairwoman Weems, school board members, Dr. Robertson. For the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, the overall revenue trend was favorable with an actual over budget amount of approximately $4.4 million. The Commonwealth of Virginia revenue source was unfavorable with an actual under budget of approximately $9.0 million or 97.3% of the budget. This is mainly due to the increase in sales tax. The sales tax revenue source was favorable with an actual over budget of $6.9 million. The increase in sales tax reduces the amount of the state basic aid that the state provides. The federal government revenue source was favorable with an actual over budget of approximately $4.9 million. This is mainly due to an increase in impact aid receipts. Other revenue sources were favorable with an actual over budget of approximately $1.7 million. This was mainly due to the stop arm enforcement program and the sale of capital assets. The next graph illustrates total revenues by major source in fiscal year 2023. The City of Virginia Beach contributed 52%, Commonwealth of Virginia 34.9%, state sales tax 10.6%, federal government 2.0%, and other sources 0.1%. The final expenditure trend for fiscal year 2023 was favorable in all categories. The overall remaining unspent unencumbered balance was $24.9 million. The next graph illustrates the total expenditures incurred for the fiscal year 2023 by category. The instructional category comprised of 67.4%, operations and maintenance 12.3%, people transportation 5.8%, technology 5.3%, administration, attendance, and health 4.2%, and debt service 5%. As presented on Schedule B1 of your documents, you will find a summary of the reversion back to the city's general fund. With the revenue surplus of $4.4 million and the remaining unspent unencumbered balance of $24.9 million, and the reversion for the school athletics of $265,000 and Green Run Collegiate of $220,000, with adjustments in prepaid items, amounted to a reversion back to the city of $30.4 million. The revenues that comprise of the city and school board revenue sharing formula on a preliminary basis came in under budget. Our share of the deficit is approximately $2.5 million. The budget staff is currently working on a potential future uses of these reversion funds, which are to be presented and discussed at the school board meeting on October 10th. The revenue sharing formula and these figures are presented are unaudited and are subject to change. July and August interims financial statements are also included in your board documents this evening. They are being presented as required by Virginia State Code. However, these are abbreviated statements and there are no salaries and benefits for 10-month employees. So these abbreviated statements are not as meaningful as the financial statements we presented next month for the month of September.
Sure, exactly.
This concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Yes. Ms. Melnick.
Okay. So I heard favorable in all categories. Okay. But then I also heard about the reversion funds, 30.4 million. So that was determined at the end of the fiscal year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the money then that we have to put into a resolution to ask if we can use that for one-time spending coming up.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you remember when we do that?
Well, when it's going to go to the city, I'm not sure, but I know October 10th, it's supposed to be presented to you to discuss before you go to the city.
All right. It's one of those questions where you forget when all of this happens because, you know, we do have a budget season, but as you guys recently pointed out to the board, that it's actually a budget year and it never stops. And so that piece I had forgotten exactly when we discussed that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Manning.
Thank you. 2 questions. The 5% debt service, is that comparable to previous years?
Yes, it's right around that percentage.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the ARP ESSER 3 funds of $27 million that's left. Can you remind me how long we have left to spend that and what we can spend those funds on?
24.
ESSER 3. Most of the ESSER ones we have until September 2024. And exactly what you can spend it on, I'm not sure if that one includes HVAC and learning loss. I'm not sure exactly.
So there is, on the ESSER 3, and there's a plan in place that's been approved by the state in order to spend those funds, and they will be expended by 9/30. So there is a 20% requirement of learning loss that we're still in the process of spending those funds down. So most of that, what's left, is going to be related to the learning loss process, which is tutoring and those types of things.
And we have until, you said
9/30
of next year?
2024.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
I think I have one more question.
Ms. Melnick?
Dr. Robertson and budget, there's a new initiative for tutoring, all in, and we have not received the funding for that yet. Is that correct?
So we received the estimate, and I believe Ms. Pate, it was $20 million for that.
Yes, it's a little over $20 million that will be for the all-in tutoring portion of the additional money that we received when the state passed the budget.
And so I have to present a plan to the state for
Yes.
approval in the next couple of weeks. 70% of the funds have to go through to an extensive tutoring program, 20% of the funds to support the implementation of the literacy plan for Virginia, and 10% for attendance.
Right. So if we needed more money for that, can we take that from the ESSER funds?
It will not be. I mean, we can start, we already do some tutoring, and there probably can be the beginning of the tutoring program. We are going to have to go back to City Council and request an appropriation for these additional funds, because when we did our original budget and had it approved, it was not appropriated all of that additional funding. We just don't have a contingency that large when we approve a budget. Similar to, if you remember last year when we had some additional funding from grants that came through, and we actually had to bring that to the school board and then subsequently go back to City Council to ask for the additional appropriation. So we've already contacted the city. They're aware. We're going to have a timeline in which we will do all that process.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're now on C, the WHRO Educational Services Update, and thank you for giving us these handouts. We appreciate that.
Chairman Riggs, Dr. Robertson, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight. My name is Bert Schmidt. I'm the president and CEO of WHRO. With me is Elmer Seward. He's my vice president of education. So if you have the hard questions, that's where we go.
Welcome. We thank you for coming tonight and presenting this to us.
Thank you. We provide, as you know, you are one of the, you have your impact statement in front of you. As you know, I hope, you're one of the 21 school divisions that literally own the license to WHRO. We're the only public media company in the entire country that is owned by collaboration of school divisions. We all come together to work together to do things more cost effectively and to improve services for those students. The impact statement that we provide you every year details your usage. I'm just going to give a quick summary of some of the things that I should highlight in there. First is eMedia VA. eMedia VA is a digital repository of Virginia SOL-aligned learning objects. We work with all sorts of organizations throughout the Commonwealth to bring the best in audio, video, games, apps, lesson plans, anything you can digitize, bring them into your classrooms to be used by your teachers, by your students, or even by parents. 96% can be used without logging in, so your parents can have full access to it. And we're always adding more and more content. So if there's ever content you want that's not there, you just give us a call. Dr. Robertson certainly knows how to get a hold of us, and we can add that content anytime for your students free of charge. We've been doing that for over a decade now. We have vans that go out. I know sometimes the field trips are tough to do. They're expensive. These are kind of reverse field trips where we take our vans. We have a literacy van, a STEM van, and an environmental science van. You can see they're decorated with all the great PBS Kids characters that all these kids know. We come out, work with your K through 3 teachers, and help with lesson plans and have an immersive experience that the kids just go home and just rave about to mom and dad. During the pandemic, we used to read a lot of stories to children. We'd go out to the classroom. Of course, with the pandemic, we couldn't do that, so we started the program called Martha Reads. Martha Razor, who runs our Children's Services program, started this on Facebook, reading stories that children wrote, and I'll explain those stories in a little bit. But now about 10,000 people a week watch Martha Reads stories of stories written and illustrated by our children. Become wildly popular. I thought it was going to be only during COVID. We're continuing it because there's high demand. We do a lot of professional development for your teachers. You can see a list of some of the courses we did the last year. A lot, of course, has become done through Zoom, through webinars, occasionally in person, but more and more the trend seems to be doing this online. As you know, we've been doing, hopefully you know, we've developed many courses for you. There's a list of 27 there, mostly high school, some middle school courses. We make them, we give them to you. You own them and you use them however you see fit. I know that the beach is using them in your Virginia Beach Digital Campus program, and we're currently working on environmental science. That will be course number 28 with 2 more courses in the works that will be announced soon to the superintendents. I'm going to show a video which is created to show off environmental, our economics and personal finance, but this video will apply to all of our courses.
Teachers, students, families, and administrators across Virginia. Economics and Personal Finance is a full-year online course that is one example of WHRO content utilized by school divisions. This course has 13 modules filled with videos, learning objects, content, learning activities, assessments, reflections, and more. This digital content is aligned with Virginia's standards of learning, promotes Virginia's 5 C's, and provides students with multiple opportunities to demonstrate their knowledge of materials through real-world, authentic experiences. Students begin their studies in the course overview, where they discover how to navigate the course. They also meet TJ, a high school student, and his peers who are involved in an after-school economics and personal finance club. Students learn from TJ's financial decisions and mistakes through the comedic videos at the beginning of each module. Each module has several topics or lessons that allow students to check their knowledge before receiving an assignment. At the end of each module, students either complete a project, test, or both related to all of the module topics. There's also a module reflection where students can analyze what they have learned and make connections between the content and their everyday life. The module summary provides a digest of module information and prepares students for the next module. In addition to the intriguing content, a student resources section is filled with tools to help students with assignments and projects. We also create an instructor's guide to assist the teachers. WHRO's digital learning team works diligently to design aesthetically appealing content that represents people from diverse cultures and ethnicities and provides multiple learning pathways. Additionally, our content is fully accessible and includes options for students, like using a keyboard for navigation, providing ADA-compliant transcripts, printables, closed captioning, descriptive alt tags, reducing cognitive fatigue, and much more. Fortunately, our team can install our digital content into multiple learning management systems. This skill set helps us meet the needs of school divisions and provides options to use our content entirely online or in blended learning environments. Economics and Personal Finance is just one example of the breadth and depth of educational content that WHRO's Digital Learning Department creates and distributes to school divisions.
Focus on economics and personal finance, but we have the list of 27 courses. Of course, the beach is pretty sophisticated in using online courses, but we're here to help any way we can. And again, we make them for you. Divisions that don't own are not part of the partnership with HRO spend about $10,000 per course to get the courses. You get them as part of the ownership with WHRO. And of course, we use a student advisory board. These are students, high school students primarily, that come together to help us as we develop the course to make sure it's really of interest to the students. It's interactive the way they are going to want to be taught. So we get great feedback from our students. We love to celebrate smart kids. You know, the football and basketball players get a lot of glory, but we love to celebrate smart kids. PBS Kids Writers Contest we've been doing for coming up on 20 years now. Children K through 5, they write and illustrate the stories. We have an awards ceremony at the station. We actually create a TV show out of it. And Martha Reeds, who read stories earlier, she reads these stories that our kids K through 5 are writing and illustrating. So it's always fun. We let the kids know when their stories are going to be on Martha Reeds because lots of people see those. The Spelling Bee we've been doing now for 17 years. The beach has had numerous winners that have gone on to the National Spelling Bee. Here's a little bit.
Each year, middle school students from across the region compete for the opportunity to represent our area in the Scripps National Spelling Bee. The stage is set and the competition is fierce. Who will take home the title of Spelling Bee champion?
Watch the WHRO Spelling Bee.
Watch the Spelling Bee April 1st.
Watch the Spelling Bee April 1st at 2 p.m. on WHRO.
I guess I was looking for new talent for my air. With change in leadership, I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost. The beach has always been well represented at the Spelling Bee. This is the time of the year where your middle schools will have the competitions, and then the winners of each of the middle schools come to our bee that'll be held in February, and then they go on to the nationals. So the beach has always been well represented. We just hate to have that, as it's always challenging when you've got a lot of things on your plate right now, and sometimes Spelling Bee isn't the most important thing that you're dealing with, but don't want that to slip through. And the Great Computer Challenge, some of you are probably of an age that you may have participated. We're on year 37, 38? Coming up on 39, so I wasn't born yet. But so this is a competition K through 12. Children compete in various software programs and languages. It's a weekend at ODU, and for many of these students, it's their first time on the campus, so it's a wonderful experience. You can see the trophies they win. Some of those trophies are larger than the students that compete. It's always been a fun event. As board members, you care about your return on investment. That is available in the impact statement on page 16. Last year, you spent $190,000 with WHRO. You received value and savings of over $1 million, a 5.75 to 1 return on your investment. I'll bet you it's better than your broker did for you last year. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Ms. Brown. So it's not really a question, but so much as I appreciate this very comprehensive packet you put together, and how you very clearly showed the cost savings as a division that we are benefiting from. So thank you very much for all your work on this.
We do work with the schools and the superintendents to confirm every few years that we're doing the calculations accurately, and everybody thinks it's a fair calculation of the ROI.
And thank you for that. That makes it very obvious that this is working out for us as a division, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say, as a past teacher, I have used your resources, and they were very, very well received by me and the students, and very helpful. So I appreciate it. I've been around a long time, but I was very able and very likely to use your services for my history classes.
It's wonderful to hear.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Anderson?
And I'd just like to reiterate that because I used your resources throughout my years of teaching as well. And personally, I really enjoy the whole station, everything about it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin?
This is a fantastic resource. I did have a question on whether or not you're starting to start conversations with the statewide Virginia 250 Commission on America's 250th or any create content for anything related to that.
I'm going to have Elmer join me here because he just wouldn't want to be bored sitting back there. We're having a lot of conversations with the DOE regularly right now. I'm not sure about 250.
We've had some general conversation, but nothing very specific yet. But yes, we hope to be part of that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I just want to make sure it's on the radar.
I will tell you there was a challenge because with the budget situation that happened this past year, they reverted us to the budget level from a year ago, which ended up cutting our funding for eMedia by $500,000, which is almost entirely content creation for the state. So it's going to be challenging this year that we're in because we've lost $500,000 that was all poured into content for all the schools. So we're in a bit of a challenge.
Well, it is my understanding that the 250 Commission will have a number of grants through a variety of state agencies.
That's wonderful.
So
That's
I'll
good
send
to
you an
hear.
email.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we so appreciate this wonderful presentation.
Thanks so much. Take care, guys.
Thank you. We are now on D, the Standards of Learning Student Performances, a closer look, 2022, 2023. Welcome, Tracy Lagarda, Director of Student Assessment.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, members of the board, Dr. Robertson. Like you said, I'm Tracy Lagarda, Director of Student Assessment from the Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability. And tonight, I am going to be presenting to you the 2022-23 SOL pass rate data for Virginia Beach City Public Schools, as well as state pass rate comparisons and the pass rates for other Virginia divisions. After reviewing the data, Matt Delaney, our Chief Schools Officer, and Danielle Colucci, our Chief Academic Officer, will address the great work that is taking place across the division and to address our areas of focus. As a reminder, the Virginia Department of Education annually releases SOL pass rates that are published on their website and are part of the school quality profiles that they publish. These rates are not calculated by state accreditation rules, and which means they do not include any growth or other adjustments that are related to state accreditation. We'll take a look now at SOL pass rates by test. The table on the screen displays SOL pass rates in mathematics. The leftmost column of the table lists the names of each test and pass rates for 18-19, which were pre-pandemic pass rates. Next, you'll see our 21-22 and 22-23 pass rates. The mathematics pass rates for 22-23 ranged from 50% in grade 7 math to 96% in algebra 2. It is important to note that only about 44% of our grade 7 students participate in the grade 7 math SOL test. The remaining students participate in the grade 8 or algebra 1 SOL test because those are the courses for which they are enrolled. The final column represents the change in pass rates from 21-22 to 22-23. When we compare the last 2 years, pass rates show improvement on all tests ranging from 1 to 5 percentage points, except for in grade 5, where there was a 2 percentage point decrease from last year. As you can see here, if you look closely, geometry and algebra 2 did show a 3 and 1 percentage point increase from pre-pandemic rates. In 22-23, the pass rates for reading ranged from 75% in grade 3 reading to 90% in grade 11 reading. When comparing the last 2 years of data, pass rates either stayed the same or showed slight decreases. In writing, the grade 8 pass rate was 64%, while in grade 11 the pass rate was 82%. And when comparing the last 2 years of data, grade 8 showed a decrease while grade 11 stayed the same. In 22-23, science pass rates ranged from 51% in chemistry to 94% in earth science. It's important to note that the Virginia Department of Education determined that starting in 1819, students in high school would only be required to take SOL tests for courses for which they needed a verified credit, or if the test was required by federal law under the Every Student Succeeds Act, otherwise known as ESSA. For this reason, some high school SOL assessments have fewer students participating than prior to this change, when all students enrolled in a course were required to take the SOL test. Division-wide, only 188 students took the chemistry SOL in 22-23 compared to approximately 570 in 18-19. And prior to the change in high school testing requirements, 3,700 students participated in this assessment. When comparing the last 2 years of data, with the exception of chemistry, pass rates improved on all science tests. Improvements ranged from 1 to 5 percentage points. And as you can see, the end of course earth science pass rate increased 6 percentage points in 22-23 when compared to the pre-pandemic pass rate. In the area of history, pass rates in 22-23 ranged from 31% in world history 2 to 82% in grade 8 civics and economics. In 22-23, 660 students took the World History II SOL test compared to a little over 3,800 students in 18-19 when the high school testing change mentioned previously first occurred. In 22-23, a little more than 950 students took the VA and U.S. History SOL test compared to a little over 5,000 students in 18-19. When comparing the last 2 years of data, grade 8 civics and economics increased by 1 percentage point, world history 1 increased 6 percentage points. The grade 5 Virginia Studies pass rate stayed the same, while the others showed decreases. Next, we'll look at data by student reporting groups in the areas of math and reading. On this chart, you will see data for each reporting group in the area of math. The leftmost column of the table lists the reporting groups and pre-pandemic pass rates. The columns that follow show pass rates for the 2 most recent years and the change comparing them. When comparing reporting groups in math, pass rates in 22-23 ranged from 44% for students with disabilities to 91% for students in the Asian reporting group. The lowest pass rates were in the students with disabilities, English learners, and Black students reporting groups. When comparing the last 2 years of data, pass rates in math for each reporting group showed a 1 percentage point increase. When comparing reporting groups in reading, pass rates in 22-23 ranged from 46% for English learners to 89% for students in the Asian reporting group. The lowest pass rates were in the students with disabilities, English learners, and Black students reporting groups. When comparing the last 2 years of data in reading, pass rates either remained the same or decreased by 1 percentage point for all reporting groups. To provide some perspective, we compared the annual SOL pass rates of Virginia Beach to the pass rates of the state, as we do each year. This table lists each of the SOL tests that are administered in grade 3 through 8 in Virginia Beach and across the state. Each column represents the year in which data were compared. The number in each cell represents differences between our division pass rate and the state pass rate from each listed test. Positive numbers indicate that the division's pass rate was higher than the state's pass rate, and the numerical value indicates by how much. So for example, in 22-23, the grade 3 reading pass rate for Virginia Beach students as a group was 9 percentage points higher than the pass rate at the state level in that same year. Looking at the years of data represented on the screen, Virginia Beach exceeded the state pass rates on all grades 3 through 8 tests except for grade 7 math. It is likely that we are not comparing apples to apples when we're looking at grade 7 math. Virginia Beach encourages most grade 7 students to take pre-algebra, and then with that they take the grade 8 math test, or Algebra 1. And this practice is not a requirement across the state. Here you'll see the differences in end-of-course assessments. Virginia Beach met or exceeded the state pass rates on all end-of-course SOL tests in 22-23. And it is worth noting that this is the first year since 2016-17 that chemistry SOL pass rates were above the state average. And this is the first time since we started reporting these comparisons in 2012-13 that World History II SOL pass rates were above the state average. We also compared SOL pass rates of Virginia Beach to SOL pass rates of local school divisions and a few other comparable divisions. When comparing Hampton Roads' 7 cities, Virginia Beach City Public School students as a group outperformed all other cities in all subject areas except for history, where Chesapeake outperformed Virginia Beach by 1 percentage point, and math, where Chesapeake and Virginia Beach had the same pass rate. This slide compares the division's performance to other comparable school divisions from across the state. And when looking at these rates by subject, Virginia Beach City Public Schools students as a group outperformed all listed comparable divisions in reading, math, and science. In addition to examining SOL pass rates by subject area for our school division and the local and other comparable divisions referenced on the previous slides, we also examined performance by student group. Across the comparisons, economically disadvantaged students in Virginia Beach consistently outperformed their peers in local and comparable divisions. The data also revealed that Hispanic students and English language learners in Virginia Beach had higher pass rates in all subject areas than their peers in comparable school divisions. There were fewer instances, though, where Black students and students with disabilities outperformed their peers from local, when comparing to local and comparable school divisions. We did find that Black students in Virginia Beach had a higher pass rate than their peers in local school divisions in the area of reading, except when compared to Chesapeake, where the pass rates were the same. There are some bright spots in examining these data, as well as areas that will require additional attention. With respect to accomplishments, although most pass rates were lower in 22-23 than pre-pandemic, several increased from last year, 21-22. Pass rates on all math tests showed improvement from last year. And overall, geometry, algebra 2, and earth science showed pass rates that were higher than pre-pandemic pass rates. When reviewing all students as a group in comparison to students across the state, Virginia Beach continues to outperform the state, and that is on 28 of 29 tests. And we also outperformed comparable school divisions in reading, math, and science, and outperformed local school divisions in reading, writing, and science, and tied with Chesapeake for the highest pass rate in math. It is important that we focus on continuous improvement in all subject areas, but areas requiring additional focus include those listed on the slide. We are committed to improving the performance of all students in the data examining improving the performance of all students, and the data examining student group performance makes it clear that we need to continue our focus with students with disabilities, English learners, and our students in our Black student subgroup. To address these areas, Matt Delaney and Danielle Colucci are here to share some of the work that has been going on in our school divisions and plans as we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Legata. Good evening. To reinforce what Ms. Legata said, as you can see from the data, we have several areas where we can celebrate, especially as it comes to comparing to other school divisions and within the state. But we also recognize there's several areas of improvement or challenges we need to address. And to be frank, that's true every year, regardless of our assessment results. We never completely spike the football. Teachers and administrators were never happy unless it's at 100%. So I want to share that with you as we embrace those challenges. And during this portion of the presentation, you'll hear some redundancies a little bit from what Ms. Legata shared, but Ms. Colucci and I will share really the strategic process we have in place. This process, we think, has really contributed to our success, and we think will allow us to effectively address the challenges that you saw on the screen. We're going to give you the big picture of how we work with our school-based leaders, and we're going to drill it all the way down to what occurs in the classroom. Some of this will occur this evening, but if you plan ahead a little bit at the next school board presentation, Ms. Colucci and her team are really going to talk about additional instructional supports that occur as well. This funnel on the screen here is something that I would say with great confidence our principals could talk to you about what this means, but I'm going to walk you through it a little bit. The Department of School Leadership really works with our building leaders to ensure there's alignment between the school division strategic plan all the way down to what occurs in the classroom. We take a research-based approach in many areas, and research will tell you that if a school division can invest in one person to positively impact students and school outcomes, it's the principal. And we take that investment extremely seriously in our Department of School Leadership. It's ongoing. The investment is ongoing, but it comes apparent at our Summer Leadership Conference, our citywide principal meetings, league meetings, individual school visits as our leaders continue to sharpen their organizational, people, instructional skills. This slide on the screen outlines how we move work from the division to the school level. You should all be familiar with the strategic action agenda as Dr. Bannicky has shared on several occasions, but you may not be as familiar with the other items on the screen, which we'll share more about in the upcoming slides. To quickly share what this slide represents, really the ability to improve student and school outcomes involves a clear strategic action agenda, the development at the school level of a school-based concept map and plan for continuous improvement, which leads to feedback provided to teachers regarding classroom instruction, essentially how a teacher plans, teaches, assesses, and responds to students. So we talk often about this funnel from the strategic action, concept map, PCI, down to the classroom. So let's take a moment to talk about each component. As you know, the strategic action agenda places an emphasis on creating pathways to increasing student achievement, closing gaps, and improving student behavior. The action agenda identifies three major focus areas: advancing educational equity, integrated systems of support, and creating future-ready students. For the purpose of this presentation, we'd like to highlight areas in the agenda that relate most to the data you received earlier. So if you look at advancing educational equity, you will see the reviewing of multiple sources of school-level data to identify and address trends. Ms. Colucci and I will give you examples of that throughout the presentation. In integrated systems of support, we talk about strengthening Tier 1 instruction in all content areas with an emphasis on evidence-based literacy and numeracy practices. Again, you will get more of that information from Mrs. Colucci and her team over the next couple of weeks. Tier 1 instruction, just to clarify, is what occurs every day in the classroom with all students, and we're looking at improving the quality of that on a daily basis. We also look to continue to embed SEL practices into the daily lives of schools and to use that data to inform our decision-making, where our students with regard to self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and the ability to make responsible decisions. And then finally, future ready. We talk often about increasing access to and success in advanced level coursework for all students. Ms. Legata referenced a couple of those instances in her presentation, and continuing to engage students in deeper learning experiences. Something you may not be as familiar with is the idea that we've had since 2021, the summer of 2021. All of our schools and centers have developed school-specific concept maps. The concept map is really the school's elevator speech. You see the quote on the slide, and that is essentially what we ask our principals to do, is to answer that question. And what do you and your staff believe, and how will you align this work to Compass to 2025 and the strategic action agenda? Our principals work with their staff to create and revise this document based on the needs of students, staff, and the community at large. On the slide, we provide an elementary, middle school, and high school example. As you can see, each of them have a unique appearance. We want our schools to really own this process, as the concept map is used by schools as a tool to inform the goals and action steps they are monitor in their plan for continuous improvement. I would suggest as you visit schools and speak with principals, ask them to share their concept map. You can really see what they value, how it aligns to the work of the strategic plan, and guides much of the decisions that take place in that building. Our principals do enjoy kind of sharing those as well because it is a comprehensive development process. They use that concept map to work through what we call the Plan for Continuous Improvement, or the PCI. This is the document that outlines the goals and pathways of each school. This document is developed initially through a review of multiple sources of school-level data, ranging from SOL data, RI scores, discipline data, attendance data, graduation rates, SEL data, gaps in achievement, to name just a few. From this data review, schools look to develop SMART goals using the data as justification. action steps necessary to achieve the goal, and finally, how will they monitor progress? These goals, as you can see, if you can read it on the slide, really, we do put some guardrails up. There's an expectation that there's a literacy goal, numeracy goal. In some instances last year, we had to add a science goal due to results, and then also we have them decide do they want an SEL or a future-ready goal to go along those with their choices. Oftentimes, you will see goals around closing gaps and a variety of other components. The PCI is reviewed by both the Department of School Leadership and the Department of Teaching and Learning. It's really a key component of the school support process that Ms. Colucci will discuss shortly. We also encourage our principals to use this document to assist teachers with setting meaningful talent ed goals so that they work from administration to teachers, from teachers to students is aligned. And then the final area of the funnel is really where the rubber meets the road in terms of student achievement, and it's with the teacher in the classroom. Over the past 2 years, the Department of School Leadership has been committed to working with principals and assistant principals on conducting meaningful classroom observations and providing effective feedback to teachers. School-based administrators conducted 12,528 documented classroom observations last year. I'm going to let that settle because you guys were so impressed with bus routes and others that I hope you're impressed with that number. That's 739 more than the previous year. So in 2 years, our school-based administrators have conducted over 23,000 classroom observations. I'm old enough to remember never seeing my principal in a classroom as a high school student or a middle school student in Virginia Beach. Really what we ask them to do, because that number is impressive, but is it meaningful? Is that interaction with the teacher meaningful is what we work with our principals on. So there was a significant focus to provide feedback that empowers, validates, and grows our teachers. Feedback that is aligned to the strategic action agenda, the concept map, and the PCI. We have an expectation that our administrators are instructional leaders, which requires they engage in instructionally focused conversations with teachers and staff. We've really engaged them in the focus being more on coaching. Essentially, we have asked to decouple the observation from the evaluation. By doing this, we will build a productive school climate that has a positive impact on school and student outcomes. Principals and assistant principals engaged in significant professional learning in that area that involved all administrative training, principal league meeting sessions, one-to-one coaching, and additional optional sessions for assistant principals. All of this was led in partnership with Dr. Soltner. So obviously you saw how he runs a training session yesterday. Our principals went through something very similar throughout the year and also benefited from very direct one-on-one coaching where we measured and monitored their progress. I will tell you from my standpoint, I'm very proud of the growth in this area and the buy-in of our principals to improve this practice. Again, it's something, if you ask them, if you were meeting with them on how they've improved as instructional leaders, I think they could share with you the impact it had last year to ensure we're validating and growing our teachers. So in summary, we work to ensure that our work is aligned across our central support staff, our building administrators, and staff in the building. It really starts with that strategic action agenda to the school-based concept map to the plan for continuous improvement all the way down to the classroom. We believe this alignment contributes greatly to our success and ensures that we differentiate our support to schools based on needs through our strategic support process. So at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Colucci, who will outline the components of this process.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Good evening, school board members, Dr. Robertson. Mr. Delaney did a really nice job explaining how we really wrap arms around his support, and we do that at the same way we would expect principals to support and coach teachers in a supportive manner that's safe, that evokes and empowers change, not through a punitive process. And we work to do the same for our schools from the central support level. We utilize this strategic school support process to regularly analyze data and in partnership with the schools. We collaborate with school-based leadership teams to support and ensure schools receive the resources, staffing, and allocations needed to achieve educational excellence and remain fully accredited. This collaborative problem-solving approach brings leaders from multiple offices, such as reading, mathematics, special education, and educational data analysts, to the table with our school leadership teams. And that isn't just a principal and assistant principal team. That would be teacher leaders at the table, and it would be reading specialists, math coaches, to engage in this regular and intentional systematic process. There we go. To be clear, VBCPS schools are all provided with an incredible amount of universal support, such as high-quality curriculum, professional learning, counselors, reading specialists, behavior specialists, gifted resource teachers, instructional coaches, tutoring funds, the list can go on. We provide all of this to help them as they plan and develop evidence-based differentiated learning experiences to support our students. The school support process is layered on top of these resources to strategically review progress, gauge school needs, and ensure school improvement. Throughout the year, we intentionally meet to analyze needs and problem solve as a team in partnership with our incredible school leaders and support schools in achieving the goals in their plan for continuous improvement, which Mr. Delaney shared a snapshot of you. While we focus on how we can support our schools in improvement, we also use this time to recognize the amazing efforts and achievements of school staff and administrators. Displayed here, you will see a few examples of the universal school support strategies we implement across all schools. Based on various data reviews at the division level that are ongoing, not just when SOL scores come out, at the school and division level, we also provide targeted and intensive support based on certain data points that suggest needs exist or additional resources may benefit the school in pursuit of improved outcomes. Therefore, select schools may receive more frequent school support meetings, more one-on-one check-ins, learning walks to monitor instruction, additional school support from teaching and learning coordinators and specialists, and more resources such as tutoring funds, interventionists, and federal funding. I will close by reiterating the amount of universal support that we offer is something that we should all be proud of, and we thank you for your support of our schools in this way. But while we were proud, we are always seeking to improve, and we are certain that our differentiated and systematic approach is why we see success. We want to acknowledge the hard work of all of our teachers, support staff, specialists, and principals in achieving the data that Ms. Legata shared with us this evening as well. Our partnership will continue this school year to ensure continuous improvement. At this time, Mr. Delaney, Ms. Legata, and I are available for questions.
Ms. Milnick?
So, Mr. Delaney, I'm not going to lie, listening to you, I think understanding rocket propulsion would be easier. And I use that analogy because, honestly, teaching is now a science, right? So, I know that SOL test scores drive our plan for continuous improvement, but I think it's important for the public to understand the work that we have to do in order to do that, right? It's not as simple as anymore, correct? So, I mean, when you had all of those things up on the board, it's kind of daunting when you think, my goodness, this is what we have to do. And the truth is I think what I want is the public to understand exactly what they would see if they walked into a school building and saw these teachers doing all of this work with the support of the division. So where I am 3 days a week, there's a war room, if you will, and all of this data is up. It is present. It is a constant reminder of everything that is happening every day to help students continuously improve. I did have a question. You mentioned that you decouple the observation from the
Evaluation.
evaluation. So can you explain that?
Sure. So it is our coaching model of how are we coaching our teachers without them feeling like they're being judged for poor instructional practices.
Okay.
The vast majority of our teachers are working to improve every day at getting better at their craft. As we've talked about from a human resources standpoint, the need to coach them up is much greater than I will say as it was when I was a principal a decade ago.
Right.
And
We've
so as a-
improved in that area too, right? Like,
I'm sorry?
we've improved in that area too, I would say.
In terms of what do you mean by improve?
Well, the decoupling piece, I mean.
Well, so here's what I will share with you is to answer your question, is giving them feedback to empower and validate and grow them. There are times we have to do strict evaluations on teachers that are not doing the job as defined by policy and other practices. That is not the vast majority of our teachers.
Okay.
So we work hard with our principals of saying, how are we coaching teachers that maybe we're at a level we're not accustomed to getting them to better performance based on how often we're watching them in the classroom and how strong our feedback is to them without overwhelming them. So we have minimized the level of feedback. Let's be really targeted and specific by how we're asking you to improve and not give you a 3-page narrative of everything that you need to think about that you need to do the next time I see you.
Okay.
Now, again, oftentimes members of the board and myself as a former teacher and former educator, we hearken back to our days
Yeah, we do.
when we were in it.
Yeah.
And I will tell you flatly, I was evaluated maybe once every 3 years as a high school teacher back in the early 90s. Those days no longer exist. Principals are asked to go in consistently and observe instruction formally and informally. Again, that is not a process that existed years ago. And I share that because we talk about teachers, and I apologize if I'm getting on a soapbox here, but we talk about teachers often. We also have to think about the tasks that are now put in front of principals. When I tell you 12,000 classroom visits, and then if we paired that with discipline data and we paired that with 504 meetings and SEC special education meetings, you would wonder, and then they're covering football games tonight, you would wonder, when in the time of their day are they eating, are they taking care of themselves, when are they engaging with their families? So they chose the profession, obviously, but I think all of those things are how are we minimizing and having a better impact on how they're working with their staff to create a climate that improves student and school outcomes. And that's what that decoupling research will tell you does.
Okay, and I thank you for that.
Hopefully that wasn't rocket science. I just get pretty passionate talking
No,
about
but
principals.
really it's not because I understand it, but not everybody understands it. That was a very overwhelming presentation for somebody who doesn't understand what it takes to teach a child today. I will tell you though, now the concept map piece makes sense to me. I've done 6 school visits and I've been given the concept maps, and now I completely understand. I understood the concept map before, but now I completely understand the importance of it, and I want you to know that your principals are sharing that information. And so I think that's really important. So.
And one of the things, just to clarify that we share with principals, it doesn't matter if I walk into their building and I don't understand their concept map. The key is do they and do their staff.
And that's
community, and
actually,
that's
that's
really
the
the
most
key.
important part, because one elementary school that I visited, the concept map was actually very simple, and I actually really appreciated that. It was just this, this, and this, and the answer was yes, I can do all of that. And it was not overwhelming. It wasn't that I had to sit down to really understand and unpack what I was reading. It was very simple and very elementary-like, which is important in the elementary school too, while not being elementary-like, if that makes sense, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Ms. Martin.
Ms. Martin.
So I'm encouraged that we've held ground and we've shown some improvements. It's such a mixed bag, and I see this in my own students and my own student at home, in that it's really hard to say, hey, we've got a student struggling in math. Maybe what they're struggling is just multiplying 6s. They're really good at the rest of the multiplication table. And so I'm curious, and probably for another meeting, I'd like to know where we're going to improve those direct interactions with students and how we're going to use predictive analytics to get some really good benchmarks to know where the tutoring needs to occur. But when I look at this, it makes me realize how important smaller class sizes are post-pandemic, so teachers have more touch points with their individual students. And then how we need some flexibility in pacing so teachers can go back and do some rescaffolding. And I'm talking about maybe 18 months back of rescaffolding. So I have a 9th grader probably writing at a 6th grade level because of the pandemic. Good ideas, good content, and I love how his 9th grade English teacher has broken things down into small steps, rescaffolding what he should have learned in 7th grade, repeating what he learned in 8th grade in that first couple weeks of high school. When I look at slide, on page 14, the second slide, we look at these universal differentiated support. Only one of those bullet points, though, is focused on tutoring resources, on direct deployment of coaching students. So as we talk about this additional appropriation in the budget and potentially this additional reversion funds, I hope that we take a really close look at how we're going to provide tutoring in a very equitable way and how we're going to provide some flexibility in the classroom with pacing so we can get students to where they need to be so we get a big jump next year and the year after. I'm trying to look at it from a very holistic way. And I think we have quite a bit of work to do in front of us with direct delivery to students. And I understand the teacher pipeline is a big part of this. They're already working 7.5 hours a day, 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day. Where are we going to find the tutors to stay till 5:30 when those activity buses go home? This is going to be really, really tough to do. And I'm not sure how we can get there, but I recognize the challenge in front of you. And I hope as a board we can work together to get to where we need to be by, say, 2026.
I really appreciate that. I want to go back to the very beginning. You actually defined an acceleration model pretty beautifully that you can read in the tutoring playbook that was released by VDOE 2 weeks ago now, maybe a week and a half ago. And we've been studying that really carefully, looking for opportunities to enhance our model as it stands. I will say Virginia Beach has a very robust tutoring plan in place. And so we're actually very excited to utilize the support from the state to enhance our current practices and take them even further. We're already in planning stages. There are definite challenges, so I'm very grateful that you recognize that. But we will definitely be sharing more with you. We can address your pacing questions when my team and I present on October 10th. And I think you'll learn a lot more about tutoring, our small group instructional model, which we use at the elementary level to provide targeted, explicit instruction based on pre-assessment. And that happens pretty much daily in math and reading, which is something, as a military wife, I've lived in 6 states probably, had my children. As a parent, I experienced different divisions as a teacher and as an administrator, and never worked in a division that invested so heavily in that tier 1 and differentiated model, especially at the elementary level, to ensure that foundational skills are secure before we send them into the secondary world to access rigorous coursework. So look forward to sharing more with you soon.
Absolutely. I hope we've got, I think, 6 colleges, universities on this side of the water. I hope we can activate some of our college students who need to make some money to pay for their textbooks, and activate them maybe this spring, summer, next fall to step in as tutors. I understand background checks and all those things will take time, but let's use some of the resources that we have here instead of necessarily asking our teachers to stay the extra time. But maybe we'll take a look at some partnerships there. That would be, I think, exceptional work if we can get there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Manning?
Yeah, and I agree with Ms. Martin about maximizing the tutors. We've got a lot of money coming toward us for that, so if we need outside resources, I fully support that. I have a couple questions. So I'm assuming that history SOL participation is so low because it's not technically required anymore. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so students that are in end-of-course classes now may only take the test if they need it for graduation or if it's a reading or math test required under ESSA. So years back, everyone had to take the test whether they needed it or not. So now they're actually not allowed to unless they need it. So that's why the numbers are so low.
Okay, thank you. And then in looking at the scores, I'm still very concerned of how far behind we are of pre-pandemic levels. And I certainly don't blame our teachers for that. I think our teachers are doing a great job. It wasn't their decision to keep kids out of school, which caused this. And I do see that we are heading in the right direction. We do have some upticks from last year. So I do see that, but it's still very concerning to me. Looking at the accreditation on this VDOE's website, it does appear that there were no schools in the entire state that were not accredited. However, there are some schools that were accredited with conditions and some that were accredited by a 3-year waiver, which we have one. Williams Elementary was accredited by a 3-year waiver. Can you tell me what that means?
If you're talking about the 3-year triennial cycle, I'm not sure where it references a 3-year waiver, but schools that are accredited for 3 years in a row are automatically accredited for the next 3 years. I'm not sure if that's what you're referencing, but we do have a presentation in October refreshing you about accreditation and what it means and what all those things represent,
okay.
and where our schools fall. So even though our schools are accredited, there are places where there needs to be more work, and we'll be pointing those out to you. In
Wonderful, that's
October.
great, because all the level 1, level 2,
Yeah,
level
it's
3.
complicated.
So we have something coming in
Yes,
October for
we
that.
do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cowan.
Ms. Legata, if Mrs. Melnick was engaging with Mr. Delaney on rocket science level, let me lower the bar here. I'm looking at page 5, and I'm struck with something that's surprising to me. It's indicating, and I may be interpreting the data correctly or incompletely, but it seems as though it's evaluating writing from an SOL perspective, not until the 8th grade.
Yes.
As an old school guy, that's nothing short of stunning to me. Can you help me understand?
I will do my best. Years ago,
Remember who you're talking to.
Years ago, there was a 5th grade writing SOL test. That was taken off the table at the state level, and divisions were required in grade 5 writing at that time to supplement that with a local alternative performance. So our 5th graders have been engaging in a writing assessment at the local level, which we don't share the results here because it's not apples and apples. It's a local assessment. However, the good news is, in spring 2024, all 5th graders, 8th graders, and 11th graders will be participating in an integrated reading and writing test where there will be writing again in an SOL test in 5th grade. So,
Okay.
does that answer your question?
Well, it does answer my question, but it causes me to say, can we keep going? I.e., could we get involved in an analysis of writing capabilities, which is what I assume the SOL tests are all about, at a 3rd grade level, at a lower grade level? The art of writing and communicating through that skill has always been regarded as a very important skill to develop. And it would seem as though earlier is better than later. So I'm thinking out loud, but just processing what I'm seeing.
So we absolutely agree with you, and writing is addressed through the content, beginning in pre-K and kindergarten all the way through the elementary level. And they actually they use the state rubric for that 5th grade writing assessment, and they calibrate with the reading specialist. And we teach that reading and writing can't be divorced. They support each other, and so we would share a lot more with you. There's been additions to the writing curriculum at the elementary level because we've actually had our eye on this as well and want to emphasize the importance of writing. And we've also watched the scores at the middle school level and have ownership in that as well. So Dr. Kelly will be able to share some specific examples of enhancements to the curriculum and some data with you on October 10th.
Great, thank you. Question next. On slide 12, you indicate that there is a comparison taking place here between VBCPS and the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I see grade levels, and I see test names, and I see time periods with a score. But my brain says, wait a minute, we're comparing A against B, and I don't see a contrast between where the VBCPS's score came in and how the Commonwealth came in. It must be here, but I'm not connecting the dots. Can you please help?
Yes, so I think what you're asking, and the numbers are not here, the pass rates are not here, but if, thank you for, my remote wasn't working. Is it working? So if you're looking at your slide, the first row, Virginia Beach scored 5 points higher than the state average. So for the Virginia Beach pass rate, I think it's a 5 because my slide is so small. I won't have so many clicks next time. Nope, that's not it either.
We overflew the runway.
9. It's a 9. It's not a 5. So our pass rate was 9 points higher than the state pass rate. That's all that is. It's a comparison of our pass rate and the state Virginia pass rate and the difference. And in all areas except for grade 7 math, the Virginia Beach pass rate was higher than the state pass rate.
That was not easily determined, just for observational purposes.
Thank you, but that is it.
Okay, thank you. End of questions.
No problem. Thank you. Clicking fast enough.
Thank you for the details, even though it was a short, you said a short look at it. I think you've done a very good job, and thank you for sharing that with us. We look forward to October 10th and more information that you'll be bringing us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our next item on information, which is E, additional class allowance consideration for increase. Welcome, Cheryl Woodhouse, our Chief Human Resource Officer.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. This evening, I will be sharing information related to the additional class allowance and the request to increase the current amount paid to teachers. The additional class allowance has been in existence for over 20-plus years. The amount was increased during the 2003-2004 school year and has not been adjusted since that time. The additional class allowance serves as an additional compensation for teachers who willingly assume an extra class above and beyond their current contracted duties and responsibilities. When a teacher voluntarily chooses to take on an additional class, they make this commitment by foregoing their designated planning period or extending their workday. The additional class allowance was established to honor the course requests of students. For example, when additional course selections are needed or when enrollment numbers fail to meet the criteria for hiring a full-time teacher. The additional class allowance encompasses a diverse range of courses, including both elective and core content classes at the secondary level, with majority at our middle schools. Some examples are shown on the slide. Furthermore, the value of the additional class allowance is used as a basis to determine the cost of a stipend for teachers with over 150 students and those who instruct online digital courses. The additional class allowance extends course options for our students and positively impacts a teacher's income. The additional class allowance pay also contributes to teacher future retirement benefits. The annual rate of $5,600 was established when the entry-level teacher's salary was lower. Increasing the value of the allowance to $8,500 closely aligns with the current entry-level rate, exclusive of benefits costs. As shown on the slide, an increase in the additional class allowance would result in a 9-week course increasing from $1,400 to $2,125, which is a difference of $725. A semester course would increase from $2,800 to $4,250, which is a difference of $1,450, and a year-long course would increase from $5,600 to $8,500, which is a difference of $2,900. This increase can be implemented without any additional funding beyond what has already been allocated. The added expense would be covered by current staff vacancies. In conclusion, we express our gratitude for the school board's thoughtful consideration of increasing the value of the current additional class allowance to the amount of $8,500. If this proposal is approved, we are committed to implementing the change this school year. This concludes this presentation, and I stand prepared to address any questions you may have.
Ms. Franklin?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Woodhouse.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would say to my colleagues that I would respectfully ask for serious consideration of this. When I was first on the school board, I had a couple of parents who were really concerned in their middle school because they did not have a choral teacher that year, or a band teacher, or whatever the case may be. We're looking at it, health PE, world languages, and for these students who might, and I can just tell you, chorus and band were kind of important to me when I was in high school and in middle school. So, for these kids who might have only had 5 or 6, participants, which didn't allow for a full-time teacher, that was something that was an outlet that was not offered to them because of the lack of having a set teacher for that class because of the lower amount of students. So I think that this is a great way to ensure that students still have the opportunity to be participating in some of these areas like chorus and band and strings, potentially other electives as well. And they're already here, they already receive benefits. There's no way that we could hire a teacher for $725. So I'm just saying that I think that this is a great option in a situation where we might not have teachers available, either because we just can't get them here or because we have a lack of participation from the students. So I think that personally, unless I hear something that would deter my vote, I think that I would like to support this. Thank you.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Franklin. I would love to see us do this. I think it's important when we recognize places within our pay scale and pay situation that haven't been looked at or adjusted in 20 years, given what we have seen with inflation and all of that, that it's important that we take a serious look at it. My question is for teachers who are currently have volunteered to do this, will this, if approved, be retroactive back to for this year?
Yes, ma'am. For those teachers who began on the first day of school, and we do have that data, we would retroactively pay them, and then for any teacher who begins the second semester or later, the pay would already be in place. But yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If you notice, we have this on our action agenda tonight because they would like to go ahead and implement this as soon as possible. Okay? Is there anyone else, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Woodhouse. We appreciate that.
Much appreciation.
We appreciate all the creative things that you're coming up with to help with our students and making sure they get what they need. And with, our teachers, if we don't have them, and how you're recruiting and how you're working different ways to take care of what needs to be taken care of. Thank you for that.
Thank you. It's definitely a collaborative effort, and we truly appreciate the board support and Dr. Robertson, because I continue to drop these ideas on his plate, and he continues to support the advocacy. So thank you.
No, we appreciate it from everybody. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our next item on on information. Policy Review Committee, the PRC recommendations. Welcome, Ms. Linetti.
Good evening,
School Board Attorney.
School Board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Cami Linetti on behalf of the PRC Policy Review Committee. I'll be representing to you 4 recommendations coming forward on that. The first recommendation is Bylaw 114. This is compensation and expenses. The recommendation is in Section B, 3rd paragraph, to add a Section 2 that will allow for data allowance at the rate of $100 per month, and that's coming out of a recommendation that was made to the PRC from one of the school board members and is being forwarded to the school board for consideration. Are there any questions about this particular bylaw?
Ms. Manning.
Yeah, I've sent a couple of emails asking where in the code does it permit us to give ourselves allowances? Because under the code that's referenced here, it only talks about the salary that we may give ourselves, being able to be reimbursed for mileage, and I also found another law that permits us to get reimbursement or to be provided with health insurance. But I have not been able to find anywhere in any of the laws in this Dillon Rule state that permits us to give ourselves allowances. So where can I find that?
I believe in 22.189 under management of funds that the school board is allowed to manage and control the funds of the public schools and incur costs and expenses. Also in 22.178, which is bylaws and regulations, school board can adopt bylaws and regulations that for its own government and management. So I think that would allow you to create your own bylaws to do your own management for that. I do think that what 22.132, which talks about salaries, has to do with Section A on compensation. And as you mentioned before, there are expenses that you're allowed to do. In normal reimbursement, you get reimbursed for mileage, you get payment for attending conferences. I believe this falls within those subsections that you can find in the other laws, and it goes to your governance and your ability to control funds.
Okay, I just found it interesting that it spells out in this 22.1-32 that we may get mileage, but it doesn't spell out in there that we may get an allowance for communications. So I just was a little concerned about that, but I'll take a look at these other
I know what you're concerned about getting Dillon's rule. You are, obviously, not everything is spelled out in the code. It is a reasonable and logical extension of what you've been authorized to do. So obviously, your ability to attend meetings allows you to get mileage to get the meetings. So your ability, requirements to be able to get training allows you to be reimbursed for this. I believe the data allowance and the communication allowance allow you to get your job done. So therefore, it's a reasonable extension of your abilities, and I think you have the authorization to do that.
Okay, so it would be a reimbursement then?
It's
scenario?
an allowance as opposed to the school division purchasing, like phones where they used to give you, everybody got a BlackBerry, it was just easier for you to get the allowance to use your own phone for us to manage. This is easier than the school division setting up Cox Cable, Fios, or something for you. It just pays you for the expenses that you would incur for doing your job.
Okay, so if we incur an $80 expense for our home internet, and this is giving us $100, would that be appropriate?
That's up to you. That is your determination. I think that falls within your realm. You could either turn in your individual bills and have it reimbursed in that manner, like your phone bill, or you can decide just on a reasonable amount. That's a decision that you would make.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions on bylaw 114?
I want to know what she has.
Ms. Brown?
$30.
Yeah, I pay $63 for my internet. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to know what you guys have, because I pay a heck of a lot more than that. Okay, Ms. Linetti, continue.
Moving on to bylaw 136, which has to do with open meetings and closed meetings. There have been some updates to the law in the last couple of years, and I've been asking that the school board review this particular section. In particular, the section that we wanted to update for you, having to do with changes in laws, has to do with electronic meetings and remote participation. Now, just want to explain those concepts for people not familiar. Electronic communication is when the entire board or entire committee meets electronically and you don't all participate, you aren't all in the same place at one time. That's an electronic meeting. We saw a lot of that during COVID. It was allowed because there were various resolutions in states of emergency, and there's been some clarification on that. So we're going to recommend that subsection C on bylaw 136, electronic communications, will now read electronic communications during declared states of emergency. They already had said when the governor declared it, you do have the ability, the locality can declare its own emergency. So if we had an event that was happening just here in Virginia Beach and not affecting other parts of the state, the city of Virginia Beach can do that. So under those circumstances, we would recommend that you extend the emergency to the city of Virginia Beach. You also see under section C6, arrangements have to be for the public to be able to access through electronic means, and if you would normally allow public comments during that type of a meeting, that you have to make some arrangements for public comments. Moving on to subsection D, this is remote location participation in meetings. The difference with remote participation location is when a quorum of the members of either the school board or the committee are in one location, but other members need to participate in another manner, electronic, through Zoom, something of that nature. That's remote participation, in which case you do have to, again, have a quorum of the members in one location. And there are two ways you can, two opportunities to participate. One is when you have a temporary or permanent disability that prevents you physically attending a meeting. On that, we needed to update 1A in this section. We had adopted this bylaw many years ago before this section was added in, which talks about your own personal temporary disability. The code has been changed to also allow for medical condition of a member's family that requires the school board member to provide care that prevents the school board member's physical attendance. So we're recommending, in addition to 1A, D1A, we'd add a section small 2 in there to add that medical condition. When you have that situation, you hear us do this at the beginning of a meeting where you have to explain where you are. With a medical condition, you do not have to give the location. You do not need to say, I'm at my house in Norfolk. You can just say general location. I'm in the hospital. I'm home taking care of a relative on that. A little bit of clarification. We had split out subsection D1C. We added some other conditions to that. If it became too burdensome, that you have the ability to challenge that. So we're going to add in that section that you also have the ability to have a school board member who's taking care of a family member. The second condition in which you can do remote participation has to do with personal matters, physical attendance. That's what Mr. Culpepper is doing tonight. This is not a medical reason. It's some other reason other than a medical reason. The clarification is that we're going to change it to a calendar year, which will run January 1st. And then you have 2 meetings, and we've always said you have 2 meetings for the school board. It's not clear what we do in subcommittees by the state code, so we've always allowed you 2 meetings for subcommittees since they're another meeting. Or what you did not have before is up to 25% of the meetings. So you have a choice there. So we had 2 meetings, now you're up to 25% of the meetings on there. And then clarify, once you've gotten to 2 or 25% of the meetings under the subsection, you have to be informed that you can no longer participate in that manner to have a count. We're also doing a clarification in subsection 4, which talks about when no more than 2 school board members can be in the same remote remote location during a meeting unless the remote location is open to the public to physically access it. So what would happen if several of you went to the Virginia School Board Association, were staying for a couple days in Williamsburg, and 3 of you wanted to go into a subroom and participate? If you did that, you would have to say, we're up at the Williamsburg Lodge, we're participating there, and members of the public would have to be able to come in and observe you, what you're doing. That's just clarification, that section of the law. And the other clarification that the new addition to the statute comes under Section 8, which is the final section, which clarifies when you're doing electronic communication, you have to allow the public to be able to hear you, all the members of the party participating in any virtual meeting. You also have to provide a telephone number where if they can call in and say, I'm sorry, the sound went out, we can't hear it. There's got to be somebody monitoring that. You would stop the meeting till the sound was reconnected so that the public participating remotely or listening remotely could participate. And so that way, at all times, they have access to the meeting. So those are just bringing this section up to code section, and those would be the recommendations of the Policy Review Committee. Are there any questions?
Ms. Melnick. I'm sorry, Ms. Owens.
You can do her first.
Ms. Owens.
I just had a quick thought question. With the 25% piece being added on, does that mean 25% of the planned meetings? Or if we were in January and the person wanted to use their 2 allotted days, or I guess they used 2 in January, could they do that because we hadn't had 25%? It would be more than 25% of the meetings at that point.
I think it's the total over a year. So if you're doing the calendar year, we would total up at the end of the year. At that point, we'd have to know. That's why, years ago, we've never done this one because of the difficulty in figuring out the 25%. It was just easier to do 2 meetings, but there have been some question, why did we not move this up to what the state law allows? The recommendation was putting the state law. That's going to make it a little difficult, because you would almost have to go backwards at the end of the year, because you've added 2 special meetings in the last month or 2. You did one yesterday, and you did one last month. That's meetings we weren't anticipating counting towards it, so that could increase the amount you would have available. So I really think you have to go and look at the end of the year, the total amount of meetings.
How do you, like, if you get to, we add 5 meetings between October and December, I'm not sure how we weigh that.
I'm not sure we have clarification. I think we would say to you, Mrs. Owens, it's January, and if you used your 2 personal meetings, we suggest you probably don't want to take any more personal meetings until we figured out how many meetings we're having this year. I don't know that there's clarification for this. We just have to be careful with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Martin. Excuse me, Ms. Martin.
This gravely concerns me as someone who works full-time. This penalizes elected officials that work full-time and bring diverse set of experiences to the board. Not all of us are retired yet. I would like to see special meetings not count in this to count, because those are scheduled often last minute. My schedule goes 4 to 6 weeks out, right? If I can accommodate it, I will, and come back here from wherever I am in the Commonwealth or the United States. So I would like special meetings exempt from this to personal reason meetings. And then how would it work if you're late to a meeting? Is that counted as an absence if you're dialing in from the car on the way here, but you can get here?
There's no clarification I've seen for late meetings. I think if you're attending part of the meeting, we would count it. It doesn't discuss how long you have to be at a meeting. You're allowed to make it stricter if you want, but I don't know that you can make it less than that. So I think if you showed up and participated in the meeting, we'd probably have to count you present.
Including special meetings, or
I don't believe there's clarification on special meetings. It just says your total amount of meetings for the year.
Okay, I mean, I do everything in my power to be here, but it does concern me because it seems to penalize those of us that do work and have calendars that go out kind of far. So I'd like to see, like I said, special meetings exempt, attendance at partial meetings will count as attendance. That's my thoughts on that.
I'm going to have to do some research on whether you can exempt special meetings. I don't believe that that's authorized. I think you could write in, if you wanted to talk about how much time you have to be in a meeting before it counts. I mean,
So,
if you show for 1 minute and then log off, are we going to count that?
Right, but maybe if you're there for 50%, it counts as present as opposed to a missed meeting.
Correct, and you might also, and I'm not sure, this might be something we want to send back. If you show up for the workshop, does that count for the whole meeting versus the actual meeting when it starts at 6 o'clock? Do you want to get into that level of detail?
I just hope we can maybe add a little bit of flexibility in that, just knowing what traffic is like here. You know, if you're an hour late, that still counts as present. You know, maybe you're there for 75%, that counts as an attendance rather than a missed meeting. I'd like to see something like that. Thank you.
Would you like us to send this back to PRC, or do you want us to come back with recommendations at the next meeting?
I mean, yeah, I'd like to see it clarified just a little bit for those of us that do work. I know I'm not the only one on the board that does work full-time with tight schedules. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Melnick.
So I'm not saying I'm not in favor of virtual meetings, but did the committee talk about eliminating virtual options for school board meetings, since it kind of grew with the pandemic? But just out of curiosity, if the committee even talked.
Well, you actually can only do it in a declared state of emergency right now. That once you were working before under statewide emergency orders that allowed you to do it. Right now, the way it is, unless you have a declaration of emergency, you cannot do a full electronic meeting. You can at the state level.
Not for the whole board, just for individual. I mean, just.
Oh, remote
like,
participation.
We do
okay.
remote participation, and it almost happens every meeting that we have somebody. So my question is, you know, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I was just wondering if the board talked about that, because when I first started, that was something we did not do.
The addition to remote participation was added in, oh goodness, I want to say about 15 years ago. I'd have to look at the statute. That was not an option before then. That was something you had to, it was added by the General Assembly, and I guess I'm looking to see. I'm trying to think if I can remember when it came in. It was somewhere around 2002, 2008. I remember doing it when Dan Edwards was chair. That was a decision. So that's a newer concept that you've had before. Then you did not have that option a long time
It was actually 2017, because that was the first. Yeah, we adopted it in 2016, and no, it was because, well, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I do remember in January 2017, we had a member that participated by phone. And that's the first time I remember it. I don't want to open a can of worms. I was just interested if the committee talked about board members need to be present. That's all. That's all I wanted to know. And she did. That's all I wanted to know. Okay. All right. I'm good.
Okay, Ms. Manning.
Okay, so it's my understanding that these changes here for personal matter attendance, instead of just allowing 2 meetings per year for personal matter, it would allow 2 meetings or up to 25% of the total meetings of the school board, which increases it a significant amount.
Correct.
How many meetings? So each board member could potentially have 6 personal reasons. And my concern here is that we don't have defined out what constitutes a meeting. Is it tonight? Have we had 2 meetings because we had a workshop and a formal meeting? Or does this constitute 1 meeting? So
I think it's 1 meeting, as yesterday would have been a second meeting. I clarified that.
And we kind of need to know how many meetings per year in advance if we're going to do it this way, so we know if a board member can take, if we've met our maximum amount of virtual meetings. So my request for the Policy Review Committee is, if the intent is that you want to increase the number of personal meetings that a board member can do virtually, then let's just define a number rather than increasing the percentage. I'm not saying I'm in favor of increasing it. I'm most likely not, but I think it's very confusing here. And then my second concern is, what is a family member? If I have to care for my nephew that lives in California, is that a family member? If I have to care for a third cousin, is that a family member? If I have to care for a child that doesn't live with me? So I really feel like we need to define what family member means. Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
Yes, thank you. So I actually had a couple of concerns with this in the policy committee. You know, when I was elected to physically be here as much as possible. And yes, there's things that come up and there's calendars. You know, I have kids, I have a job, I have a lot of other responsibilities too. I put this in my calendar. I thought 2 personal meetings on top of, you know, medical conditions was pretty fair. I don't think I've missed a single meeting. There was one where I was stuck in traffic, but yeah, I think 25% is really expansive. I think taking care of your family members' medical conditions is also a little bit too expansive. And, you know, quite honestly, if somebody doesn't fit within that criteria, then they just don't get to be here. And I don't support the way it's written, but I also would say that it switches from a fiscal year to a calendar year right now in the midst of it. So I would like to see us, if we're going to vote on it, in the off chance that it passes, or if it passes, not in the off chance, but if it passes, that it renews in January so there's no confusion as to whether or not anybody was left behind, if that makes sense. So I think our last meeting in December seems to make more sense to me. I don't have a date on that right now because I know we probably don't have a meeting December 26th. I will be here if we do, in person. But yeah, anyway, I just think that perhaps we should vote on this in December. That way it would be implemented in January. That way nobody's left behind. There's no confusion. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
So first of all, I like the fact that we're going to go to the fiscal year. I mean, no, we're not going to the fiscal year. We're going for the calendar year. I like that because when we're elected, when our board members are elected, they take office in January. So it would make sense. It makes sense that you go from January to December 31st. So I like that part of it. I think that's what we needed to do anyway. The 25% bothers me, and I don't like the fact that we can't really determine what 25% of our meetings are until the end of the year. That doesn't make sense because you can't go back and say, oh, you weren't supposed to do that because you've already met the 25, you didn't meet the 25% or whatever. I think we just need to take that 25% completely out. Eliminate that
again,
part
you're
of
not
it.
required to have, you're not even required to allow remote participation, electronic meetings. That's a choice you have. You can go up to 25%.
Okay, so I would like to just see that eliminated and take that part out, the 25%. Let's just leave it at two personal reasons for the year. My thing of it is that, you know, we were elected to be here. We weren't elected to participate, you know, to continually miss meetings. It's a whole new can of worms, but, you know, that has to do with our salary to begin with. There's a lot of people who can't run for this office because they can't take the time from their job because we're not compensated enough to make the difference up for that. Yes, I can do this and I can be here every day because I am retired right now as a retired teacher. But there are people who have full-time jobs who cannot even think about running for this office because they can't take the time from their jobs. So that's another whole can of worms, and that's something that we'll hopefully talk about in November/December to, you know, bring up the salary of board members that are elected in 2024 who will take office in 2025. We can talk about that at that time. But for now, I'd like to eliminate this 25% out of here. I'd like to propose that we do that. And either leave it at 2 or increase it to 3 and just say 2 or 3, no more than three per year. And I don't want to eliminate the special meetings because, as you know, the special meetings that we had in the past 2 months were extremely important. And that's part of our responsibility. And we haven't been extreme about, we haven't done a lot of special meetings. We've just had a lot going on recently. The fact that we're looking for a new superintendent was one of the reasons we had a special meeting. This policy, the 2023 model policies have created a huge amount of discussion, and we needed the time to talk about it, But I've been on the board now for 11 years, and in 11 years, we haven't had more than 5 special meetings called. So that's really not a lot. We don't normally have a lot of special meetings that are called. We really don't. So I'd like to, I'd like to see it just either 2 or at the max 3. So just a nodding of your heads if you'd say you'd be willing to go for 3 meetings per year, personal reasons. Pardon?
It's going back to PRC.
Yeah, let's,
You want to send it back to, I've got your notes here.
gonna go
Mrs.
back to
Anderson.
PRC.
Okay.
Send it back
All right.
to PRC,
Okay.
and I'm writing your notes down for
Right.
what
Okay.
you've also
and,
I think that's good.
okay, that's it. So Ms. Owens, did you want to say something on this?
I was going to say that it's going to go back to PRC. We can have those discussions then, since we're pushing 10 and we haven't.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Yeah, well,
Owens. I appreciate
We'll have a lot
that.
to discuss.
Okay.
All right, moving on to policy 371. This one's actually relatively easy. As I mentioned to you, we have to review our policies in 5 years. In Section 3, this was the last remaining one that was over 5 years out of date. There have been no changes to the law that needed to be amended to this. However, reference to throughout this document is to the school board's attorneys being the city attorney, so we needed to change that to the school board attorney or retained attorney for that. So the changes you're going to see just throughout are, and there's only a couple of times, the reference to the city attorney now becomes the school board attorney or the retained attorney. In this case, currently working on your PPA, we have Faggett and Frieden working with us on that project. So we've referenced to both of them. So it would be the school board attorney or designee or other retained legal counsel. And that's the only changes we're recommending. And again, the reason we're looking at this is because it's more than 5 years out of date. So those are the recommendations coming out of the Policy Review Committee. And then questions on Policy 731, which is the Public-Private Educational Facilities Infrastructure Act. Hearing no questions, I will bring up a relatively easy one that came to our attention. Policy 443 has to do with payment to the state of deceased employees' earned or accrued leave. This was something we looked at earlier in April. However, our attention was brought to Human Resource brought to our attention that the spouse of one of our employees who had died recently was looking at the leave balance and was concerned by the fact that he was not paid out by the full amount of leave and asked us to relook at this. So Human Resources is here, and I think Mrs. Woodhouse may still be here if we have questions on this. But the way we're suggesting that it now be read, and this is something the PRC had looked at and thought it was a fair thing to do, and it would not create that larger problem for us, is the school board shall pay to the estate of a deceased employee the full hourly equivalent at per diem of all earned and accrued sick, annual, and/or personal reasons leave. All front-loaded leave will be evaluated and prorated based on the length of the employment. And again, that was a recent situation that came up after talking about it. The PRC decided that that was a fair thing to do for an employee who had deceased, and that employee's family would then get the compensation for the leave. And I don't know if we have any further questions, Mrs. Woodhouse? Okay. So again, although we looked in April, this was a recent situation brought to our attention. We thought this was a fair thing to do for our employees and their families. And if there are no further questions, that is the end of the Policy Review Committee recommendations for this month.
Okay, that brings us to G, 2023 Model Policy Updates. Welcome, Dr. Jean Saltner, Chief of Staff.
Thank you.
Hold on, Ms. Anderson.
I'd like to make a motion to allow Dr. Saltner to present these regulations without interruption during this part of the meeting. This is the information part. And for my colleagues to hold their questions and viewpoints until the action part of our agenda, wherein each board member will then be allowed to speak one time for or against the regulations or any amendment brought forward. I'm making this motion because our meeting last evening entailed more than 3 hours of questions and discussion from this body, and we have many important business issues to take care of this evening, and the hour is getting late. So I would like to make that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we've got a motion about this particular information and a second. Do we have discussion on this? Ms. Manning?
Yeah, so I don't agree with this. I was not able to attend the special meeting due to a pre-planned event that I had planned months and months ago. I was out of town. I did listen to the full meeting. I asked for my input to be considered in the meeting. I sent it that morning. My input was not considered. So I think that this is trying to take my voice away, and so I don't support that. And I have a question that pertains to this, because another concern of mine is, can it be answered when the public was provided with the proposal that was sent to us this afternoon? Does anyone know when the public was provided that information? Madam Clerk or Ms. Lynn?
I'm not clear when it was posted or provided to the public.
You don't
I
know?
will let you know that, as with all the materials that the school board members get, since the school board members got it when the meeting started, it was available for the public viewing. There was a hard copy that they could have viewed, but they could not take away. So we always have that for every meeting, that there is the packet of information that the school board members get that is also available for the public on the table where they can pick up a copy of the agenda.
And I appreciate that, but the law states that all materials furnished to members of a public body for a meeting shall be made available for public inspection at the same time such documents are furnished to the members of the public body. We got this around 1-something this afternoon. And so I haven't had sufficient time to go through what was given to us. And so I'm certain the public hasn't had sufficient time because they haven't even gotten it yet. It's not online for the members of the public who aren't here in person. I certainly don't blame you, Dr. Saltner, for this. You've been given a nearly impossible task that you're executing quite well. So I have very, very big concerns that the public hasn't even seen this document that we're about to talk about, and you're asking to limit the conversation on it. So I can't support that because I don't even think it should be on action item tonight.
Dr. Saltner, could you please respond to that concern about the information being provided to the public?
I would have to defer to Ms. Toniato regarding that. I do know that the document was not prepared until moments before I presented, that Ms. Toniato did include on the master copy where one enters a copy of the slide deck which I presented from last night.
And how about that information that Ms. Manning was talking about that we got this afternoon? Was that the final copy that you're getting ready to present, or was there any editing? Could you please respond to that?
I sent a draft to you this afternoon at the request of the board to have something to you by noon. Just before 1 o'clock, I was able to get a draft. It was probably not until about 3 o'clock that we were able to finalize.
Ms. Chairwoman,
Dr. Robertson.
I shared with the school board on September the 12th that when the decision was made to have a special meeting on September the 25th, I shared that evening that would mean that on Thursday, the Thursday prior when the agenda packet was released, that there was no possible way we could provide a copy of what would be decided on the Monday the 25th in time for the 26th. And so if the board has an issue with that procedure, may I suggest we just punt this to October the 10th?
Thank you. You did share that, Dr. Robertson. Thanks for reminding everyone of that. I don't know if everybody remembers that, but he did share that. I do have some speakers. Are you finished yet, Ms. Manning?
Yeah, I just, again, I'm not blaming administration for this at all. I just, as Dr. Robertson said, he notified us that it would be impossible, and we have a law to follow here under the Freedom of Information Act. And as far as I'm concerned, we have not met the requirements of the law to provide this to the public. So I agree that it should be, we should follow the law on that. Thank you.
Ms.
So
Melnick?
May I say
no,
that
ma'am.
we have a motion on the floor?
Just a second.
We're still discussing it.
Okay.
We're still discussing it.
All right. I just want to remind my colleagues that yesterday, Dr. Saltner presented this information to us, and we were not allowed to ask questions the entire time. We had to wait until the very end. I'd also like to say that while I believe this is just torture for our community, that this discussion continues, albeit regulations. This is a regulation discussion. These are not policies. The policies have already been decided. These are regulations that honestly we have a policy that states that the superintendent will develop the regulations. So technically, we don't even need to vote on this. However, because Mrs. Manning was unable to attend, and I saw some head nodding, I would like to offer a substitute motion. Even to my dismay, I will offer this substitute motion that we revisit this on October 10th for information only. And again, I think this is wrong for our community. This needs to be done, and we could see that in our speakers tonight. And think very carefully. These are regulations. These are not policies. That also needs to be reminded to the public. But
I second that.
Thank you.
Okay, we still have some,
It's just a safe discussion, yeah.
are you speaking to the first motion or the substitute motion? Okay, so Ms. Brown.
Okay, so here we are, we're already at information. I don't know why this can't be presented tonight on information. I'm now not sure, though, if what I have here in this document is what I received at 1 o'clock, because the word draft was used and then final was used. I don't know if this is even the same. But, you know, I do think that the public deserves to view what is in here. They absolutely do. And, you know, I'm fine with the whole presentation being given before questions are asked. I'm not okay with limiting debate. Thank you.
Mr. Culpepper?
Thank you. So we have a substitute motion on the table now, and I'll address that primarily. And I think I agree here with what Ms. Brown just said, which is I don't see any reason why we can't continue with this topic and information today and move to action at a later date. And I would agree that I can't support limiting discussion on the item whenever we do discuss it. That's all I have.
Madam Chair, if I can comment on this, I'm not sure what was sent at 1 o'clock. I know I was still working with we were still redrafting stuff at around 3. So I don't know, whatever you have now, I don't know that, whatever you got at 1 o'clock, I don't know what happened with that. I'm not aware of that, because I know that I was working with the superintendent, chief of staff, redrafting stuff. We were still drafting stuff close to around 3 o'clock. So I think you actually have a different document right now. What the law requires is that it be made available for inspection. It doesn't say you have to post it on the website. It says it has to be it's made available to school board members. It has to be made available for inspection so that they can come in here. So that would be where the situation is. And honestly, I didn't have the 1 o'clock email, so I'm not sure what you have, but I actually think this may be a slightly different document, because I know that questions were still being asked of me. We were redrafting issues. I don't know what the difference between the 1 o'clock and 1, but this might actually be a different document.
Ms. Anderson?
So I'm in favor of what Ms. Melnick suggested, in that these are regulations which we don't have to vote on. I'm all in favor of punting this until October 10th, and we don't really even need to vote on October 10th. We can just ask for information as to how our superintendent drafted these regulations and then go with it, because that's his job. It's his job to draft the regulations. It's not our job to vote on regulations. So I'm fine with just having it as information on the October 10th.
Can I say something? Why, no, we haven't voted on regulations before. But they have worked on this for information. I agree with Ms. Brown. I think we should be able to at least have the presentation for the information tonight. And if we want to bring it back and direct Dr. Robertson to act on regulations, as has always been and is in our policies, we can do that and not have it in our action tonight. So, the motion has been made by,
My substitute motion was to bring it back on October 10th. And so we can kill that motion and we can make a second, we can do another substitute motion to reflect information tonight. But it's been motioned, it's been seconded, so if you want to kill it, we need to do that and then move on with another
You
substitute
can
motion.
withdraw it, or you can vote on it.
Correct.
so we need to vote on the motion,
Substitute
the
motion.
substitute motion. Okay, or withdraw.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. Okay, and so now I can make a substitute motion, because that one was killed, to have Dr. Saltner present the regulations as presented last night with edits this evening.
Do I have a second? Ms. Brown? Oh. Well, let me get the second, and then we can have a question.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and Ms. Brown has a question about the motion.
Sure. You know, Madam Chair, the consensus of this board was to ask Dr. Robertson to present us with regulations, and the consensus of this board for the longest time was that we were going to vote on these regulations. And so my question is this going to be on action at our next meeting in that motion?
That's what we probably need to, we need to decide, I guess, tonight. Are we going to put this on action, or do we need to just send it, since it is a regulation, it was discussed, to Dr. Robertson?
That's
We're going to have to
a decision
decide on that.
You can make. It was, the board wanted to be involved in making the decision, and because the way it's written as policies by the state law, and you implement most of these things through regulations, but you have the ability to challenge, your bylaws allow you to do a regulation because the controversial nature of this, you wanted to be involved in drafting this. You could decide to just allow the superintendent to implement the regulations because your statute, your policy and your regulation allow for that. That's a decision you're going to have to make. That's not currently the motion on the, well, you would have to have the motion on the floor to do it. You'd have to probably move that to action to move on that in addition to your agenda. I don't know that you can do it information. I think you may be able to go forward on information here and then add something to the action agenda.
Well, so we've got it on the action agenda. So we could I can make the motion to substitute that action agenda for our direction of how we want to move forward.
I think you're going to have to amend your motion to amend your agenda to add a new motion on. And you can decide whether you want to go forward with the vote on it, but I think you're going to be amending as opposed to just a substitute.
And we would do that when we come to the action part of the,
You generally aren't taking an action during the information section.
Right.
Yeah.
okay. Did that answer your question, Ms. Brown?
Okay, and here's your cue.
Okay.
So I can support the motion if we are going through this tonight and then voting on this next meeting. We have put our administration through a lot of hoops to provide this to us and have us involved to just say, oh, never mind.
Yep.
You do it. So I don't think that the motion means that we're going to have it on action next time. And that's.
Didn't
'cause-
specify that.
Yeah.
I specified my disappointment with having to make the motion.
Right.
But I did not specify anything because of discussion that might ensue this evening, so I was not going to limit myself to that.
And she doesn't need to because this is information. What we can do, which is what Ms. Linetti said, is when we get to the action part of the agenda,
When this comes up.
make that decision, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Okay. So I'm fine with holding any questions till the end of the presentation. I was going to anyway, and I'm fine with making that motion when we get to action. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Owens.
Could probably withdraw my time. My question was very similar to Ms. Brown's.
Okay, Ms. Franklin.
Yes, thank you. And I just would like to say, again, just to reiterate, that our senior leadership has done a lot of work, and quite honestly, I believe that we need to take ownership of this as a board. We've gone down the rabbit hole. I think that we, as a board, need to drive this decision and not just place it all on the school leadership's shoulders and take ownership as a board and for the votes we make. So I would like to see us do information tonight and then action at the October 10th meeting. That's what I can support.
Okay. Ms. Manning?
I agree with Ms. Brown and Ms. Franklin. That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay. Did everybody understand that? Okay, Mr. Callen.
The model policies that we have in front of us, I'm getting an impression from the conversation that's taking place tonight that this might not be the actual presentation that Mr. Soltner would be delivering. Is this, in fact, the correct and up-to-date version?
Actually, it's up to date. He's going to go over it. Can we go ahead and vote on this and let him go over it? Because there's just a couple of words that are changed, okay?
So it's not the actual document?
It is the actual except for 2 words.
Okay.
Okay? From what I understand. Okay?
Point of order,
And
Madam
it's
Chair.
going to be put up on it's the slide, the slide he's going to present is going to be up there, and you will see on your sheet where that is. So let's let him get started. Let's vote so we can move
Point
on.
of order. We don't need to vote because we're following the course of what's already in the meeting. Ms. Melnick's substitute was that we listen to this on information, and then when we get to action, we're going to move it to the next meeting. So we don't need to vote on anything.
Well, we have a motion on the
Put on my
floor.
substitute motion.
Yeah.
Because Mrs. Anderson
As
made
a-
okay,
Yes.
your
So I
substitute.
had a
We still have
substitute
a vote.
motion. Correct.
Okay, so is everybody, please state your substitute motion, Ms. Melnick.
My substitute motion was to proceed with the presentation by Dr. Saltner. Was that it? Yeah. Yes, because Mrs. Manning, yes, that's right, because Mrs. Manning had asked for this to be presented this evening, right, okay. Yes, the motion, the substitute motion was just to proceed with the presentation by Dr. Saltner for information this evening.
And we have a
And
second?
I had a second.
Seconded already.
Okay. I think we've had the discussion we needed to have. Everybody in favor of that, please raise your hand.
And Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Was that a yes?
Affirmative.
Yes, thank you. So we have 10 ayes, thank you. The substitute motion passed to allow Dr. Saltner to continue with the presentation.
Dr. Saltner, are you still standing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your patience, and please proceed.
Outstanding. I'm looking forward to presenting. Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, board members, and Dr. Robertson. Tonight, I'll present a summary of how we plan to implement policies and regulations that are consistent with the recently released model policy. I will not take you back to the process used last night, where we viewed both the language from the model policy and suggested revisions. Instead, I will present the language we proposed to address each area of the model policies. At the conclusion of my presentation, I will take any questions you may have about the information covered here. It is the hope of the administration it was the hope of the administration that this could move to action this evening. We are certainly prepared to move on our next board meeting. On this slide is a chronological history of the 6 occasions the board discussed model policy. By my estimate, the board has spent in excess of 12 hours of a discussion about how to proceed with the new policy, and I would share with you that the administration has spent more than 40 hours working on how we can provide the board with a plan to move forward with the new model policies in a manner that respects the core values of Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Now let us begin. On this slide, you'll see language approved by the board on September 12th as part of Policy 531-31, and it is taken verbatim from the model policy. Please take a moment to skim that. The only exception to the verbatim use of model policy is in Part C, where we added the last sentence, and I will read this for you. Any writing from the eligible student or parent of a minor student shall be memorialized in the student's official record and be subject to the same retention, disclosure, and confidentiality requirements as the official record itself. We viewed this addition as being more comprehensive than the suggested language of the model policy. In Section 3 of the model policies, there is a brief overview, and we cite 2 existing policies, 2-33 and 5-31, that are consistent with this overview or general guiding principles. Again, please take a moment to skim these. They are the general statements on discrimination and harassment and bullying. We'll examine now Part A of the model policies, maintenance of safe, supportive learning environment. In Section A1 of the model policies, we created language in Policy 5.7, and in Section A3 and A4 of the model policies, we propose language in 5-7.1 that is again consistent with the model policies. Please review it. and if you'll look my way when I can continue. Thank you. In Section B, prevention of bullying and harassment, we have existing language and explanations in the areas noted for B1. Section B2 of the model policy is covered in Policy 5-7 under Section B. For the last three sections, B3, B4, and B5 of the model policies, we propose language in Regulation 536 that is consistent with the model policies. Again, if you would kindly take a look, and then look my way when you're ready to proceed. Thank you. Model Policies C, maintenance of student records. Under Section C, we address C1 with language from Policy 531, approved September 12th. It should be noted that the PRC may be reviewing this language based on the suggestion from another board member, but I'd also note this would not change the meaning or intention of the work we are looking at this evening. In Section C2 of the model policies, we propose changes to Regulation 5-7.1 that again are consistent with the model policies. Look up when you're ready for me to proceed. Thank you. Identification of students, where we spent significant time last night. In Section D of the model policies, we covered D1 with our Policy 5-7 and proposed regulations to 5-7.1. We also proposed changes to Regulation 5.7 under Section B to be consistent with Sections D2 and D3 of the model policies. One note at this point, we recognize the very rich discussions we had last night regarding D2 and the use of nicknames. Some board members felt that we should keep the phrase commonly associated. In fact, it was a point of significant debate. In our revisions tonight, we are providing a solution should the board wish to make another change. And that change would be to add a Section C that reads, or commonly associated with the student's official name, to our suggested revision. If you'll take a moment to study that, in particular with the bolded note under D2. And I'll wait for you to look my way. Continuing in Section D, D4, our proposed changes to regulation to 5-7.1 are there to address D4 of the model policies. We address D5 of the model policies through Policy 531, Section G. We propose adoption of the exact language from the model policy in D6 into regulation for 5.7, using that verbatim language. And finally, We address Model Policy Section D7 through changes to that regulation by adding a new item, A4, and in each case where changes to the regulation are noted, all of these changes are consistent with the model policies. Thank you. Moving on to E, protection of privacy and confidentiality. In Section E of the model policies, we address Section E1, again with Policy 531, Section B. Of note, we have a recommendation for changes to the wording to Policy 531 here that will need to go before the PRC. Again, this would not affect the intent of what you read there. For sections E2 and E3 of the model policy, we propose changes to Regulation 5-7 under Section A, again, consistent with the model policies. If you would be so kind as to continue to look my way when I might proceed. Moving to Section F, we did not examine this last night because we were in agreement prior at our September 12th meeting. Enforcement of sex-based dress codes. In Section F, the model policies, we utilize Policy 544 to address F1 and propose changes to Regulation 541 to again be consistent with the model policy in this section, gender neutrality. Thank you. Thank you. Moving to participation in sex-specific activities and facilities. In Section G of the model policies, we address G1 through changes to Regulation 5-7.1 under Section C. Of note, Section C3 is verbatim language noted in G1 of the model policy, and the language in 5-7.1.C1 and C2 are not verbatim, but are consistent with the model policy. We address G2 of the model policies by proposed changes to Regulation 5-44.2 that are consistent with the model policies. I believe I have everyone, and we'll continue with G3. I'm sorry, Section G. In this instance, G3 of the model policies. We propose the changes to Regulation 6-56.1 to address Section G of the model policies. You'll note that here is another area where the board had a very rich discussion on the language. We could add the italicized sentence back to our proposed language in 6-56.1 and change the word reasonable, which many had consternation about, to every, hence uplifting the critical importance of the objective in G3 of the model policy. Note that this had an affirmative straw poll vote of 5-4. We can replace it to read, when single-user facilities are not available, reasonable efforts will be made, and replace the word reasonable with every effort will be made to accommodate a student's request for personal privacy. We address Section G4 and G5 of the model policies through changes to Regulation 5-44.2 that are, again, consistent with the model policies. You'll recall for our discussions for Section G6, single change from ADA to 504 to align with the very positions which we have at each school site. If you'll examine those and look up when you are ready for me to continue to proceed. Jessica. Concluding with letter H, athletics. In Section H of the model policy, we propose changes to Regulation 5-49.1, which are consistent with the model policy, sex designated in the student's official record rather than gender or gender identity. I thank you for indulging me in holding questions till we have gone through. At this time, I welcome your questions.
Ms. Brown.
So I just have one question. It says reasonable modifications will be made to the extent required by law for athletics.
May I interrupt and ask you to tell me what slide you're on or what?
Sure, slide 14, the last one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do you want me to ask him the question or you want me to direct it at you, Madam Chair? Okay. Is there any laws requiring modification to participation in athletics?
I'll defer to our legal authority.
The Fourth Circuit has actually ruled on a case in West Virginia requiring that you allow a transgender student to participate in it. So you could have a court order you to do that. And we do, and the Fourth Circuit currently has a case that came out of West Virginia where a transgender male, a student identifying male, identifies transgender, asked to be on the, student identifying female, biological male, asked to be on the cross-country team, and the Fourth Circuit allowed it and said overruled the law at that point. So you could have a court case coming out requiring at that point. I do think the changes that have been recommended for Title IX and athletics are going to, once they go through, are going to allow you to make that decision to sex segregate that, but I do think that could, and it would be a question of the Virginia Human Rights Act if somebody made an argument, equal protection argument, or a violation that if it's a termination that it violate, that could be a law.
Okay, so the Title IX stuff is proposed so far. We aren't sure that's gone through.
The Title IX proposal for athletics is that the school division could determine that you would only be biological male, biological female. That's what they're going to allow you to do based on what's currently in effect is saying that you have to honor it. The proposal is that the school divisions or school boards will be allowed to make the decision for themselves whether it's male or female. That we thought would probably go through the fall. My guess it may not be until about January time period that's finalized.
Okay, so then there is no requirement by law.
What I'm going to tell you right now, someone brings a lawsuit, that there could be. West Virginia has been enjoined from enforcing their law on prohibiting biological males from participating in female teams. So that's been enforced by the courts. There could be one here, and what that's saying is that you have to account for a future case that comes in.
So a decision has not been rendered?
Not in Virginia, but the Fourth Circuit has ruled, and I would expect if should a case come out that would be where you are. And that may also depend on where you are in Title IX, depending on when a case is filed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Callen.
Mr. Cowan, may I again ask you and others, when you are asking a question, if you will direct us to a slide or a letter?
I don't need to. This is conceptual. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I am telling you the impression you've left me with, and if you can confirm or deny my impression, that would be helpful. As you went through the material, you made reference to the verbiage that exists, and you seemingly categorized them in two different categories in my way of thinking. It was either verbatim relative to the model policies, or it was consistent therewith. That leaves me with an impression that from your point of view, you believe that whether it's by the letter of the law or by the spirit of the law, your version of what could be embraced would be in keeping with the spirit of the model policies from the Youngkin administration. And again, I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I'm really seeking to clarify. This is the impression you're leaving me with. Would you say that's an accurate impression?
I would say your impression is accurate, yet I would want to clarify for you that it is not my opinion or my work. It is the work of a working committee that the superintendent established.
But as the spokesman thereof?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Callen, if I could, there was a statement that Dr. Saltner was going to read in the closing that I'll read to you, and it speaks to your very point. And that is, recently, Governor Youngkin himself has publicly stated that school divisions shall adopt the model policies as is, or they may choose to revise existing policies and regulations to be consistent with the model policy. And as you picked up, tonight you have heard times where we use the language verbatim from the model policy based on a conversation we had with the board 2 weeks ago and what we had last night. And there were times where we revised language to adjust our existing policies and regulations to be consistent with the model policies and do so in a manner that is aligned to the core values of this school division. So that's what the committee tried to do. So you were exactly right. You picked up on what we wanted you to pick up on. Thank you.
Ms. Manning.
Okay, I'll start off with slide 8, D3. School personnel shall refer to a student using only the pronoun associated with the student's sex or gender identity set forth in the student's official record. But if you look at the model policy language on that, in my opinion, it is not consistent with that, because the model policy specifically state, personnel shall refer to each student using only the pronouns appropriate to the sex appearing in the student's official record. That is, male pronouns for students whose sex is male, female whose sex is female. So in my opinion, having that word gender identity in there is not in compliance with the model policies. That is
Ms.
my
Manning,
opinion.
if I may ask you to look to D4. D4 encompasses D2 and D3, nicknames and pronouns. And if you look, it says notwithstanding the provision of D2 and 3, the school division personnel shall refer to a student by a name other than one in the student's official record or by the pronouns other than those appropriate to the sex appearing in the student's record.
So are you referring to D4 that is in that you provided? Because D4 that you provided does not have the notwithstanding.
Correct,
provision.
and let me clarify this. This is an inconsistency that the model policy, and when we read this, it's very confusing, and when we talked about it as a committee, we thought it would be very difficult for staff at the school level to implement it as written, because you would read one, under the model policy, D1 and D2, it seems to say one thing, but then you have to go all the way back down to D4, which if you actually read it, the model policy, the 2023 model policy said, although it said you had to follow their sex, you, as a parent or an eligible student, could put in writing that you want another name or another pronoun. So so that's confusing. So we thought it was just clearer to put in gender identity because you've identified your transgender student up there. Whatever you put in the official record is what we are going to use because it's allowable by the model policy. Just the way the model policy reads is very confusing and it's very hard to implement. So we thought our wording would make it easier for staff to understand because you're going to follow what is in the official record. That's where you're going to do it. And again, it's allowable to choose, the student or the parent can choose another pronoun or another name.
So I don't see that, and that's not how I read the model policies. And nowhere in the model policies does it say that
Yes, it does, Ms. Manning.
D4 does.
Under model policy.
It doesn't say gender identity.
But because you can choose another, model policy reads, notwithstanding the provisions of paragraphs 2 and 3 of this section, school division personnel shall refer to a student by a name other than one in the student's official record or by pronouns other than those appropriate to the sex appearing in the student's official record only if an eligible student or parent has instructed the school division in writing that such other name or pronouns can be used. So you can choose another name or pronoun, and since you can do that as the parent or the student, and we're requiring that you put it in the official record, the model policy allows that. And also the model policy also says that you need to be consistent with the Virginia Human Rights Act, which has gender identity, which is why we added gender identity back to definition. So this is the confusing part about the policy, because the policy allows you to do that. We had to put it in writing in a way that our staff could understand it.
So I think it's confusing because we're only using part of D in the model policy, and I think that's why it's confusing, because when I read the model policy in itself under D, I'm not confused. When I read this, I am confused. And if you look at students' official record, and this is a conversation that I heard last night among board members, is, okay, what is a student's official record? And I was told, and I heard it be said that if a parent simply sends a letter into the school and says, I want my child's name changed, then that can be done, and the parent can change the pronoun. However, under our own current policy that we adopted and under the model policy, it says student records, i.e. birth certificate, student information system, which is where we plug all that information in, where you change it. Final transcript that require the use of the student's legal name and sex as designated in the student's official records may not be amended unless the eligible student or parent of a student submits a legal document. Sending a letter saying, I just want my kid's name and sex changed is not permissible under the model policies or our policy.
But you would be putting gender identity in versus the sex.
No, that's not permitted in the model policies. Gender identity is not in here whatsoever.
How else?
Is it in our policy?
I'm just going to disagree with you. Our problem was interpreting D4, which we interpreted allowed a parent to do that. Since they're allowed to put another name in there, on there, and put something else in the writing, we had to incorporate that because the model, to be consistent with the model policy, we had to allow the parent to do that. So we thought that that was the most consistent way to do that.
Well, I think that goes against what the model policy says, but I'll move on. And so let's go to item number, slide 12. Item G1 states, sex and gender grouping for class activities or school-sponsored events should not be used. That is opposite of what the actual model policy states. Let me go to the model policies.
Would you be so kind as to repeat the slide number for me?
I'm sorry, slide 12, item G1.
Thank you.
And it says, sex and gender grouping for class activities or school-sponsored events should not be used. And in the model policies, it says for any school or program that are separated by sex, the appropriate participation of students shall be determined by sex rather than gender identity. So I think, in my opinion, that is not in compliance. And then under G2, adding the term gender identity has been added as well, which it's clear in G2 in the model policies that it should be by sex, not gender identity. And I'm very concerned about that one because girls have a right to safe and private bathrooms and locker rooms, and I feel that this is not providing that.
Ms. Manning, each time you see gender identity, it aligns with all of our school board policies. We refer to it as gender identity. In addition, policy 5-31A, or perhaps B, uses the term with transgender as gender identity. That was approved by the board on September 12th.
Yeah, I understand it's in the definition, but we're not using the term transgender student in here. In these that I'm referring to. And just pulling gender identity out from that definition doesn't make it in compliance with the model policies. And, you know, we also have in here that a parent may change the pronoun, yet we don't have any space in our student information system where we even address pronouns and what pronouns are. So that's another concern of mine.
That's an operational matter that we would address. It doesn't need to be changed in the student's record. If a parent puts in writing, we will honor that. We'll make the teachers aware.
But it says on slide 9, I apologize for going back and forth.
You're quite all right.
It says in slide 9, D4B, it says the pronoun that the eligible student of a parent of a minor student has designated in the student's official record. We don't designate pronouns in the student's record, so I have concerns about that.
That would be a correction.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
As was just now demonstrated, the governor has made a really big deal about parents' rights. Parents' rights. He stood up the other day in front of a big sign behind him that said parents' rights. So that's exactly why that gives us the leeway to give parents the right to make some of these choices in here. I don't agree with all of them. I don't agree, you know, we're trying our best to do what the governor has said and give parents rights. Okay, and you know, I agree that parents have the right to raise their children the way they see fit. They don't have the right to raise my child that way. I have the right to determine what my children do or my grandchildren. However, I think we've bent over backwards in these policies and these regulations to do what the governor said. Parents' rights. So yes, the 23 model policies have some leeway in there, but if you want to do what the governor says, you got to give the parents the right to make these decisions. Now, my next question, though, has to do with slide 5, where it says by A4, it says, at the request of the parents of a minor student, the school should designate an administrator or counselor to speak together with the student's parents, with the student regarding questions pertaining to gender. And so it leads me to wonder if we do that for that, where in our regulations does it state that counselors or an administrator should be the one to call? Because we had a student tonight who came tonight who said, without us passing anything, his teacher called the parent and asked about him asking to be called a certain name. And that shouldn't have happened. I want it guaranteed that our teachers, classroom teachers, do not have to call the parents over a name. If you want to have a counselor do it or a school administrator do it, fine. But I've been talking about this since we started with this, that teachers have enough on their plates, and our classroom teachers should not have that responsibility, but I don't see it addressed in these regulations, and I really would like to see that in writing somewhere, and I was hoping that A4 would, that caused me to wonder about it. So I don't know whether we should, maintenance of safe, supported learning environment, if we could add another one there that says an administrator or a counselor would be the one to make the call. I'd like to see that in writing somewhere.
So I appreciate that, Ms. Anderson, and I'm going to need you to trust me when I tell you that that's going to be operationalized in our guidelines. I really don't want us to get to a position where this board has to review the decisions made about the day-to-day operations about the school division, because quite frankly, you probably don't need me then.
True.
So I also can't corroborate any statements that were made tonight by any of the speakers. So I also have said to the board many times, we have 5,200 teachers and 500 administrators. On any given day, free will allows those individuals to make a choice about what to say and what not to say. And if they violate directives, which we have not given them, then it becomes a personnel issue. And as I said before, and I want to reiterate, we cannot afford to get into the business of firing teachers for doing something. There are no other teachers. Mr. Delaney talked tonight about coaching our teachers up. We will coach our teachers up. We will coach our students up. It pains me to no end to hear students who feel like we've forgotten them. We have not forgotten them. We will not forget them, no matter what decisions made here. We will make whatever decisions work for the students, for the staff, for the parents. And I'll reiterate that the spirit of the model policies was to bring parents back into the equation on all aspects of education. And we passed Policy 531 to adopt language from the model policies, which clearly defined what a transgender student is. And it reads, from the model policy, transgender student means a student whose parent has stated in writing that the student's gender identity differs from the student's sex, or an eligible student who states in writing that the student's gender identity differed from the student's sex. Of course, an eligible student is above the age, is at 18. So, again, transgender student, according to model policy, means a student whose parent has stated in writing that the student's gender identity differs from the student's sex. We're now empowering that parent in Section D to have some say over the child's nickname, the child's pronoun use, and we believe that's consistent.
I just want to say that I'm happy to hear Dr. Saltner continuously say throughout these regulations, he used the word consistent with the model policies. So anyone who disagrees that these regulations have not gone far enough, that we're trying to, thread a needle because of our words, we're changing things around, we're doing it to be consistent with the model policies. We're doing what we're told to do. We're not breaking the law. We're doing it to fit our current policies and current regulations. And I still have a problem with kids having nicknames. Samantha is called Sam, yet her parent is going to have to put in writing that it's okay for her to be called Sam. So by saying commonly associated with the student's official name, I guess Sam is a commonly associated one, but there are some, we had a discussion the other night about, Miss Weems' son was named Beamer, or nicknamed Beamer. He was called Beamer from the time he was able to walk, and still called Beamer even today. And it was not commonly associated with his name. I have problems with nicknames not being allowed, with teachers not being allowed to call a student a nickname unless it's in I guess it's unless it's somewhere in writing from the parent that that's allowed. But I feel like kids ought to be called whatever they want to be called. It doesn't really matter. But as long as we're doing a good job of teaching them, I think really their nicknames really shouldn't be an issue. But it's become an issue, and we're trying to give parents their rights. In the meantime, here we are 2 months later. Okay.
If I may, just to answer what was a question I think I heard, and that was the nickname issue. And I'll draw you back to slide 8, D2, and I think it appropriate before we close out this evening that we revisit both D2 and G3, those areas of which members had consternation last night. Our committee reformed again today, part of the delay in getting to you by noon, and looked very closely at how we might accommodate the concern. So again, if you look at D2, we would add a letter C, or commonly associated with the student's official name. I think that would address your concern there.
Thank you.
Mr. Culpepper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, I want to start off just by saying, Dr. Robson, Dr. Saltner, despite all the heat you're taking, and Dr. Saltner's doing a great job on the hot seat here for 2 days now. I think everybody really does appreciate how much work you've done to give us something to work with. So now I'm going to complain about it. Sorry. Not really. Ms. Manning brought up a couple issues that did concern me. I won't reiterate them. I just wanted to hit on H, slide 17.
Give me a moment to get that up for the folks who are here this evening.
Okay.
Slide 14, letter H, athletics.
That's one, yeah. Somebody said it earlier, the language in here is tough sometimes. And the model policies language with respect to athletics here is to say that participation of students shall be determined by sex rather than gender or gender identity, quote. And what we say here is determined by the sex designated in the student's official record. So both in the model policy and in our 531, sex is defined as biological sex. Sex in the student's official record is not the same thing because that can be changed. So that's essentially, although we don't define it, what it actually is legal sex, kind of like legal name. So you can change your legal name and you can change your legal sex, but your actual sex, your biological sex, can't change. So we're not saying the same thing here, and that's a distinct difference. I think it matters Shouldn't matter, I think, to everybody on the board, because nobody on the board has expressed any interest whatsoever in boys playing on girls' sports. And I think every time the topic has come up, everybody's been quite clear that they don't support boys playing on girls' sports. So I think we need to clarify that language here by mirroring more closely what the model policy says, that participation should be determined based on sex. We don't have to reiterate biological sex because that's stated in our definition. The only other thing I'll add here is I realize that we think we're being more strict with this last language here about VHSL rules, but I'd actually rather that not be there. I think we should define what we care about with respect to participation in athletics. We'll obviously follow VHS rules, at least when it comes to high school sports. But I don't like any implication whatsoever that we would defer our decision-making on this to VHSL. That's all I got.
If I can clarify on that, we actually think the way we've written it is stricter, because if you're going to determine, now we have a definition of sex, we're allowed you to put gender identity in there if you want to do that, but we've not used the gender identity section for this. We've just referred to sex, and we have a definition of sex in 531. But if you come in and ask for the reasonable accommodation, and it's granted because a court is designated at giving you a document or something like that, we're still asking that you then go through the VHSL transgender policy. So just that you have a court record, or you've gotten something from a court saying that you officially changed it, we're still asking that you go through the transgender policy. We went through that last night. It's stricter. You have to show the 8 conditions that Mr. Delaney was explaining to you. We actually think it's a stricter policy. So even if your court were to give you a document saying, yes, you are transgender, you're changing it, we're going to then make you go through the rest of the policy that VHSL would require.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Delaney to come back up to the podium, because he provided a really good explanation last night about the VHSL's approach to males participating on girls' teams. In fact, the VHSL says it won't happen.
Well, there's a couple of things that was in that policy in the handbook of the VHSL 54-6-1, which was the participation limitation that I mentioned last night, that states if a school maintains separate teams in the same sport for girls and boys during the school year, regardless of sports seasons, girls may not compete on boys' teams and boys may not compete on girls' teams. If a school maintains only a boys' team in the sports, girls may compete on the boys' teams. Boys may not participate on a girls' team in any sport other than cheerleading unless the executive committee determines that boys' opportunities for participation in athletics have been limited in the past. And then the transgender policy is the appeal process to that policy. And one of the things I will share with you that I did not last evening, but it certainly speaks to the appeal process and the conversation at the executive committee, was one of the members of the executive committee, I believe it was the PTA board member, said, if you remove this transgender policy, you've removed the right of the parent to appeal, and that would be the only instance in the VHSL handbook where that exists. They're allowed to appeal the transfer rule, they're allowed to appeal the age rule, they're allowed to appeal others, and that was the response that was given to me by Mr. Hahn, who's the director of the VHSL. So that's the clarity sometimes that is not existing in terms of also the process that we outlined on the 8 conditions that Mrs. Linetti referenced before. Dr. Robertson, was that the clarification you were looking for?
Yeah, actually, all that tends to highlight my point, rather. First off, I didn't say anything about gender identity here. I talked about the definitions of sex versus sex in the student's record. Those aren't the same thing. I'm just pointing that out. We should reflect sex, not sex in the student's record, which is legal sex. I didn't say anything about gender or gender identity. And then secondly, like you just pointed out, it was VHS. If a court tells us to do something, that's one thing. If a law changes and we're forced to do something, that's another thing. None of those things exist at the moment. There's a line in there that prepares us for that if it does happen. And if a student is participating in high school sports, then the VHSL rules would apply to them. So we don't need to put that in there. All that would do is basically apply the VHSL rules to students that aren't yet in high school. I just don't think that's necessary, and it convolutes the process, as this discussion just kind of pointed out. they have an appeal process for something they say will never happen. That suggests to me that they think it might happen. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Culpepper. Ms. Martin?
I had a question again on slide 8, where we're talking about adding in the commonly associated nickname. Would the student choose that? Because why add it unless the student's going to be the one choosing that commonly associated nickname?
We would still require the parent of a minor or the eligible student, 18 or older.
Well, then it's not necessary.
Actually, I don't think it reads that way. If you actually read it back there, I think if it's commonly associated, so you use Mrs. Melnick's example, it's Kimberly and it's commonly associated. Otherwise, you have to put it in the record. But I think this one you could do the way we wrote it, you could do Kim or Kimmy.
Without the parent's permission.
Cool.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
it's commonly associated
Right.
one. Now, obviously, if you are a parent and you don't like it because you love the name Kimberly and you do not like Kim, you would have to come in and put into writing for us, under no conditions do you call her Kim or Kimmy. And we're going to have to honor that at this point. But I think the way we've written it, if it's commonly associated, you don't have to put that in writing.
Okay. So the student would just tell the teacher, yeah, my name's Kimberly, but call me Kim. And it wouldn't be a problem.
I think that's the way we've
Okay,
intended it.
perfect.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
stand corrected, Ms. Martin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple things I just want to reiterate, that I can accept these policies for K through 8, but for 14 and up, grades 9 through 12, I just feel like they should be able to select their preferred name without parent permission. They can do that in the workplace, and I just want to reiterate that from here, that is my preference. I also want to point out, in addition to what Dr. Robertson said about the governor's comments about passing either the model policy as written or policies consistent with it, the Virginia State Board of Education President Grace Turner Creasy, during her presentation in Chesterfield on September 21, indicated, and I'm going to quote here, that she wants to focus on supporting the individual needs of diverse school districts. She recognizes that one size does not fit all when it comes to school districts. So I think that reiterates what the governor is saying here, that we recognize that there are different policies that need to come into place, that the policies as written maybe don't fit a 63,000 student school district. Therefore, the alternative is to adopt policies consistent with that match our operational needs. So I support the majority of this, would like to register, my preference for students who can get a work permit, go to work, tell their employer they have a preferred name. I think that should go over to school. It's okay if it doesn't, but that's what I would like to see with this policy. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick?
So, Dr. Saltner, I just need to clarify this because there's been the question about gender identity, and I talked about this last night too. But in policy 5-31, last month, we amended that policy to include the words gender identity, and it was more than it was a majority. It was a super majority, but vote on that one. I think it was like 8-3. Part of that was to be in alignment with the Virginia Human Rights Act. And that's why that was added, which is also directing, that policy is what's directing some of this regulation work. Is that correct?
I will again refer to legal counsel for that one.
I'm sorry. Okay.
That was your recommendation. And again, the model policies also require you to be in compliance. And 2023 said you have to be in compliance with the Virginia Human Rights Act. And the Virginia Human Rights Act doesn't use the term gender, it uses the term gender identity.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that for any of the public that is still watching, that that's why that was done. This was not to create some backdoor anything. It was all done with a legal mind. And I remember sitting here and having this discussion on the 12th of September when when that happened. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that it was done to be in compliance with the law.
Point well taken, thank you.
Okay, let's move on, please. We're now at the local plan for the education of the gifted update. Welcome. Thank you, Dr. Saltner,
My pleasure, thank you.
for standing there forever and answering it and working on this for many hours.
Absolutely.
So our presenter for the local plan for the education of the gifted update. Welcome, Danielle. Oh, sorry. Dr. Kelly.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. I am Lorena Kelly, Executive Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning. And I am here with Dr. Crystal Wilkerson, the Director of K-12 and Gifted Programs. This evening, we will be providing a follow-up to the August 8th school board presentation with a focus on the amendment to the local plan of the education for the gifted. We plan to have a Gifted Community Advisory Committee member who was present throughout the entire Gifted Advisory Committee meeting on September 18th present this evening. However, we just recently received notification that that member would not be able to attend this evening. We would like to thank Ms. Franklin and Mr. Callan for your attendance at the meeting on September 18th. The information you received in your packet includes all the proposed amendments. However, this presentation, like the last one, will focus on the portions of the amendment that generated the most discussion among administration and the Gifted Advisory Committee. We're here to request your approval for the necessary amendment to move forward with scheduling gifted identification for the 24-25 school year. We will continue to take input and make modifications when applicable and appropriate as we embark on the larger journey to review and revise the 5-year plan. This is very time sensitive as the amendment is needed to move forward with this year's identification process. At the August 8th school board presentation, we provided an in-depth review of the gifted identification and ODS selection processes that took place during the 22-23 school year. The 22-23 processes and practices implemented were communicated in a variety of ways, including school board memos, the VB Schools website, Alert Now messages to parents, and we shared that the spring 2023 selection process was the first time the number of students in second and sixth grade identified for potential enrollment at Old Donation exceeded the number of open seats. However, this had previously occurred in grades 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8, creating the need for the random selection processes at those grade levels. During the meeting, we presented a proposed amendment and received feedback from the school board, which guided further revisions, and we return to you tonight to share those revisions. As shared during the last meeting, a detailed explanation of the Old Donation selection process was described, as well as clarification regarding the continuum of services provided by Virginia Beach City Public Schools. As displayed here, the previous approved VBCPS local plan states students identified as gifted are eligible for gifted services in their neighborhood school's Gifted Resource Cluster program. We are very fortunate in Virginia Beach as we staff a minimum of one gifted resource teacher in every elementary school who delivers gifted services and plans specifically with the GRT in collaboration with the gifted cluster teacher in the classroom, and must differentiate the regular education program to meet the needs of each gifted student. As a reminder to the board, Virginia Beach uses a holistic evaluation, including the Naglieri and the COGAT, as part of the identification process. The Naglieri Nonverbal Ability Test, or the NNAT, developed by Pearson, is the standardized test designed to assess the reasoning ability of students. The NNAT is utilized extensively in the United States as a component of admissions processes for the gifted and talented programs. The COGAT, a multi-measure assessment, provides opportunity for identification in numerous areas of reasoning. Having an assessment that measures aptitude in more than one area provides greater opportunity to identify students with high academic potential. It provides verbal, quantitative, and nonverbal reasoning scores, which many states use to identify children for gifted services. This information is used to support differentiated instruction based on the abilities of each learner. It does not identify bands of giftedness. This is important to note, as the power of an assessment like the COGAT is the information it provides regarding different areas of reasoning, and it helps educators appropriately respond and extend learning for students. We provided the Gifted Community Advisory Committee with a draft of the amendment a week in advance of the meeting to ensure we received input from the public as it is open to the public. During the portion of the meeting when the amendment was reviewed, a quorum was not present. However, the committee reviewed each item, and the members present discussed and provided input. This feedback will be included throughout the presentation. After carefully reviewing the feedback and making additional revisions based on their recommendation, the Office of K-12 and Gifted Programs shared the revised amendment with the school board on September 21st. The following slides demonstrate revisions based on the feedback of the school board and the Gifted Community Advisory Committee. On the screen, you will see an example of what is currently included in the local plan regarding screening first and fifth graders. This excerpt shows the 2025 local plan screens first and fifth grade students with the Naglieri, and students scoring in the 90th percentile are recommended for additional testing. This slide demonstrates the revisions that we are recommending to the local plan. The change includes the administration of the COGAT to all first graders and clarifies that fifth graders who score in the 90th percentile or higher on the Naglieri will be encouraged to submit an application and be administered the COGAT. The amendment includes the removal of parent information. The Gifted Community Advisory Committee and the school board were made aware of this change during the 21-22 school year. The change was made based on the input from experts in the field to remove the barriers for parents. This slide demonstrates additional revisions. Note the removal of parent information, the addition of the grade 1 performance task, and the addition of the student interviews for grades 5 through 12. The Gifted Community Advisory Committee members present had rich discussion around this topic and concluded they are in agreement with the amendment and will include this as a point of discussion in the development of the next 5-year plan. This slide demonstrates what is currently included in our plan, and it is important to clarify students in grades 1 and 5 are screened for gifted, and all students who want to be considered for enrollment at Old Donation School must apply to attend. The revisions on the next slide will demonstrate the change. The recommended modification includes the removal of the term top candidates to reflect the reality when the number of top candidates exceeds the number of available seats. This slide demonstrates the revised verbiage to ensure what is in the plan accurately reflects the reality of what the division must do in years that result in more top candidates than there are seats available at Old Donation, as there is no guarantee all top candidates are invited to attend since we have a finite number of open seats, which differ at each grade level. The members present at the Gifted Community Advisory Committee shared they appreciated the attempt for clarification, specifically with the last line. Although the chair opened the floor for discussions, the members present passed on a discussion. This slide includes the 5-point rating scale that was last utilized during the 21-22 Old Donation School selection process. For the past 2 years of selection processes, a 4-point rating scale was used. The 1 formally indicated a student was not recommended. This was removed as all students who apply must meet the criteria of being identified as gifted to receive services. At this time, the administration is recommending we move forward with continuing the use of the 4-point scale. But based on the Gifted Community Advisory Committee and school board recommendations, we are recommending the plan to continue to include 3 individual raters to provide the opportunity for students to receive 3 individual rankings. We genuinely appreciate the partnership with the school board and are grateful for the trust that you bestow on us as professionals. As discussed at the last school board meeting, we respectfully request adding the following statement to the plan to allow administration to make reasonable adjustments and interpretation when the plan is silent. The members present at the Gifted Community Advisory Committee shared that they appreciate the balance of needs. They see the need to have the school board informed, approval, and at the same time, realize the need for administration to make decisions and interpretations as necessary as situations may arise that are not anticipated. We realize the need to continue to communicate with the school board and parents, specifically regarding any modifications to the local plan. We understand the importance of transparency and open communication and will continue to ensure this. Again, we thank you for the open collaboration and the time you have put in reviewing the revised amendment. The proposed amendments will be posted on the VB Schools Gifted site in the Gifted Family and Community Involvement tab for public review and comment, and we will return October 10th to seek consent. At this time, this concludes our update, and we're happy to address any questions.
Ms. Anderson?
So on slide 12, in red is new language. It states that the committee member, it says a minimum of 3 readers rate each application independently. The committee members stop periodically to check the reliability of the ratings. In other words, they're going to discuss it. It doesn't say that, but is that what it means?
This is, I'm just looking at it.
It says if readers are more than one number apart in the ranking, the application receives further independent review by additional readers. So possibly would be bringing in more readers to...
Yes, and this is typically the process that has been used. This is the same process that was used in previous years, where if we were on a committee together and I gave the application a 4 and you gave it a 2 and another person gave it a 4, we would have to bring in another person because there's more than 2 rankings of a difference there. So we would bring in a different rater to come in and see what their, and it could go up. They could add more raters if needed, if necessary, but that's what that means.
This does not address what their final ranking is going to be. Are they going to reach a consensus?
No, they will retain their 3 scores, their 3 individual rankings.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. It doesn't state that in here, but I really, really want to see a distinguishing factor between somebody who got a 4.42 and another student that got a 4.44. I think that can be a distinguishing factor in choosing whether that student goes to the facility or not. But it doesn't say it in here, but I want to make sure that there's not a consensus where the child will end up with just a 4 because the discussion went on and led it that way. So thank you for clarifying that. I don't know whether you need to put it in writing or we can trust that it's going to happen. But that's what I would like to see. I actually would like to see it in writing that the 3 or 4 people who rate the student, that those scores will be kept as such and no consensus will be made. Okay?
That would be an additional change in plan, because the plan's never actually said that. So you would be asking another amendment to the plan.
Well, I don't remember in the past, and you said you did that in the past where you brought another person in, but I don't remember that being written either. But I could be wrong on that, but
that's
I
always
like
been
the
the
fact
process.
that you're going to not use a consensus number. I like that.
The plan had very similar language to this. We are, if you recall from the June 27th meeting, when we shared the differences, and you noted that we did have 444 scores, 443 scores, that's what you will be seeing with the language that's written here. So to Mrs. Linetti's point, if we wanted to change that, we would have to make an amendment to the plan. But this language would leave it at that.
Okay. The thing of it is that we have to trust that this is what's going to happen because it's not written anywhere that there will be a consensus.
Correct. I understand what you're saying. We did note at the beginning of this school year, at the August 17, 2022 memo, that there would be a consensus score. So although the plan wasn't changed, that happened. So we learned from that situation, and we will be very clear as we move forward if there are any changes or any recommendations that we bring forward to you.
Thank you.
Ms.
Madam Chair,
Franklin.
please add Mr. Culpepper to the queue. He has his hand raised.
Thank you. Ms. Franklin? Ms. Brown?
Okay, thank you for this presentation and all of your work on this. So on slide 6, and you know, I wanted to echo something that Ms. Martin had suggested previously, that maybe we need to be looking at a higher percentile. I don't know if now is the time since these are amendments, but, you know, perhaps some data on what that might look like as far as how many applicants there would be if we raised it to 93 or 94, as she had suggested. So that was my first thought. It's not really a question. I just would be in agreement with that suggestion if it's something we can operationally accomplish. And then on slide 9, which was amended in slide 10, so my real question is about slide 9, though.
Can we move the slide?
Can you see
Kelly,
it?
who's controlling the slide?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it in my notebook.
So there we go. Okay, so is there any reason that full-time was removed from the plan here?
I can tell you, well, partially is because dance students are only there part of the time. So dance students are part of the ODS, so we weren't fully explaining it, so they only come for part, I don't know if it's after school, they're only part-time.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on page 82, I'm sorry, not page 82, Amendment 82 on slide 12, which is 82. I do think that it needs to state that there are going to be 3 separate scores, and those 3 separate scores are going to be maintained. I also still am not okay with a 1 through 4 versus a 1 through 5. But the reason I do think that those separate scores need to be indicated in the amendment is because of slide 13. If you want to just go forward. When the plan is silent, the school administration has authorization to make reasonable interpretations with notice to the school board. I think that the consensus of this board is that everybody, at least I believe I've heard, that most of us think that there should be 3 separate scores. And so I would like that in the local plan personally because of this one about it falling silent. Now, if it falls silent, I'm fine with you guys, you know, making reasonable interpretations, but I think so far as amendment page 82, number 12, we need to make sure that it's in there before we vote on it, if that's the intention. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Ms. Manning?
So I concur with Ms. Anderson and Ms. Brown regarding, I think that there needs to be more specifics in here regarding the 3 separate scores and how that's going to work. I don't want it to be silent there. I concur with Ms. Brown that I believe Ms. Brown stated this. I would like it to see a 5-point scale because I think that that helps us to break out the students further because I don't want to end up with a random draw. I want to find a way where we don't have to do that random draw. Can you tell me on slide 6, it says the Office of Gifted Testing will encourage parents to complete the gifted application. And I know in the regulations from the VDOE, I believe, states that parents have to provide permission, but I don't see anything about permission in here. Is that application a permission slip?
The application, we'll encourage parents to complete the application, and then within the application, parents will have to provide their consent.
Okay, so it won't be an opt-out anymore. Okay.
This is Mary with clarification. The Virginia Department of Education has actually changed its advice. They had advised that it was okay to do the opt-out. They've gone now and gone back and changed that advice. So we're trying to accomplish what we've now been told VDOE is changing how they interpret this.
So it requires consent?
Correct. They had informed us before, as they did other school divisions, that the opt-out was an appropriate way to do that. They're now saying they're changing that advice, and so we're trying to accomplish that by getting that language in there. But we were following advice that the Virginia Department of Education had provided.
Okay. And then, you know, I know Ms. Weems brought this up before, and she's not here, and it's been a concern of mine as well, that we are identifying well above the average of students, and I'm not sure why, the number of gifted students that we're identifying. Is it possible to increase the percentile that we look at?
So the percentile that we're discussing in here is just for testing. It doesn't, that when we say a 90th percentile or higher, it doesn't mean that all of those students are identifying as gifted students. It's just what we're doing as our encouraging parents to participate or initiating that gifted application process. So we're not using 90th percentile as our cutoff for anybody who's 90th percentile or higher is gifted. So to your point, we can continue to explore the question that you have and look into that further, but the 90th percentile that we have written in here isn't a gifted identifier.
Okay.
It's just, hey, we're encouraging you to apply at this point.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I would love for us to explore why we're identifying way more than other districts. I think that would be helpful.
I would really like to see you have a longer conversation about, Ms. Franklin may be able to do it. There's a document that Virginia Department of Education talks about where you have got to diversify your gifted population identification, and it actually says that your gifted population, the demographics should match your school division demographics. If you remember back to the conversations we had with the experts that were in here, to try to make sure, because we were not matching that, we needed to make efforts to try to identify it, and that's kind of how we got down to the 90th percentile, is because the Virginia Department of Education is requiring us to make efforts to do that. We've also been in agreement with the U.S. Department of Education under various consent decrees over the years to increase our gifted identification. So I'm not disagreeing with you there. I just think you need to have a further conversation to understand. It doesn't read that in the regulation, but the Virginia Department of Education has that requirement for you, and the U.S. Department of Education has required under consent decrees that you would increase your identification. So I think you just, before you make a final decision on that, I think you need some more information about what's required.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that we have to do that right now, but it is something I do think that we should explore. On slide 13, I don't support adding the statement, when the plan is silent, administration has the authorization. I just don't support that, since it's in the law that we have to give approval. I don't agree with that. And then just my last question is, I know that you said someone from the Gifted Advisory Board was going to be here and they're not. Do you have, I mean, I've gotten several emails that seem to indicate that they don't agree with these changes.
Is that inaccurate, or do we have someone that, and,
Mr. Callen and Ms. Franklin were both in attendance at the meeting, so they would be able to give you more specific information. I did note at the beginning that a quorum was not present when we reviewed the amendment portion of the meeting, and those who were present, we did capture their thoughts.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So when it's my colleagues' turns, I would love to hear from Ms. Franklin and Mr.
I do
Callen.
want to go back to one point, though,
Okay.
that you noted, only for clarification for everyone. When you stated that you didn't want a random draw, I just wanted to remind everyone that in some grade levels, there is only one open spot, so changing from a 4 to a 5 would not solve that in all grade levels. And I just wanted to make sure that I shared that for our thinking, especially in the future.
Okay, and I guess I'm more referring to upon entrance in second and sixth grade. Thank you. Ms. Melnick.
So the nature of this conversation makes me very uncomfortable, coupled with the comments from our attorney that the process for admission to ODS, in my opinion, has not ever been, the 10 years that I've been following this, it has not been good. I think our testing process is fantastic. I think we've whittled down the best we can to eliminate, we've talked about this before, to eliminate all identifying factors, but the fact that we still have problems with the diversity in that school leads me to believe that the best course of action for this division is to have all of our gifted students in our comprehensive schools with gifted resource teachers where we can take care of that in our own buildings, because the talk that I'm hearing right now is still trying to move away from a random draw where children fairly and honestly are put into a pool, only to then try to identify the quote-unquote most gifted, whatever that means, and then we're now referring to our inability, or we're being accused of our inability to educate students at their regular schools. And so that's a really dangerous hill for me. Like, it's really slippery slope. I've had a problem with this for a decade, and I would like, I mean, we certainly could use the school for our CIP. I mean, we have a lot of things that we could do with that school. I'm not often brought to silence here, but this is a very uncomfortable discussion for me.
Mr. Culpepper.
Well, Kim kind of brought me to silence a little bit. It's an interesting thing to talk about. I was gonna comment on the random draw, because I'm really not a fan of the random draw. And you know, like you were saying, Ms. Mel, like, you know, when you're talking about first graders, you know, it's a pretty tough cut you're trying to make. But nonetheless, you know, I look at what's going on right now with the unhappiness of parents, and when they obviously don't feel like a random draw is a fair way to make that decision. And we do have a selection process, and I think that selection process has to ensure that it completes the task and makes a selection. So, you know, if you whittled it down to 140 students that have a 5 ranking, and you have 120 slots, then you have to do something other than a random draw to satisfy that decision. So, I mean, you have to continue to do your job until it's done, is my view on that. So, you know, you've gone back to individual rankings, which I think is a critical step. That might be enough in and of itself. It might not. I think going back to a 5 score, you can leave with 1 exactly what it says, but I think going back to a 5 score gives you a better opportunity to make that breakout as well and allow it to occur naturally rather than have to repeat the process until you've selected down to the number of seats you have available. You made a good point a moment ago, and I'll concede that I think a very rational place to use the random draw is to pull off of the waiting list. When you've got 1 seat or 2 seat, you're looking to fill that. I think that's not unreasonable to use a random draw for that. But I think as much as you practically can, you got to get away from a random draw. That's all I got.
Okay, Ms. Franklin?
Oh, let Ms. Brown go.
Sorry, Ms. Brown.
So I don't really want to belabor this process anymore, but, you know, I will say initially, what Ms. Melnick said sounded like a really good idea to me, but I'm under the impression that even with what we've done, we haven't really moved the needle so far as the disparities in ODS, and I'm seeing some head shaking there, so that's confirming that. And I do have some concerns if we were to consider that, you know, some of those schools that serve underserved communities and marginalized communities, those kids get a boost up when some of those kids are in the classrooms with them that, you know, are experiencing some giftedness and are in the clusters and whatnot. And I'm very, very, very concerned about the disproportionate impact on underserved and marginalized communities of that particular suggestion. So I just had to throw that in there. It has really nothing to do with the amendments, but anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yes, so, Madam Chair, if I can just offer a reminder, what we're trying to do in this presentation tonight is bring you the amendments that we need to make to be able to proceed this year. Some of the commentary we've had so far are absolutely conversations this board needs to have as we approach the development of the next 5-year plan. So you have brought forward some really good suggestions tonight around stating in the plan that we're going to have 3 scores, and all 3 scores will count and be reported. And we will add that. You've also indicated whether or not we want to have a 4-point scale or a 5-point scale. We'll go back and talk to legal because we also have a case that's still pending. We're getting advice from legal that we need to consider that. So we can't give you an answer on that tonight, but what we can give you an answer on is we will add into slide 12 that the 3 raters, each of their scores will count. And if you have a rater with a 4.43 and a 4.44 or a 4.21, all 3 scores will be reported. So we will do that, absolutely. And we may even come back to you with a change of back to 5 to 1. But we need to talk to legal about that. So if there's any other things related to this, let's discuss it. If it's not, we could probably move on.
Ms. Franklin.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson and Madam Chair. I just kind of wanted to do a wrap-up as Mr. Callen and I were at the meeting. Did you want to add anything before? Okay. So I just wanted to say that at the meeting, we had an incredibly robust discussion about the 5-year plan, about the amendments. Unfortunately, we did not have a quorum because the discussion was so robust that we continued to go past our end time. So we lost our quorum for them to be able to vote on it. But I just want to mention that these parents are parents that talk about the gifted program and gifted students a lot. They have a huge investment in making sure that we move forward really judiciously and, in the best interest of the students. And I have to say that even within this parent group, our advisory committee, there are a lot of discussions that they're still going back and forth. For example, one is the fact that we don't want to stop casting the net and not including students, which many of them are English as a second language students, or those in unrepresented populations. And so they're very careful to make sure that we do not lower or stop casting the net wide enough to capture those students. Because again, if that happens, then we will continue to see our diversity decline. And so, but at the same time, we've also had discussions about what happens, to gain access to ODS. And I will say, just in regards to the comment about ODS, I specifically asked this parent group, not at the last meeting, but prior, about the possibility of Ms. Melnick's suggestion, and that is to eliminate ODS, put the resources back into the clusters. And I have to say, almost by a majority, all of them said that they did not agree with that. Yeah, that they wanted to continue with ODS. So I think that the bottom line is that we have an advisory committee that is committed to working within the group and then bringing solutions to the board to really work on this next 5-year plan. We've learned a lot. And I think that, as we continue to move forward, we're going to depend on them. By the way, in terms of the parent not being here, we have had, prior to the pandemic, and we have reminded the board or the committee that they have the opportunity to come alongside our leadership staff to come in and discuss these concerns and their opinions alongside our leadership team. So it's not that we are not inviting them, and we did remind them that they're more than welcome to come. So for whatever reason, I'm not sure why that they did not show up, but it could also be the time. Yeah, it could also be the time, for sure. So I just want to let you know that this committee is absolutely, along with the leadership team, is really committed to ensuring that we are working to move forward in a really well-guided way from the committee. And I just appreciate everybody's time and opinions and effort on this, because this is really important stuff. I mean, we want to definitely ensure that we're meeting the needs of our gifted students and in a fair and judicious way. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you very much, Dr. Kelly. So we're now on bylaw 128, letter I, my glasses on. Governance Committee Matters, draft letter to citizen, presenter will be Ms. Melnick.
If you just want to discuss what we took what Ms. Weems and Ms. Melnick had written out, the suggestions from the last time, we put that in a letter, so what I've just given you is an amended version of the letter. You had some discussion last time, we just memorialized what you discussed and put it in the letter.
You don't need to read it.
Yeah, and I don't have to, it's in your green folder, and this is the letter that we would like to mail to the citizen. So I just need.
Has everybody had a chance to look at that letter?
Yes. Oh.
It's in your green folder.
Ms. Brown has a question. So a letter was initially drafted, and then Mrs. Weems and I stepped out at the last board meeting and rewrote it. And just a little bit of the language has been stricken, and this is the letter.
If I may, just a comment on the third line from the bottom of page 1. You probably don't want to have the school board clerk will handle Al, but you would want her to handle all.
That was noted. There's missing an L.
Oh, mine shows the L, but,
Okay.
and by that, for the board, the school board clerk will handle all comments to speakers is just the welcome. She calls she doesn't even say welcome, she just calls the names, and that's the only thing, and we talked about this the last time, that if anything has to be, if she has to address the public at all, of course, the chair will take care of that. But as far as calling the names, that will be handled by the clerk.
Ms. Brown?
So, this letter is different than the one that was in my inbox. And I'm just curious who proposed these amendments to this letter?
What, you mean where we've,
Yeah, where the individual that the complaint was about, I mean, that was the named complaint, who changed that, and then who requested that as a public speaker at a school board meeting, you were entitled to respect and courteous treatment. The comments made did not meet those expectations. I'm just curious, who asked for that to be struck in from the letter?
so the first part, okay, so the citizen actually submitted a letter from a forensic interviewer. And that, initially, we had a board member who was accused, Mrs. Riggs was accused of a hot mic and calling a citizen an asshole. And he hired a forensic
Voice analysis.
An independent voice.
a consultant of
Independent
some
voice
sort.
analysis.
Oh, it was a voice analysis, yes, a forensic voice analysis. And that, we got a letter from him that stated that it was inconclusive. So, I mean, I understand he did accuse the board member, so.
And the accusation still stands that it was that board member. That's the accusation that was in the email. That was the complaint. I mean, that's a factual statement. So I don't know why we would take out, you're entitled to respect and courteous treatment, and the comments made didn't meet those expectations. It just doesn't make sense to me to remove that. And so I guess I was just curious, since I got a thing in my agenda packet, I'm just curious who has edited what was sent in my email to remove those things? Who's proposing that?
Ms. Manning?
So, yeah, I didn't realize that what we got in our green folder was different than what we got from Cammie just recently. Is Ms. Weems aware of the changes that were made in the document that's in our green folder?
No, because Mrs. Weems, that proposal came into me. Mrs. Melnick called me earlier today and indicated that Mrs. Riggs, and I spoke to Mrs. Riggs, and she asked the proposed amendment. So I've not emailed that to anybody. I just brought that into the meeting because I drafted it late this afternoon. So
Yeah,
Mrs. Weems wouldn't have seen
I
it.
won't support any changes that Ms. Weems has not agreed to since her signature is on this document. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question for our attorney. Who suggested these changes?
Mrs. Riggs.
I've got my name. I'm going to answer you and speak. Okay? Are you ready for that?
I mean,
I asked for it to be changed because.
I thought I had the floor right now.
No, you're asking a question.
You have the floor?
But you need to speak to the board,
Point of
the
order.
chair.
Madam Chair, I have the floor.
Not to the attorney, to the
Point of
chair.
order. Madam
chair.
Chair.
Go
The
ahead.
floor. Thank you. The complaint was about you. The complaint was about you. I mean, whether or not you said you didn't do it or did do it, that's who the complaint was about. That is the fact of this. And the person the complaint is about shouldn't be directing changes regarding the complaint. That was about them. That's why I have a problem with that. I'm not trying to, back and forth this situation. I would rather just vote on it the way it was and move on.
That's fine, go ahead and do that. But I will explain why. First of all, we got the email that said there was no conclusion. I have said, and I will say again, I don't care if the complaint is for me or not. Someone said it. There has been no conclusion who said it. Whether the complaint's about me or not, I did not say it. I will not vote for the letter because it has my name in it. I did not say it. And we can leave it in there the way you want it. That's fine. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it belongs in there because there was a member on the board that did say it. And I would never ask that person to speak up.
Wait, what'd you say?
I will not ask that person as the chair to find out who it was. Okay? But it was not me. It was very inconclusive. I do not admit to something I did not say. And I will not take the fall for this. I am making that very clear to the public and to this board. Thank you.
So I guess then if you will read past the parts that have been marked out, and if you are satisfied with the letter as it was originally presented, then I make a motion to accept this letter to, oh, it's on information, I'm sorry. Okay, read it, we'll have it on for action, so we can, what?
It is on for action tonight.
Oh, I see. Okay, well then we'll wait till action, but I mean, yes, I ask that you read it, make sure that we can vote on it and get this out because this has been long enough in my green folder.
We will move on to the next one, which is, let's see, K, recommended appointments for vacancies.
No, J. Data allowance.
Oh, excuse me, J. Data allowance for school board members. We talked about it. It's, yes, in the bylaw. Do I need to talk about it again?
Yeah, I'm not clear why you put it here. There's something else, because you asked us to put it in the bylaw. PRC did look at it and put it in the bylaw to come to discuss. So
Right.
I don't know of any different conversation about that, because I think you have it later on for action.
Yeah, it is in for action, so we can skip that since you discussed it in the bylaw. All right, let's go to K, recommended appointments for vacancies in Citizens Advisory Committee, Special Education Advisory Committee. The information was provided to the school board members. Are there any questions regarding the recommended appointment? We have Dr. Ronnie Myers-Daub available for questions. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to 13, return to public comments if needed. We have 10 more people to listen to. So, Ms. Toniato, can you begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next set of speakers will be William Herman, Keely Arnold, and William Devins III. Okay, do we have William Herman? Keely Arnold?
Good evening. Why have 6 school board members kept the new model policies from being passed? Now the school board is being sued, and they are still trying to circumvent implementing these policies. These model policies do exactly what they say, which is to ensure privacy, dignity, and respect to all students and parents. The Attorney General released a legal opinion stating that the model policies comply with the Equal Protection Clause, Title IX, and the VHRA. It goes on to say that the school boards are required to adopt policies consistent with these model policies. And in order to comply with this law, school boards may not adopt or maintain policies that conflict with the new model policies. Well, I have seen a whole lot of conflicting issues that do not align with the new model policies coming from the school board and its policy review committee, which I have been watching. It certainly looks like the majority of the members on the policy review committee and this school board are not wanting to comply with the new model policies. The school board needs to be in compliance with the law and implement the new model policies. I foresee many more court cases coming your way if you continue on this same path. This school board is supposed to be nonpartisan, but it's not. The liberal majority on this school board has made decisions and voted according to their political affiliation the majority of the time. You clearly have ignored most parents, and they know what's best for their children. It seems that the majority of the school board have been working harder at not passing the new model policies by stalling and manipulating the process. School board members are supposed to be in compliance and follow the law. School board members should not be demonizing parents as abusers in order to push their agendas concerning transgenderism. First, you voted for the Owens-Jen Franklin resolution, and then shortly thereafter, forced to vote to remove a conservative majority for the Policy Review Committee so it could be replaced by a liberal majority. Why would 6 school board members work so hard at changing the makeup of the Policy Review Committee? It's obvious to see now that it was done purposely in order to rewrite and change Youngkin's new model policies to fit your progressive views, undermining parental rights once again.
30 seconds.
The public would probably like to know why this Policy Review Committee has been working on rewriting Youngkin's new model policies behind the scenes. Parents and citizens will not accept the school board's Policy Review Committee chopping up the new model policies. These policies need to be passed as written, not mangled by members of the school board.
Our next speaker is William Devins, Merrill Rutledge, and then Melissa Luxon.
Welcome, Mr. Devins.
First, I was here tonight to urge this board to postpone the vote on a school board policy implementation that was drafted only yesterday and has yet to be made available for public review and comment. This approach just appears intended to deny public involvement in this decision. I was going to address my concerns with the implementation of Model Policy Appendix paragraphs G3, G4, and H. But it is clear this wording is still to be debated. I do hope the public will have ample opportunity to review and comment on the final wording before it is voted on. I do stress that I will be especially scrutinizing any wording caveated by consistent with. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Merrill Rutledge, and then Melissa Luxon. Merrill Rutledge. Melissa Luxon.
Welcome, Ms. Luxon.
Good evening, school board. I wish I could say it's a pleasure to see you all, but it's not. At last night's meeting, I heard concern about teachers' constitutional rights not being violated, especially from Ms. Brown. Wow, I don't want anyone's constitutional rights violated. Let's look at the context of how you ended up in a corner. A student's legal name is Samuel, a loving, concerned parent who understands the necessity to affirm their child's gender identity enters in parent view Samantha as the student's preferred name. Ms. Brown was very worried that it could be a hardship for a teacher to call that student Samantha based on their personal religious beliefs, therefore violating the teacher's constitutional rights, and they should be allowed to use the student's legal name over their preferred name. I thought parents' rights mattered, Ms. Brown. You clearly laid out how this is not about protecting parents' rights. This is about personal politics and bigotry. Mr. Culpepper, Mr. Callan, I don't expect any different from you. You're men. Most of your opinions in the world originate from the appendage between your legs, which is why every time you open your mouth, it's an absolute waste of airspace. For a year, I have heard members of this board and members of the public spew the most ignorant, bigoted commentary about trans people. I want to focus on what we hear the most from these mouth-breathing potatoes. Boys shouldn't play in school sports. Boys shouldn't be in girls' locker rooms. Silly boys, you can't be girls. We need to protect girls from boys in the bathrooms. I rarely heard any concern about girls being in the boys' bathrooms. Statistically, 99% of violence against women is by men. 1 in 3 women in this room, maybe not right now, but yeah, probably, has been beaten, coerced into sex, or abused in her lifetime. Most often it is a member of her own family or her partner, and 99% of them are men. Do you hear yourselves? I think the problem here is men. You don't even realize that you're saying girls are not safe with boys. You are not safe in a bathroom, in a locker room, in a hallway, or a parking lot. No one is addressing the giant elephant in the room. Conservative parents are not teaching their boys to stop assaulting girls. You struggle so much with the idea of why a boy would want to be a girl, because you believe that males are superior to females, period. You cannot understand why a man would ever want to be a woman, like men are so much better than women. Why would you ever want to be a woman?
30 seconds.
Because you know how men treat women, and you wouldn't want to be treated the same way. All of this transphobia is rooted in misogyny. For you war moms, you are riddled with internalized misogyny. To all of my gay, lesbian, queer, non-binary, transgender, and two-spirit students and adults, I see you, I love you, and I will never stop fighting for you. Fight fascism and vote.
And that is time. Madam Chair, we're going to move on to our online speakers. The first speaker is not online, so we'll move to the second speaker. Dan Chang, please unmute.
Good morning. We will be listening to 6 school board resolutions, all which waste our time, prolong the length of these meetings, and are actually political messages. None contain any level of real, actual educational objectives this school board should be addressing. While I object to none of these groups, will someone explain to me how resolutions on Phil-Am History Month, Dyslexia Awareness Month, Disability History and Awareness Month, and Indigenous Peoples Day help to educate our students? Why, after a year of catering to the LGBTQIA+ community, are we passing another resolution for this group? Didn't you pass one on June 12th? Have you not been catering to this group for 14 months? Hasn't your catering of this group led you with your political objectives to a lawsuit? My favorite resolution, though, is that this school board, with its long history of abuse of the public and a recent history of school board members directly criticizing and attacking parents, will actually pass a resolution called Bullying Prevention Month. Do you pompously sit there and expect us not to laugh when you pass this resolution? It's actually funny. As you have a fondness for resolutions, let me mention some you may have missed that more properly honor all in our schools, not just political targets. Constitution Week, September 17th through the 23rd. You just missed it, and the opportunity to teach students and about our Constitution and history. Emancipation Day, on the 22nd of September. This is, in case you're unaware, celebrates the day President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Whoops, this is not on your resolution list. Labor Day, which honors those who work and pay taxes to pay for these schools and to fund your non-transparent attempt to increase your pay through new data allowance this evening or tomorrow morning or this morning, did not receive a resolution. I do not recall Independence Day resolution. On 23rd of July, 4 days after you received the model policies, was strengthened parental rights, was National Parents Day. But I do not recall a resolution for parents sprinkled across the minutes. I would have anticipated, given her deep respect for parents, that Mrs. Anderson would have presented this resolution. Finally, an important resolution should be read on 20 January 2024, National School Choice Weeks. Parents will need to hear about this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang. Please unmute. Paula Chang, please unmute.
Can you hear me, Ms. Toniato?
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Chang.
Okay. Kudos to the parents bringing lawsuits against the board, and this answers your question that yes, you can be sued for what you do here. Next, the public has an interest in what happens in the school board and must receive document material at the same time as the board, and this material is traditionally published with the agenda and not just merely left at the school board for viewing. The documents discussed tonight were not available to the public, and leaving it for viewing somewhere at the last moment might not actually meet the true spirit of the law. Next, results of the school board's political manipulation of students was on display tonight. I did not watch all the speakers, but I'm told that some had unpleasant and angry tones. I did hear one student expressing frustration that she might not get what she wanted tonight, though she stated that she and the others were always, quote unquote, polite and professional. Theirs is a natural reaction to the pampered and unreal life experience these students learned from their board majority coaches. You handicapped them by letting them believe that showing up gets them a trophy of what they demand. You also let them believe that what they want is more important than what affects everybody else. Regarding the model policies, Youngkin's policies support the rights of parents who choose to allow different names for pronouns for their children. They are protected, and saying otherwise is not factual. Yet failing to pass the Youngkin policies oppresses the rights of parents who don't want their children addressed by alternative names and pronouns without parental permission and do not want their children in bathrooms of the opposite sex. Finally, the assault on parental rights and citizens continues by this board, and it is very serious. In a recent PRC meeting, Mrs. Owens and Anderson announced they're coming for our First Amendment rights yet again, desiring to limit our speaking time and defining who they consider acceptable quote-unquote stakeholders and allowed to speak here. They're okay with VB students, teachers, VB former teachers, school retirees, but not mention where other retirees, such as our military, which makes up such a large part of our community, and they sacrificed and should have the opportunity to speak, don't you think? And once your child graduates, you're not deemed in the quote-unquote club. They're also attempting to differentiate which taxpayers they think might be allowed to speak, and this is wrong. They have no right to do that. Mrs. Anderson publicly openly blames parents when children hesitate to speak to their parents about gender questions, not recognizing that this could be a normal emotion for a child. She also states she doesn't oppose all parental rights, which means she does oppose some parental rights.
30 seconds.
Ms. Martin stated again tonight that she wants emancipation-like decisions by 14-year-olds. Further disrespect to parental rights was displayed in yesterday's workshop meeting, where board members actually tried to figure out a workaround the inevitability that some parents won't provide permission for alternative names and pronouns for their child, as is their right. Well, the answer to what you do when parents are in opposition to your demands and your use of their child in your political agenda is easy. You respect their choice and you stay in your lane. Thank you.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Vic Nichols. Please unmute.
Thank you. 12D, please address the drop in academic achievement from 2015. Incoming college students are often unable to do basic math. They've either failed to learn the basics or forgot what they've learned. College math professors say freshmen can't subtract a positive number from a negative number or add two fractions. 12F1, never saw this on the General Assembly CCT committees or Code of Virginia 22.1-32, 22.1-55, 22.1-47.4. Counties are addressed in 15.2-410. List the Virginia school systems implementing this policy. Your complete browser history for FOIA purposes will be required. 12F2, Code of Virginia 2.2-3707 does not give authority to shut down speakers. You had no problems with Gavin Grimm. Viewpoints and prime speaking times are rigged and violate 1A. 15E, what caused the change in response? Listening to the board tonight, 4 questions. How does mocking speakers promote board professionalism or consensus among various viewpoints? Long meeting complaints make school board members follow our 3-minute rules. Drexel U freshmen discovered they'll have to share bathrooms with opposite-sex students despite having opted out of gender-inclusive housing. If genitals don't define gender, how does removing them affirm them? Same for pronouns. I missed that one. Original MedRx IV study of children on puberty blockers for a year or more suggested 34% saw their mental health deteriorate. That 34% plus those who saw no improvement is 70%. Schools are to prepare kids as productive members of society, not as a counseling, validation, self-help, find yourself SJW area. Who's discussing and or supporting with minors subjects they can't emotionally or intellectually handle? Because that's where the anxiety, depression, confusion, and self-hate come from. Dutch political platform of neighborly love, freedom, and diversity has the pedophile network doctrines, including examples of 1, separate children from parents, the state knows best, which reference Beverly Anderson's comments from the current lawsuit in the PRC meeting. 2, sexualize kids, let them see pornography, which is VBCPS's refusal to remove porn material. 2, pedophile information exchange members were interviewed for Newsnight and indicated that developing a society where children are given a much higher status than today, where they're recognized as individuals in their own right. Well, that's exactly what VBCPS demonstrates at every meeting. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, the last speaker is not online, so we are completed with our speakers for this evening.
Okay, we are now on the resolution, our consent agenda. School Board Chair I will announce all the resolutions and read through what's on the consent agenda, and then each person that has a resolution to read will read it. First one is...
Point of order, Madam Chair. So the consent agenda means consent, and I know that you took a vote earlier, but a vote is not authorized either by our bylaws or Robert's rules. Bylaw 140, Section A, Parliamentary Authorities states the rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall be govern the school board in case to which they are applicable, in which they are not inconsistent with these bylaws or special rules of order the school board may adopt. Look into our standing rules or special rules of order. Movement from consent to action is not addressed. Therefore, we must defer to Robert's Rules of Orders per our school board rules. This means that a vote upon moving an item from the consent agenda and any objection whatsoever by any school board member is permissible to move to action at the time of the objection. In Robert's Rules 41, Section 41:32, the operative phrase is, quote, unless objected to, in which case they are restored to the ordinary process, end quote. The customary procedure is that once moved to the regular agenda, it goes to the bottom of the action agenda, so it is considered last. Additionally, not allowing the item objected by Ms. Manning violates Section 4:58 of Robert's Rules. Adoption of a motion by unanimous consent, which states, quote, actions in this manner is in accord with the principle that rules are designed for the protection of the minority voice and generally need not be strictly enforced when there's no minority to protect, which in this case there is. Section 4:59 goes on to state, the chair states if there is no objection, the action he mentions, and for this case I will switch he with she, will be taken, or she may ask, quote, is there any objection to, end quote. She then pauses. If no member calls out, I object, the chair announces, quote, since there is no objection, end quote, the action is decided upon. If any member objects, the chair must state the question on the motion, allow any desired debate, and put the question in the regular manner, end quote. And that's, I'm end quoting the quote of the policy. We are also violating Section 460 of Robert's Rules. Ms. Manning has the right to object at any point to the consent agenda per Robert's Rules without a vote. Thank you.
Ms. Linetti, can you comment on that, please?
Ms. Brown did ask me to look that, and I had some of my staff look that up, so that does appear to be the appropriate Roberts rule.
Okay, thank
Case.
you.
And then all it does is allow Mrs. Manning to remove what she's asked. You don't have unanimous consent to do that particular one, so you just take it off and move it somewhere else.
Which one did you ask to remove?
A2, 14A2. And typically, you make a request during the consent agenda timeframe, which you failed to do this time as well.
Excuse me?
Typically, you make an announcement asking if anyone objects to anything on the consent agenda, but you failed to make that request this
I
time.
just have a point of order in relate to Ms. Manning. The chair didn't even get a chance to read the consent agenda. Usually after she reads the consent agenda, then she says, are there any objections to the school board voting on consent items? If so, please identify an item that should be moved to the action agenda. The chair has not had an opportunity to do that yet.
I appreciate
She gave
that,
Ms.
Mrs.
Brown
Toniato, thank you.
floor. So,
And I would appreciate that if you have these long information, Chair, not at the moment we start, at 12:17 a.m., it would have been very nice and very appropriate for our school board members, and I'm going to say this to everyone, to please share this with us ahead of time rather than as we start.
Madam Chair, I looked this up while we were sitting in the meeting. Thank you.
So we're going to move forward. I'm going to read what I'm supposed to, and I'm going to move forward like Ms. Toniato said. Resolutions, Filipino American History Month. 2, LGBTQA History Month. 3, Dyslexia Awareness Month. 4, Bullying and Prevention Month. 5, Disability History and Awareness Month. 6, Indigenous Peoples Day. B, Budget Calendar and Revenue Sharing Formula. C, Recommendation of a general contractor, Kempsville High School roof top unit replacement, and D, religious exemptions. Now, are there any objections to the school board voting on the consent agenda items? If so, please identify any item that should be moved to the action agenda now. Ms. Manning.
Please move A2 to the action agenda.
Okay, we will do that.
That'll make it 15F on your action agenda.
F. Are there any other requests? Okay, so hearing none, I'm going to ask the readers of the resolutions to begin. We will,
Madam Chair, before you do that, you need to take a motion and a second so it can be talked about,
all
so
right,
we
yeah,
can read
that's
it.
right. So I ask for a motion. Ms. Franklin, I need a second. Ms. Martin, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes,
Thank you. All right, now,
and you need to do the nays.
Opposed?
I need my nays. Do we have any nays?
Who has Filipino American?
And do we have any abstentions?
Do we have any abstentions? That was my next question.
I didn't get Mrs. Anderson's vote. Oh, you did an aye? I did. Okay, thank you. So we have 10 ayes, so the motion for the consent agenda did pass.
Okay, thank you. All right, Filipino American History Month.
Okay. Whereas one of our nation's greatest strengths is its vast diversity, which enables Americans to see the world from many viewpoints, and whereas Filipino Americans are the second largest Asian American group in the nation, and the city of Virginia Beach has the highest percentage of Filipino Americans in Virginia, and whereas through the study of their contributions, all students may find role models whose participation, commitment, and achievement embodies the American spirit and ideals, and whereas the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach recognizes the importance of multicultural diversity education within our school division. And whereas in 2009, the U.S. Congress recognized October as Filipino American History Month in the United States. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of October 2023 as Filipino American History Month, whose theme is 1898, recognizing 125 years of Philippine American history, and be it further resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach encourages all citizens to support and participate in various school activities during Filipino American History Month, and be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of the board adopted by the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach this 26th day of September 2023, which actually is now the 27th.
Thank you.
I have Dyslexia Awareness Month. Whereas dyslexia is a language-based learning disability that causes difficulties with reading, writing, spelling, and word pronunciation, and whereas the onset and severity of dyslexia varies for each individual, and whereas it takes individuals with dyslexia longer to process phonemic awareness information, thus affecting academic growth, achievement, and self-esteem, and whereas it is important to provide effective teaching approaches and educational intervention strategies for individuals with dyslexia, and whereas Dyslexia Awareness Month is an opportunity to acknowledge educators utilizing effective teaching strategies and to celebrate the many achievements of adolescent students and adults with dyslexia. And whereas the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach is committed to a continued focus on educating students, parents, and school staff about effective teaching strategies to address the needs of students with learning disabilities. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach designates the month of October to be Dyslexia Awareness Month, and be it further resolved that the strategies and interventions to address the needs of students with learning disabilities be ongoing in the Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Bullying.
Whereas school bullying has become an increasingly significant problem in the United States and Virginia, and, excuse me, whereas over 20% of the youth in the United States are estimated to be involved in bullying each year, either as a bully or as a victim, and whereas students who experience bullying are at increased risk for depression, anxiety, sleep difficulties, lower academic achievement, and dropping out of school. And whereas bullying can take many forms, including verbal, physical, and most recently in cyberspace, and can happen in many places on and off school grounds. And whereas it is important for Virginia Beach parents, students, school counselors, teachers, and school administrators to be aware of bullying and to encourage discussion of the problem as a school community. And whereas the school board of the City of Virginia Beach has developed a policy on anti-bullying to encourage positive behaviors and to eliminate bullying behaviors, and whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools, through sustained and dedicated efforts, has implemented programs for all employees and students that recognizes a deep commitment at all levels to raise awareness of bullying and its prevention. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach recognizes the month of October 2023 as Bullying Prevention Month in the Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and be it further resolved that the issue of bullying and its prevention be discussed in Virginia Beach City Public Schools classrooms, during this time, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 27th day of September 2023.
Resolution, Disability History and Awareness Month. Whereas Americans with Disability Act of 1990 was founded on 4 principles: inclusion, full participation, economic self-sufficiency, and equality of opportunity for all people with disabilities. And whereas the Virginia General Assembly has designated the month of October as Disability History and Awareness Month to increase public awareness and respect for persons with disabilities, to inform the public concerning their many contributions to society, and to emphasize the abilities and rights of persons with disabilities rather than their exceptionalities. And whereas public schools, institutions of higher education, the business community, civic organizations, and other interested entities are encouraged to promote Disability History and Awareness Month in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And whereas the Virginia Department of Education's 2022-2023 Virginia State Quality Profile reported the Virginia Public School Divisions served 174,315 students with disabilities under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And the Virginia Beach City Public Schools 22-23 Quality Profile reported the division served 8,464 students with disabilities under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools believes in having the highest expectations for students with disabilities and believes that students with disabilities make significant academic and social progress when educated as appropriate in general education environments. And whereas it is necessary to increase public awareness, knowledge, and understanding of disabilities, the rights of persons with disabilities, and to foster a culture of mutual respect and equal opportunities for all in our schools, businesses, and communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of October as Disability History and Awareness Month, and be it further resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach encourages all citizens to support and participate in the various school activities during Disability History and Awareness Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach this 27th day of September, 2023.
Whereas the school board recognizes that Native Americans have lived and thrived in North America from time immemorial, and whereas the school board recognizes that Indigenous people contribute to the academic, economic, and cultural success and well-being of the City of Virginia Beach and Commonwealth each and every day, whereas the school board values the many contributions made to our community by Indigenous people and the deep cultural contributions that have substantially shaped the character of the City of Virginia Beach. And whereas Indigenous people in America have suffered persecution from removal from their homelands at the hands of governing bodies and through the colonization and settlement of America, and whereas the school board supports the resilience of Indigenous people to thrive and prosper to the present day, and whereas the school board promotes the closing of the equity gaps for Indigenous people through policies and practices that promote the culture, history, and their many contributions in society. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognize the second Monday in October 2023 as Indigenous Peoples Day, and it further resolved that all schools and our community are encouraged to support and
celebrate the resilience of our tribal communities on Indigenous Peoples Day, and be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Thank you. Now, we've had a motion and a second, and this is passed on, so we're going to move on to our action.
We have to vote on it, right?
No, we voted on it.
Consent? We never voted.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Oh, we voted. Okay.
15, action, personnel report, administrative appointments. I call for a motion to approve the September 26, 2023 personnel report and administrative appointments.
So moved.
Ms. Melnick, and seconded by Ms. Franklin. Any discussion? Call for a vote to approve the September 26, 2023 personnel report and administrative appointments. All in favor, please raise your hands.
And Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. Dr. Robertson, are there any administrative appointments?
There is one, and a big one. I'm pleased that you've approved our recommendation of Tina Mazzacane to fill the role of coordinator in the coordinator secondary mathematics in the Department of Teaching and Learning. Ms. Mazzacane, for the last 6 years, has been the coordinator of K-12 state mathematics for the Department of Education. She's coming back home to where she worked as a coordinator of mathematics for the Department of Teaching and Learning from 2011 to 2015. So she has written the state curriculum for math, and she wanted to come back to Virginia Beach. So this is a huge win for this division to get someone of her caliber. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Additional class allowance. I call for a motion to approve increasing the additional class allowance for instructional staff from $5,600 to $8,500. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Brown? And seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for a vote to approve increasing the additional class allowance for instructional staff from $5,600 to $8,500. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. C, data allowance for school board members. I call for a motion to approve the request to add $100 a month allowance to offset cost for data communications, cost on personal devices to conduct the business of the school board. Do I have a motion? So moved by Mrs. Melnick, and do I have a second? Second by Mrs. Anderson. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, Madam, who did the motion? Ms. Melnick?
Ms.
Thank
Melnick.
you.
Any discussion? Ms. Manning?
Yeah, I'm really confused because in information, we had a bylaw to do this, bylaw 1-14. So now we're voting on a data allowance, but we're not voting on a bylaw. I'm confused. Madam Chair, I'm confused.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, I'm not clear why what you were doing here. Are you approving the bylaw? Because that's only coming for information. We only just brought that to you.
And the proper way to do this is through a bylaw because that's where we put our salary.
You can do it either way, but you were putting the bylaw, so yeah, I'm not clear what you were planning to do here if you're having discussion on it, because the bylaw would come back the next meeting since we just put on information.
Okay.
And it does make a difference. That's the way we did it in the information section.
So we will take it off.
Okay.
Ms. Anderson?
The last time we did something similar to this, we voted on it and then afterwards decided to put it in the bylaw. And so basically, that's what we're doing now. We're voting on this, and if it's approved, then we'll be voting on the bylaw where it will be included next time.
We already have the draft language for the bylaw that was presented in information that's what
Well,
we
at
should
the
be.
last meeting, we actually voted to bring this back for action. We were told that we were going to bring it forward and that we would bring it for action. We voted on that at the last
Okay,
meeting.
I remember that, but we should be doing this as a bylaw, not just
Well,
as
then,
an item.
okay,
because-
then let's make it as a bylaw then.
Okay, I'm fine with, if, you're right, we did have this on for information last time.
Right.
I
And we
agree.
decided to bring it back to action.
Okay, but it
After,
needs to be,
what happened was Mrs. Manning asked us to put it in a bylaw, and we just happened, the PRC was the next day, so we put it in the bylaw at PRC the next day, and we're able to get it into the agenda this time.
But that should have gone directly to action, because that's what we voted on at the last meeting. We said that it would come back to here as a bylaw at this meeting. So
I agree.
the wording here is wrong. It should not say data allowance for school board members. It really should say bylaw.
1-.
Right.
Okay.
That's what it should state. So
Okay.
I don't think we should put it off. I think we need to vote on this, and we need to move it forward.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Any more discussion, Ms. Brown?
Madam Chair, I move that we move the bylaw 114 to action, I guess it would be G, and that we strike C so that we can vote on that tonight.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion's been made to strike C and put the bylaw 114 as G. And the motion was made by Ms. Brown, second by Mrs. Melnick. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor of that motion, please raise your hand.
And Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes on the substitute motion to move that item, bylaw 114, to action item G and strike it on C.
Okay, let me move on to the next letter, which is D, model policy updates. I call for a motion to approve existing policies and regulation updates and determine how the school board, we took this off. We did. Yeah.
No, you were going to do it now.
We're going to have to do this now because we need to take it off. So do I have a motion to take 2023 model policy updates off?
So moved.
Okay, and do I have a second? Okay, moved by Mrs. Melnick and seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Is there any discussion about why we're taking this off?
Sure.
We already understand.
Just like some clarity on the motion. We're moving this to action at our next meeting, correct?
Right.
Okay,
So it's coming off completely off of the
just
agenda.
want to make sure that we're not tabling this indefinitely, and that's not what I'm voting on. Okay.
From earlier tonight that it
I
was.
just wanted to verify, thank you.
Why don't you amend the motion just to make that clear, then, you're
let's make
moving
it
to
clear.
take it off now and move it to
My
action.
motion was to remove action letter D off of action and move it to the next school board meeting on action,
October 10th.
October 10th.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second to that motion? Ms. Anderson, is there any discussion? Ms. Martin?
Just a reminder, Madam Chair, I have jury duty every Tuesday in October. I will try to get excused. However, should there be amendments or changes to what we learned about information, I will not have access to electronics until I'm dismissed from the jury room. So if I could have some consideration, should those change, to have time to review that before we get into the actual vote, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
How long does your jury duty last until 5 or 6?
5-ish, yeah.
I think you'll be fine.
Okay. Just, I won't be able to read anything while I'm in
Because if this
there.
is going to be action, I don't think you'll have any problem at the next meeting to be here.
Okay.
As looking at the clock tonight and what it's been like the last several
Thank you.
meetings. So, but thank you for letting everyone know where you'll be if you're not here on time. Okay, so we're going to move forward. We took D off. So we're going to go to E.
Point of order, Madam Chair, we need to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. That was
The substitute
discussion,
motion.
now let's vote. Please raise your hand if you want to follow the, take D off and put it on the next action agenda on October 10th.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay. Now we will go to E. Bylaw 128, Governance Committee Matters, Draft Letter to Citizen. I call for a motion to approve the recommended letter that you guys got in your packet,
Without any
in
edits.
the agenda, without any edits, and course of action regarding a citizen's complaint about comments made after he concluded his public comments to the school board on June 12, 2023.
So
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Melnick and seconded by Mrs.
Brown.
Brown. Okay, is there any discussion?
Madam, yeah.
Mr. Callen?
Yeah, I would agree with the comments made previously by Mrs. Manning, that since it's a document that will include Carolyn Weems' signature, I think we should have her present and aware of it before she's asked to sign anything.
There were no changes.
There's no changes.
There's no changes to
No,
the document?
there's no changes.
I withdraw my hand.
Okay. Ms. Manning?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify that, because you said, the motion said that it was the item that we received in our packet. We didn't receive anything in our packet. We received something via email.
Via email, yeah. And
So
on the
we're
agenda.
voting on the
I
one-
meant the agenda packet,
Okay.
on the email. Okay,
Okay.
and I didn't say that.
It was not in the
It's in your
agenda
green
packet.
packet, the amendment, the
the
proposed.
email.
I don't
language.
support the one in the green packet.
No.
Right, and that's what they're changing it back to is the
One in the email.
one, yeah, the draft one that was circulating. So that's, if you take the strikeouts, that's what they're proposing.
So we're voting on the one in the email. that
What email
means-
did you get?
From Ms. Linetti at 11:59 a.m. Tuesday, today.
Madam Chair, if I may, what we're voting on is, yes, the letter that Mrs. Linetti sent, and the copy is actually in your green folder. And if you, and what we're just not striking out.
We're not making any edits.
Yep,
There's no edits.
We're removing what you may see with some strikeouts. Those will remain. And the reason Mrs. Weems's name is on here is for obvious reasons, but because Mrs. Riggs was mentioned in the letter, we deferred to the vice chair to have her
So
sign
just
it.
want to confirm with Ms. Linetti, the item that you sent to me, Ms. Weems, is okay with?
Correct, that's what I gave to them last week, and I didn't see them give it to you or put in the package, so I sent it to you today, but then obviously the other one came in, that's what I was provided to you.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, Mrs. Weems and I drafted this together outside in the hallway during the last meeting.
And for the record, it was not shared with me,
It was.
as it was supposed to by Mrs. Weems. So,
Correct, to my knowledge, it was handwritten, I took the handwritten notes that Mrs. Melnick and Mrs. Weems came up with, that's what I typed for them.
all right. As chair of the governance committee, it was not shared with me like it was supposed to be.
I hate to be redundant, but just to confirm. I hate to be redundant, but just to confirm, we are agreeing or disagreeing with this letter based on the terminology that has been scratched through.
No. What's not been, there's no edits.
Okay?
So if they're scratched through, disregard the scratch through. It's going to be as it is, without a scratch through. Okay?
That's my point. It is scratched through on the document I'm looking at, and you're telling me to pay no attention to the scratch through.
Exactly.
That's what I said,
Yes.
but I was disagreed with. I've had my feelings hurt now. I think I need to go to a back room and be quiet. No, I'm kidding.
Okay,
It's
so you good?
I think I am.
No, are you good?
I'm good.
There are no edits to that, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, is there any more discussion? All in favor of adopting this letter to be sent to Mr. Jerome Bell as it is without any edits, please raise your hand.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes,
Okay, all that are against, please raise your hand.
and we have 1 nay, so the motion did pass.
Thank you. Now we will go to F. I wrote it, looks like a P. I'm a little late. LGBTQ,
That's actually G.
okay, resolution. All right. So,
I'll make a motion that we read and vote on this resolution.
okay, yeah, need your
I'll make the motion that we read and vote on this resolution.
And do I have a second? Ms. Martin? Okay. Is there any discussion on this? Okay. Seeing none, all that are in favor of reading this tonight, reading LGBTQ tonight, voting on it, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Okay. All that are against reading this and voting on it to adopt it, please raise your hand.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we have 6 ayes and 4 nays. The motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. Now we are on G.
No, I need to,
And
need to read it.
Ms. Anderson needs to read the resolution.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Then we have to vote on it. And then no, we did vote on it.
No, you said read and vote.
I said
said
read
read
and
and
vote.
vote.
Read and vote it.
I said
I'm going to read
and
it
vote.
now, and then we can vote.
I said read and vote.
Okay. Are we ready? It's LGBTQA+ History Month. Whereas the school board requires that all students and staff have a safe and supportive learning and work environment free from discrimination and harassment. And whereas the school board recognizes that LGBTQIA+ students and staff and their families are important members of the Virginia Beach City Public Schools community and values their inclusion and contributions. And whereas the school board acknowledges that LGBTQIA+ students and staff are subject to many challenges that contribute to higher rates of isolation, depression, bullying, discrimination and harassment, and suicidal ideations or attempts. And whereas the school board has adopted policies and the school division has implemented regulations and practices to prohibit bullying, discrimination, and harassment based on sex, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. And whereas the school board supports the needs and rights of LGBTQIA+ students, staff, and their families to ensure that their learning and work experiences in Virginia Beach City Public Schools are free from bullying, harassment, and discrimination. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of October 2023 as LGBTQIA+ month, and be it further resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach will comply with state and federal laws and regulations regarding anti-bullying, non-discrimination, and non-harassment of LGBTQIA+ persons, and be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 26th day of September 2023.
Thank you. G, Bylaw 114, compensation and expenses. Do I have a motion to approve bylaw 114. Ms. Melnick and made the motion, and Ms. Anderson seconded. Is there any discussion? Ms. Franklin?
I do want to just confirm, I think we talked about this last time, but school board members will have the option to elect to get it or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They always have the option to not take pay. I mean, if you don't want the pay to be a school board member, you really don't have to take it.
May I say one thing?
Yes.
So I also wanted like to say, and we sort of touched on this a little bit earlier, I did anyway. We talked about the possibility, and during policy, we even talked about salary, our salary for school board members, and our salary has not been raised since the 90s, I believe, so the late 90s. So anyway, in November, December, when we do talk about, and we're contemplating bringing up the salary issue in November, if at that time you vote to change your salary, you can also eliminate this particular part of it, because if you vote to raise your salary, you know, you won't need this compensation as much. So, you know, it's not like this is here forever. This is going to be part of your compensation, sort of like a reimbursement for what you're already doing. And as I've said many times before, I really can't do my job effectively if I don't have internet in my house. It's extremely important that we have this, and it should have been addressed a long time ago, but I'm asking to address it tonight and to bring this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so I have a motion on the floor and a seconded. All in favor of adopting this, please raise your hand.
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote?
Nay.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, right now we have 8 ayes.
Okay, all that are not in favor of adopting this, please raise your hand.
And we have 2 nays, so the motion did pass.
Thank you. So we are moving on to committees, organizations, and board reports. Do we have any? Ms. Martin.
The Legislative Committee met on September 18th. We had an additional update from Joel Andrus, similar to what he gave to the board. I'll be seeking input from the board members for our legislative agenda that we would adopt in December. And please hold a tentative date of December 14 for a legislative breakfast for delegates and senators-elect, board members and administrators. The location will be decided at a later date. So try and hold that in your calendar if you could. Thank you.
And can you make sure that you send that to Ms. Toniato so she can make sure we're reminded of that and it's put on the calendar?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ted?
Any other reports? Ms. Franklin.
Well, colleagues, I sent you an email about my excitement leaving the Technical and Career Education Center. And I just want to put out there, I know it's late, I hope that parents might hear this later, but it's really important that you understand the amazing opportunity that you have. I encourage your middle schoolers to really look at what is being offered there. Air conditioning, heating, auto paint, body and paint technology, automotive service technology, cosmetology, culinary arts, dental assisting, early childhood education, on and on and on. And I just want to say that so many certificates are provided to students, free or at a very low cost to students, comparatively to what they would pay out in the real world, so to speak. Adults can sign up for classes, and we get interns through like landscape services or through different other opportunities. Dental assisting, we have the head of the dental department who actually does examinations for our free and reduced lunch kids. And I mean, it is amazing to me. I would highly encourage all of the colleagues to go there if you haven't already. I would highly encourage our parents to really examine some of the opportunities here. You wouldn't even believe the pharmacy lab. I felt like I was walking into a real pharmacy. Like I could just go up to the counter and get my prescription. It was amazing. So anyway, I just came out of there really excited. I hope that people recognize not only opportunities, but actually take a visit there and just, explore some other things that are available to your students outside of just academies and those type of offerings. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ms. Anderson?
This morning, I visited Tallwood High School as part of my Sister Cities duties, because there are students visiting here from Northern Ireland, and they did a presentation to other classes at Tallwood. They've been here 10 days already, and actually they go back home to Artstown in Northern Ireland. They're leaving tomorrow to go home, but they don't want to go home. They've had such a great time here, and they loved our school system. And so it was really, really good to see what they were doing and for them to be able to share some of their culture with some of our students, at Tallwood. So I thought that was, I was just glad that I had the opportunity to go and hear them and see them today.
Thank you. So we are now ready to adjourn. Before we do, we will be returning to the administrative informal workshop where we will be taking up our quarterly forecast for October, November, and December. We'll start with that, and then it'll be followed by our closed session. We will read out of closed once we get into the Einstein lab, okay? So I'm going to recess right now out of the main meeting. You have 10 minutes, guys.